From 1950 to 2024, no team in the NFL has enjoyed more QB continuity than the Green Bay Packers. Makes sense, being they've enjoyed the Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers eras. In that time, they've averaged .45 QBs per season, lower than any team in the NFL. But how about teams that have used more starting quarterbacks per year? Of course, the Browns come to mind, and they do in fact sport the highest average, coming close to one per season. Houston is the baby of the league, but by average have almost had just as much trouble as Cleveland at finding their guy. By volume, though, they have seen the least number of QBs make starts. The Browns and Cardinals, meantime, tied for the most since 1950. Chicago, the only other team to crack the 60 mark. And with that, let's hit the road down quarterback memory lane. Here's the QB history of all 32 NFL teams. Pro football in the Bay. Born in 1946 as part of the AAFC, San Francisco 49ers jumping to the NFL in 1950 with Frankie Albert at QB.
A winning football team is one with a winning quarterback.
Albert made the Pro Bowl in his first year despite the team going only 3-9 that season, and Albert throwing 23 interceptions against 14 touchdowns. Different times. Albert held a gig for 2 years, then came the arrival of the 49ers' first great signal caller, Hall of Famer Y.A. Tittle. The 1950s in San Francisco belonged to Tittle. He took over the job in 1953, their starter from 53 to 59.
Tittle throws, Owens goes up, he's got it! A great catch! Big ball!
Only one losing season, 4 Pro Bowl appearances, made first-team All-Pro once. The Tittle-led Niners 45-31-2, but they only made the playoffs once. His final year in San Francisco, 1960, the Tittle era replaced by the John Brodie era.
The 49ers quarterback is John Brodie.
San Francisco, the only team Brodie ever played for. He was with them from 57 to 1973, 60s 49ers football, all Brodie for the most part. He got hurt in 63, so a dude named Lamar McCann filled in. Rest of the decade, it was Brodie, made the Pro Bowl in 65 when he led the league with 30 TD passes.
The 49er offense was the best in the West.
Peak of his career came in 1970 when he made first team All-Pro and won the MVP award. Brodie and the Niners made the playoffs 3 straight years from 1970 to 72, but lost each time to the Dallas Cowboys. Brodie wrapped his career with a 74, 76, and 8 record. QB position in San Francisco in the 70s, nowhere near as stable as the first 2 decades. Steve Spurrier was Brodie's backup, so he saw sporadic action for them between 1969 and 1975.
Out of the desolation came Steve Spurrier, John Brodie's 5-year backup.
Never took over as starter, though. And neither did Joe Reed, another backup who they dabbled with in 73 and 74. Norm Snead, a vet who bounced around the league for years, played a few games for them in 75. And then in 1976, they traded for Jim Plunkett.
Plunkett's presence will be vital to solidifying the quarterback situation.
Plunkett lasted just 2 years with the 49ers, 11-15 record, so they turned to Steve DeBerg for the 1978 season.
There were a certain number of rookie errors made, but there is real hope that Steve can become one of the real standards as a quarterback in the National Football League.
He didn't make it all the way through the year, though. Anyone remember Scott Bull? It was clear change was needed. DeBerg was back in the saddle in 79. The 49ers went 2-13 with him. So when 1980 rolled around and DeBerg found himself in a slump after throwing 5 INTs in one game against Dallas,
DeBerg back to throw it, intercepted!
49ers' new young coach, Bill Walsh, made a change that would spark a dynasty.
In recent years, a football team that plays in the city by the bay has been fogged in. But this year, the skies have brightened.
Joe Montana, 2-5 record that first year, but 15 TDs against 9 INTs, a tease of what was to come the following season when he guided them to a 13-3 record. Montana, the author of The Catch.
We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark! It's a madhouse at Candlestick.
The 49ers winning their first Super Bowl.
And now their ultimate triumph of the year.
The Montana years, the gold standard in San Francisco. 4 Super Bowl titles, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, 7-time Pro Bowler with San Fran, 3-time first-team All-Pro, won the MVP award twice. Montana's in the Hall of Fame, of course. Exactly 100 regular season wins for the 49ers, only 39 losses. His exit from San Francisco, forever marred by controversy. He hurt his elbow and didn't play in 1991, missed most of 92 as well. So in went his backup, one Steve Young.
From Brigham Young, number 8, Steve Young.
Young joined San Francisco in 1987 after a few years in Tampa Bay. First significant playing time came in 1991. Young started the season and went 5-5. He got hurt that year too, though. Steve Bono taking the reins and going 5-1 for them.
Bono to throw, and he's got Rice.
Wasn't enough to make him the man, though. Young returned in 92. 49ers went 14-2 with Montana watching and healing from the sideline.
Young throws downfield, touchdown 49ers!
Then came the trade, heard round the NFL world. The 49ers deciding to end their QB controversy. The icon traded away to Kansas City in 1993.
Joe Montana making his AFC debut.
So the 90s, it was the Steve Young show in San Francisco. 92 to 98, Young made the Pro Bowl every year. He was first-team All-Pro 3 straight seasons from 92 to 94, MVP 2 of those years.
Someone take the monkey off my back, please!
Young went 91-33 as a 49er, 221 TD passes, 86 interceptions, won the Super Bowl and Super Bowl MVP in 94.
Had to be perfect. It was! Niners will win it!
Young, another San Francisco Hall of Fame QB. 98 was Young's final full year. Concussions forced him to leave the game. When he did, Jeff Garcia was waiting.
Jeff Garcia makes his first NFL start.
Niners faithful watched Garcia sit in the saddle from 1999 to 2003. He was a Pro Bowler 3 straight years in that window. Garcia threw 113 TD passes against 56 interceptions for the 49ers.
Touchdown!
A record of just 35-36, though, so they moved on. 2004 season was a split between Tim Rattay and Ken Dorsey, which resulted in a 2-14 record, and with it, the #1 draft pick, which they used on Alex Smith.
San Francisco 49ers select Alex Smith.
Smith was with the 49ers from 2005 to 2012. In that time, he was only able to play 2 full seasons. 49ers had to fill in with guys like Dilfer in 2007. Smith missed all of 2008, making it the year of Sean Hill and JT O'Sullivan. Wasn't a fun year.
O'Sullivan has it knocked away and kicked out of the end zone. It's a safety.
2010, Troy Smith started 6 games for him. 2011, Alex Smith's best year for the Red and Gold. They went 13-3.
A perfect throw down the seam.
The 49ers made the playoffs that year, lost to the Giants in the conference championship game. Smith started out as the #1 guy in 2012, but he got hurt again, and in the end couldn't hold off Colin Kaepernick.
Kaepernick is in, he's set to throw, but he can run.
Kaepernick seized on Smith's injury, leading the 49ers to the Super Bowl that year.
San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl bound.
Kaepernick kept things rolling the next season, too. 2013, the 49ers went 12-4.
Touchdown 49ers!
They were back on the doorstep of the Super Bowl, but Kaepernick's final pass in the conference championship game famously knocked away by Seattle's Richard Sherman.
Intercepted in the end zone by Seattle!
Kaepernick's magic faded after that. 2014, he went 8-8. 2015, 2-6. Blaine Gabbert also saw time that year. And the following year, which was Kaepernick's final season for the 49ers and in the NFL, a 1-10 record and his social justice pregame protests marking his departure from the league.
Freedom, liberty, justice for all. And it's not happening for all right now.
So the 49ers traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. He hit the scene in 2017, went 5-0 to finish off the season.
Garoppolo over the middle, it's caught.
CJ Beathard and Brian Hoyer split up the rest of the games that season, didn't fare well.
Pressure coming, too high and incomplete.
Went a combined 1-10. 2018, another fill-in year as they waited for Jimmy G's return, Beathard and Nick Mullins getting reps in his place. Garoppolo finally made it back full-time in 2019, had his best year, 27 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, led the 49ers back to the promised land.
Feel super, baby!
Garoppolo and the 49ers came up short versus the Chiefs. He went 38-17 for the 49ers, but injuries plagued his stay there all the way to the end. He suffered another injury in 2022, which gave Mr. Irrelevant a shot at relevance.
Brock Purdy, quarterback from Iowa State.
Brock Purdy, last player selected in the 2022 draft, inserted into the lineup and goes 5-0 in the regular season, wins his first 2 playoff games too.
Brock Purdy, the rookie, is going to the title game.
His injury in the conference championship game that season slowed him down, but he picked up where he left off in 2023, put up MVP-type numbers on the way to leading the 49ers to yet another Super Bowl appearance. The Chicago Bear fan, understood only by fans in Cleveland, maybe. Chicago story, older though, making the pain they've suffered just as agonizing, if not more.
The inevitable miscue often made the Bears their own worst enemy.
And like the Browns, the Bears' QB history started out with a golden age. 1939 to 1950, they had Sid Luckman at QB, one of the pioneers of the position.
After I signed the contract, he said, "You and Jesus Christ are the only 2 people that I would ever pay this to." I said, "Well, thank you, Coach. You put me in great company."
He was a Pro Bowler and led the league in TD passes 3 times, led Chicago to 4 straight title games, winning it all 3 times between 40 and 43, won another title in 46, 12 years a Bear, 137 touchdowns, incredible based on how hard passing was, Hall of Famer.
His Bears dominated the decade.
Luckman retires in 1950. From 50 to the present, the longest any QB has led the Bears in yards consecutively, Jay Cutler. You can argue Luckman is the only true franchise quarterback they've ever had. Ed Brown represents their next QB era. He was with Chicago from the start of his career in 1954, lasted until 1961, made a couple Pro Bowls for him, took him to the title game, 39-25-2 record. Brown gave way to Billy Wade. He came over from the Rams. 11-1-2 in 1963, Bears win the NFL title.
They were the monsters of the Midway, the Chicago Bears, the best.
Best buckle up, because Wade didn't last long. Post Ed Brown, their QB carousel is overflowing. 1965 and 66, Rudy Bukic. 67, Jack Concannon. 68 saw a few Larry Rakestraw games. Virgil Carter went 4-1 that year. Carter, Concannon, Bobby Douglas. The following year, team went 1-13.
So they entered the 1969 season hoping to mark their golden anniversary in an old familiar way, with a winning record.
Tied Pittsburgh for the worst record in the NFL. Coin flip time. Steelers win it. Took Terry Bradshaw. Chicago decides to trade the number 2 pick to Green Bay of all teams for 3 players. So on they marched with Concannon and Douglas.
Now that we played singles, we're looking for a nice friendly game of doubles.
Kent Nix, too, in 1971. Let Douglas take over out of that bunch. Douglas's 72 season, overlooked and underrated. Douglas, the first quarterback to ever rush for 900-plus yards in a season.
In 1972, the Bears responded with all-out exciting football for the most part.
His record that year stood until Michael Vick broke it. His 14-game record lasted until 2022, when a fellow Bear finally eclipsed it.
But radical rebuilding in football never is a job that is completed overnight.
That was the only year Douglas ever produced anything like that as a runner. He was supplanted by Gary Huff in 1974, 75, Huff, Douglas, Bob Avellini, all Avellini in 76 and 77, when he and the team finally snapped their playoff drought.
The Bears are in the playoffs! The Bears are in the playoffs! The Bears are in the playoffs!
Avellini threw 11 touchdowns against 18 interceptions that year. So in 78, they threw Mike Phipps out there a few games, Phipps taking Chicago to the postseason in 79, going 9-1.
Michael Elston Phipps took control of Chicago's destiny in dramatic fashion.
Phipps was riding the Walter Payton train, though. Vince Evans rode it too in 1980 and 81, a year they went 6-10. They ended up with the 5th pick in the draft, which they used on a kid from BYU, 1982 to 1988, a short but tantalizing window in Bears QB history, the Jim McMahon era.
I'm the punky QB known as McMahon. When I hit the turf, I've got no plan.
Mad Mac, by 84, has them in the playoffs, beating Washington in the divisional.
Jim McMahon is unique in what he brings to the game.
Outrageousness!
The McManiac sweetness in the 46 defense, reaching the pinnacle the next year.
There was never a doubt in my mind that we were going to win that game.
It was just a matter of how many points.
McMahon and company were primed to repeat, too. Jersey Jim had gotten hurt early in '86. Mike Tomczak, Steve Fuller filling in. McMahon came back. They were 9-2 heading into a battle with their arch-rival Packers in Week 12. Green Bay's Charles Martin shows up with a hit list written on his towel, McMahon's name on it. Martin body slammed the Bears QB in one of the dirtiest hits in NFL history.
This game is going to get out of hand because the Bears are very mad.
Bears made the playoffs with Doug Flutie at the controls by the time they did. Couldn't win a playoff game with him, though. At one point between 1984 and 1987, McMahon won 25 consecutive starts, including playoffs and the Super Bowl, the longest winning streak by an NFL quarterback in history.
He makes a commitment. We are going to whip you, and I am going to play great, and he does it.
McMahon played 9 games in his final year with the Bears, left on a 7-2 note, and Chicago beat Philadelphia in the divisional round in 1988.
Intercepted by the Bears and returned downfield.
But McMahon was benched in their loss in the conference championship versus San Francisco, had a falling out with their GM that following offseason, 46-15 record as a Bear, an attitude that Bear Down will never forget.
They can copy his style, but they'll never capture his character.
So back to the merry-go-round. They let Tomczak run things in '89. Then Jim Harbaugh, they drafted him in '87, took over in '90, takes them to the playoffs but gets hurt before they get there. So Tomczak was behind the wheel when they beat the Saints in the wild card.
Beating the Saints was expected. And when they did,
Harbaugh got them back to the dance in '91, but couldn't beat Dallas. Harbaugh served 2 more years as starter, got some Peter Tom Willis and Will Ferrer mixed in '92. 1994, the Steve Walsh year, journeyman. Good enough to get them some playoff action, good enough to get them a playoff win. Walsh, a couple touchdowns.
Came in here knowing they could win, and they've got all the confidence in the world right now.
1995, Eric Kramer, 29 TDs, 10 interceptions, a 9-7 record. Felt like they had something.
This is the ticket to great play.
All right, we're here. We're ready.
What they had was a one-hit wonder. They gave Dave Craig the keys in '96 for 12 games. Kramer was hurt. He and Rick Meyer split '97. Kramer, Steve Stenstrom in '98, Shane Matthews, Cade McNown, Jim Miller in '99 and 2000. Mostly Miller in 2001. He went 11-2.
2001, a sleeping giant awoke in Chicago.
But no postseason success. 2002, Miller, Chris Chandler, Henry Burns for a game. 2003, Cordell Stewart, Chris Chandler, Sexy Rexy for 3 games. Rex Grossman, Chad Hutchinson, Craig Krenzel, Jonathan Quinn the next year. Then along came Kyle Orton, 10-5 as a starter in 2005, guided them to the playoffs that year.
You got yourself a touchdown, baby. Fade to black.
Orton gave way to Grossman the following year. Rex, 13-3 record, beat Seattle in the divisional, then Drew Brees in the conference championship.
By Hollis Thomas throws down the left field. Oh! Buried inside the 5. Goal line. Touchdown.
Lost to Indianapolis in the Super Bowl, lost the starter's job the following year. Brian Griese entered the fray. They went back to Orton for a year. Enough is enough, though. Pulled the trigger on a huge trade.
JB, how's my hair look?
I don't know about that gel product.
Yeah, it's Josh's. I forgot mine. Obviously, he's an off-brand.
Jay Cutler was supposed to be the face of the franchise. He does lead all Chicago passers in yards and by a wide margin. He won a playoff game against the Seahawks in 2010, 270-plus yards, a couple of TDs in that victory.
What runs through your mind when you throw a pass like that?
You know, it's a window. I know I'm going to fit it in there. I've never questioned it, and I never will.
And then came the Caleb Haney playoff game. Cutler gets hurt versus Green Bay in the championship round. Haney, who had hardly ever played, gave it his all, but they came up short. Questions arising about Cutler after he sat behind the bench the whole time, rather than trying to help the young Haney.
Just doesn't give it.
Thank you. Gotcha.
Cutler's Bears years, 2009 to 2016, 154 TDs against 109 interceptions in Chicago, a 51-51 record. 2016, Cutler's last year in the Windy City, Matt Barkley, Brian Hoyer mixed into his final year. The team went 3-13, decided to swing big in the draft.
The foundation is set. Let the show begin.
Mitch Trubisky, one good-looking year in Chicago, 24 touchdowns, 12 INTs in 2018.
10 seconds left. Hearts are pounding at Soldier Field.
They made the playoffs but got double doinked. Trubisky wasn't terrible in 2019 or 2020. They went back to the playoffs in 20, had Nick Foles in there too, but Trubisky wasn't really playing franchise quarterback football, so they go big in the draft again.
Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Justin Fields set the 14-game mark for rush yards in a season by a quarterback, second most in a season period.
Fields was going to do something with it, but it was not this.
But his legs weren't winning him games. They bailed on Fields after the 2023 season, in part because they ended up with the number 1 pick in the 2024 draft, which they hope bore what will become their second great QB era. Cincinnati football in the NFL hit the scene in 1968. First QB to ever take a snap for the Bengals, Dewey Warren.
And rookie Dewey Warren, the Swamp Rat.
Dewey didn't win a single game in 4 tries. Bengals only won 3 all year. John Stofa won 2, lost 5. Sam Weish, eventual Cincinnati head coach, 1-2 that year. Bengals used the 5th overall pick on Greg Cook. He led the NFL in rating as a rookie, led the league in yards per attempt and yards per completion.
He's the quarterback of the future, and he makes the Bengals the team of the future.
And then he got hurt for 2 years, then played a single game before retiring in 1973. When he went down in 1970, they turned to Virgil Carter, one of the most important QBs to ever suit up. He was the first to run the Bill Walsh West Coast offense. Cincinnati made the playoffs.
Season's final game brought the Bengals the championship of the AFC's Central Division.
Bengals weren't content though. They draft Ken Anderson that season. They stick with Carter in 71. He led the league in completion percentage, but Anderson was seeing a lot of playing time. By 72, the job was his, and with that, the first Cincinnati QB era began.
Anderson got his first start against the Miami Dolphins and showed he had no fear of the big time as he pumped the touchdown pass to Bob Trumpy, number 84.
Anderson drove the Bengals bus from 1972 to 1984. He made the Pro Bowl 4 times. 48! Anderson had a winning record every year from 72 to 77, postseason appearances in 73 and 75. 1978 to 1980 were rough. Shout out to John Reeves, 4 games of fill-in work in 1978, and to Jack Thompson, 4 games as the backup in 80. Then came the 1981 season, the peak of Anderson's tenure. 12-4 record, make it to the Super Bowl. Anderson came oh so close to winning it all. They made the playoffs again in 1982. Strike-shortened year, lost to the Jets in the wild card. 83 and 84 would spell the end of Anderson's run. He had losing records each year. 91 and 81 when he hung them up. 197 TDs against 160 INTs, one of Cincinnati's all-timers. Bengals didn't have to wait long for another good one. Turk Schonert backed Anderson up in 83 and 84, but Anderson would pass the baton off to a kid named Boomer, who they picked in the second round of the 84 draft. Esiason got 4 games in as a rook, went 3-1. He was off and running.
Boomer running around to the right. Let's throws into the end zone to Anthony Munoz. Touchdown.
Esiason, the man in 85, his run as a primary starter, 85 to 92. He threw 27 TDs against 12 INTs in his first full year. 3 Pro Bowl showings as a Bengal, MVP of the league once, 1988, led the league in rating, 28 touchdowns, took the team back to the last dance.
All right, got another chance now, baby. Yes, we do.
Like Anderson, lost a heartbreaker to Joe Montana and the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
And that's it. The game is over. San Francisco has won Super Bowl 23.
And like Anderson, made it back to the postseason in the aftermath. 89, he went 7-8. Team missed the playoffs, but in 90, they made it to the divisional round, beating Houston in the wild card. Team went 3-13 the following year, though, 5-11 in 92. Boomer's time was up. He returned in 97 for one last hurrah, 13 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions in 7 games, 4-1 record, which allowed him to finish his Cincy career a winner. 62-61 record with the Bengals, 187 touchdowns against 131 interceptions. Rewind back to 91 after going 3-13, they used the 6th pick on David Klingler, hoping for another seamless handoff. 1993, it was his show to direct, 6 touchdowns against 9 interceptions, a 3-10 record. 0-7 in 94, so Klingler's show was a flop. They turned to Jeff Blake. Blake started the majority of games for the Bengals from 1994 to 1999, save 1988. He made the Pro Bowl for them in 95, 28 touchdowns against 17 interceptions.
Game has been a highlight.
Never once a winning record, though. 25-41 record when he departed. That 98 season, by the way, the year of Paul Justin and Neil O'Donnell, 3-13 record. Set them up with the 3rd overall pick, which they used on Oregon Duck Akili Smith. Smith, one of the biggest draft busts ever. 4-year career, 11 starts in 2000, 3 TDs, 6 INTs. They benched him for Scott Mitchell that year, brought in John Kitna in 01. He was their guy for 3 years, not much winning. 2003 draft, time to take another swing for the fences. 1st overall pick, welcome to the show, Carson Palmer.
With the first choice in the 2003 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Carson Palmer.
He's probably one of the most talented pure passers in all of pro football.
The Carson years, 2004 to 2010. Palmer made the Pro Bowl twice in stripes, 2 winning seasons, 2005, 11-5. Bengals were a threat, ready to take down their arch rival in the postseason, and then the hit.
Palmer injured on only the 2nd snap.
Palmer battled back, made the Pro Bowl the very next year, 28 touchdowns, over 250 yards per game. Team just never reclaimed the magic. 2008, Palmer hurt again, only 4 games, so Ryan Fitzpatrick fills in. Yeah, one of his 9 stops. 2009, back to the playoffs, Palmer 21 touchdowns. Lost to the Jets in the 1st round, big drop-off in 2010, so Palmer's time was up. 46-51 record, 154 touchdowns, 100 INTs, one of their great what-ifs.
I think he's 10th in this all time and 11th in that and 13th in this all time. But I think if you rounded up 100 of his teammates, they'd have him the number 1 greatest teammate they've ever had.
Once again, though, the bridge to the next era, short as can be. It was time to take a shot with the Red Rifle.
The Red Rifle?
Great sign.
Andy Dalton led Cincinnati's offense from 2011 to 2019, made the Pro Bowl as a rookie, threw 20 TDs, team went 9-7, made the playoffs.
Way to go, guys. Way to go.
More wins than losses for Dalton and the team in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 15, all playoff years.
Yes, sir!
5 straight postseason trips, 0 postseason wins. Then regression. Next 3 years, team finished under 500. Dalton, though, wasn't bad.
Inches up in the pocket, throws, caught by Boyd, the 10, the 5, touchdown!
2016, he throws 18 touchdowns against just 8 INTs. 17, a 7-9 record. Dalton, 25 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 18, 21 and 11 TD to INT ratio for Dalton.
Push through this, guys.
Only head coach he'd known, fired ahead of 2019, Dalton's last season. His play faded under new head coach Zach Taylor. He went 70, 61 and 2 in his 9-year Cincinnati career, 204 touchdowns, 118 interceptions. Bengals went 2-14 in Dalton's final season. Cincinnati held the 1st overall pick again in the draft.
With the 1st pick in the 2020 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback, LSU.
Joe Burrow, the Jungle's latest great hope, took the team to the playoffs in his 2nd and 3rd years on the job, 34 touchdowns in 2021, and another trip to the biggest game of all.
I'm Joe. Nice to meet you, brother. I love watching you grow up.
Burrow now scrambling, fires deep downfield for Higgins, catches the ball, a 75-yard touchdown!
Let's go!
Burrow threw 35 touchdowns the next year, took Cincinnati to the doorstep again.
We'll see y'all in Burrowhead. Yeah, baby.
He sits in the same boat as Boomer and Anderson. Question is, will he find a way to get out and finish what they could not?
Joe Burrow put on a show. I mean, whew, in front of the whole world.
Yeah!
It do not get any better than this. Let's go!
Bob Broadhead and Tommy O'Connell. Those were the two quarterbacks to play in the first ever Buffalo Bills game in 1960. It took a few seasons for a quarterback to stick in Buffalo. Richie Lucas, Johnny Green, MC Reynolds, Warren Rabb, Al Doro, and finally in 1962, through pure luck, they landed Jack Kemp.
Final piece of the playoff puzzle was quarterback Jack Kemp, who directed the Bills' offense with imagination and daring.
Kemp was coming off a Pro Bowl season with the Chargers. He got hurt and they put him on waivers hoping no one would notice. Buffalo did, snatched him up. Kemp was a Bill from 1962 to 1969 when he retired. Pro Bowler from 63 to 66 and 69, even though he was throwing more INTs than touchdowns. He also was adept as a runner, though, won it all in 64 and 65, beating his old team each time.
We had a good team. For me personally, it was a chance to play against the old Chargers, the team from which I had come.
Down years in 67 and 69, and then Kemp bowed out for a political career, 43, 31, and 3 in his 7 years in Buffalo.
You could just see the emotion and the passion and the credibility of the Buffalo Bills come together at that point.
Kemp missed the 1968 season with an injury. Dan Dara, Ed Rutkowski, Kay Stevenson, Tom Flores only won one game.
Bill's offense never reached full strength, and they were hardest hit at quarterback.
1970, 71, and 72, Dennis Shaw, the starter. Team wasn't good, set things up for the arrival of Joe Ferguson.
Ferguson kept his wits about him, hitched up his britches, straightened his helmet, and drove the Bills to within field goal range.
Third-round draft pick in the 1973 draft, Ferguson represents the Bills' first real QB era, 1973 to 1984, led the league in touchdowns in 75 with 25.
Ferguson rolling out, looking, throws toward the end zone, hit it, out!
Ferguson took Buffalo to the playoffs in 74, 80, beat the Jets in the wild card in 81. Ferguson 2 TD passes in the win.
That's a touchdown to Frank Lewis, and the Bills go ahead 23-0.
4 INTs in that game, too. In 1984, he goes 1-10. He wrapped up his 12-year Buffalo stint with a 77-86 record, 181 TDs, 190 interceptions, still in their Hall of Good.
Back in the pocket, looking, there's the Hail Mary, headed for the end zone, and it is caught for a touchdown! Caught for a touchdown! I don't believe it!
Remember Joe Dufik? He got 5 starts in 84. Buffalo only won 2 games. Had used the 14th pick in the first round in 1983 on Jim Kelly.
One of the best decisions I ever made in my life was becoming a Buffalo Bill in 1986.
So Kelly doesn't show up until the USFL folds, so his rookie year, 1986. 1985 split between Vince Ferragamo and Bruce Matheson, who only won 2 games, so the Bills were racking up talent. Kelly only won 4 games in 86, 6 in 87, and then all the talent started to come together. Kelly running the K-Gun offense takes them back to the playoffs in 88 and 89. Kelly then went on a run no quarterback has ever pulled off. 4 consecutive trips to the Super Bowl. Kelly, a Pro Bowler in 3 of the 4 seasons, led the NFL in TD passes in 1991, was named first team All-Pro.
Look at Billy! Dropping back, looking, he throws to the end zone, Brooks, touchdown!
Of course, Kelly never raised the Lombardi. Kelly retired after the 96 season, Hall of Famer, a 101-59 record, 237 touchdowns, 175 interceptions, Bills icon. Kelly's last season saw Todd Collins get 3 games in, who they continued with the next year. Alex Van Pelt, his backup, he started 3 games. And then came the Doug Flutie years. 1998, Flutie going 7-3, 20 touchdowns, 11 picks. In 99, a 10-5 record. Good enough for a playoff spot both years. Rob Johnson was his backup during that time, eventually won the starting nod. He started 11 times in 2000 when Flutie got hurt. Johnson, for 8 games in 2001, went 1-7. So how about Alex Van Pelt, 2-6?
Van Pelt, the throw down the left side, and it is blocked. A beautiful throw by Alex Van Pelt.
Bills decided to hit the free agent market, landed Drew Bledsoe.
Buffalo's going to the Super Bowl!
Didn't pan out. 3 years, 23-25 record. Next up, Kelly Holcomb and J.P. Lossman in 2005. All Lossman in 06, half of 07. Trent Edwards starting 9 games, and then running the show in 2008 and half of 09. He wasn't the answer. They thought Fitzmagic might be. Buffalo was stop number 3 of Ryan Fitzpatrick's career. Their starter from 2010 to 12 weren't very magical years in the end.
You get strong in here, you got a chance to win a bunch of football games.
2013, E.J. Manuel, Thaddeus Lewis, Jeff Toole. 2014, Manuel and a heavy helping of Kyle Orton. 2015, 16, and 17, their Tyrod Taylor run. He ran them into the postseason in that final year.
I just want them to win, lead the team. That's what we want them to do. All you got to do is play and lead the team to win.
You're our leader. Let's finish. Go do it.
And then finally, in 2018, the arrival of Josh Allen.
Quarterback, Wyoming.
His rookie year, 5-6. Cameos by Derek Anderson, Nathan Peterman, Matt Barkley started to click for Allen in 2019. 10-6, playoff berth, 20 touchdowns, only 9 picks.
Let's go! Let's go!
Then Allen's play ripened. Conference championship appearances in 2020 and 24, divisional round from 21 through 23. Allen, 28-plus TD passes 2020 to 2024, 6-plus rushing touchdowns every year in the league, just waiting to check that one last box.
Man. I just need everything you got. That's it. Give it to me. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Orange Crush football hit the scene in 1960 as part of the AFL. Actually, it was a brown and yellow crush at the start, Denver Broncos' original colors.
Denver Broncos set out to challenge the NFL.
Their original QB, Frank Tripucka, who was tossing the pigskin in the CFL when he made the jump back to the States, made the Pro Bowl for the Broncos in 1962. Tripucka's stay in Denver only lasted 3 years. Broncos didn't have any winning seasons with Frank, wouldn't have any for the first 13 years of the franchise's existence. In turn, their QB sitch was very unsettled. 1963, Denver ran with Mickey Slaughter and John McCormick. 64, it was Slaughter and Jackie Lee. 65, Slaughter and McCormick again. 66, McCormick and Max Sheboygan. 67, finally a season with no split. It was the year of Steve Tensi.
Quarterback Steve Tensi was afforded those extra precious seconds of safety that allowed him to complete almost every pass he threw.
Who went 3-9, took more sacks than any QB in the league. Tensi would get hurt in 68. Denver used 4 guys that year. One of them, Marlon Briscoe, who started 5 games for them. Briscoe, the first African-American to start at QB for a modern pro team.
The impact was that I proved that a black man could think, throw, and lead on a National Football League level.
Tensi, though, was their starter, so they went back to him for the 69 season. He ended up throwing 38 TDs against 45 INTs as a Bronco, which for that era isn't too bad.
38-yard pass from Steve Tensi to Billy Van Heusen, number 42.
Still, Broncos needed more, needed someone to make them a winner. 1970, 3 different guys took snaps. Pete Liskey took the most that year, and while Denver finished under 500, Liskey went 5-4 in his starts.
There was something special about Bronco football in 1970.
Liskey didn't stick, though, so more timeshare action for another few years. 1971, it was Steve Ramsey and Don Horn. 72, Ramsey and Charlie Johnson, who actually held down the starting gig for Denver for most of 72, all of 73 and 74, which were the first 2 years the Broncos finished over 500 in franchise history.
And given the opportunity to start, Johnson summoned up all his powers.
Denver went 7-5-2 and 6-5-1 with the vet at QB those 2 years. Johnson was a longtime journeyman though. He gave them 6 games in 75 and then he was done. They went back to Ramsey that season and let him lead things nearly all of 1976 too. They went 7-5 with him, Ramsey going 14-17 as a starter in his time in Colorado. Broncos finished 9-5 overall in 76, but change came in 77 anyway. New head coach, and with him,
the veteran quarterback developed a new image.
Finally, the first mini golden age of Denver quarterbacks, 1977 to 1981, Broncos fans enjoying 5 years of vet Craig Morton. Morton came to Denver via the New York Giants. He joined the Crush at age 34. What a debut he made. Broncos went 12-2 that year, went to their first Super Bowl.
Get down, Denver. Going to the Super Bowl. We're all going to the Super Bowl. Hey, New Orleans, here we come.
Morton was the first QB to start a Super Bowl for 2 different teams, did so for Dallas prior. That year would be the peak of the Morton mountaintop as a team, but Morton still led them to the playoffs 2 more seasons in a row. Morton's best individual showing, his last full year as starter, 1981, Morton went 41-23 for Denver, 3rd most wins of any QB in franchise history, more TD passes than INTs for them too. Wasn't easy to do in that era. Morton hung him up in 82, gave him 3 more games, had to free up that number 7 jersey for the season to come. Steve DeBerg started most of their games in 82, didn't do much. Broncos went 2-7 that year, but the draft to come would alter the franchise for decades to come. Who knew guard Chris Hinton was that good? Chris Hinton, QB Mark Herman, and the Broncos' first pick in the 1984 draft for one John Elway.
Quarterback John Elway of Stanford.
Guess the Broncos did okay in that trade. 1983 to 1998, the Elway era, none finer in the Mile High City. Rookie year was interrupted by injury, so DeBerg saw some more action that year and went 4-1 as starter. Elway lost more games than he won as a rookie, and he threw 14 INTs against 7 touchdowns. Still, Denver made the playoffs that year. Team and Elway only got better. Elway showed why he was worth the number 1 pick that next season. 1984 leads Denver to a 13-3 record, another playoff berth.
Enjoying his finest day as a pro, Elway threw 5 touchdown passes to lead the Broncos to a 42-21 victory.
Broncos went 11-5 in 85, but failed to make the postseason. No matter, Elway was just getting started. Took Denver to the promised land in 86 and 87, his MVP year, and in 89.
To the 35, and he's throwing it up the far side. Natil is open. Ball coming. Natil catches it for a touchdown.
Broncos, of course, unable to secure its first Lombardi. Good things come to those who wait, though, right? New decade didn't start well, though, for 7. 5-11 record in 1990, but back to elite in 91, made it to the AFC title game. 92 saw Elway get hurt, Broncos fans getting a taste of Tommy Maddox that season. Almost felt like the journey was coming to an end. 1993, 94, 95, team was 500. Elway still had something left in the tank though, and so began one of the most epic swan songs the game has ever seen. 96 to 98, Elway makes the Pro Bowl 3 times. He goes 13-2, 12-4, 10-2 down the stretch of his career, and finally, he and the Broncos organization finally get over the hump, not just once.
Denver's gonna win it! Oh, baby, they're gonna win this thing! Are you kidding me? You can stand up and salute in Denver!
But twice, Elway leaving the game a back-to-back champion. Final years were all strong too. No fade as he was going out.
Back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
Odd, Elway never named first-team All-Pro once. No matter, one of the greatest scramblers ever, Hall of Famer, 9-time Pro Bowler, MVP, Super Bowl MVP, 148 wins against 82 losses, 300 TDs on the nose. No Elway in 99, big drop-off, not a big shock. Brian Greasy, 4-9 as a starter that year. Shoes were too big to fill at first, but hey, 2000, Greasy was a Pro Bowler, went 7-3 in his start, starts, 19 touchdowns, only 4 picks. 2001 to 2002, Greasy was okay, just not dazzling. He went 27-24 in orange, 71 touchdowns, 53 INTs. Broncos then handed the keys over to the Snake. Jake Plummer made a splash after slithering around in Arizona to start his career. 9-2 in year 1 with Denver, 10-6 in 2004, made the Pro Bowl in 2005. Broncos went 13-3. Denver made it to the conference championship game before bowing out to Pittsburgh. Plummer put in one more year in Denver 2006, didn't make it through the year though, got benched for Jay Cutler. Cutler's Denver stay lasted just 2.5 years. He wasn't bad, but the team was mediocre. They shipped him to Chicago in 2009 for Kyle Orton, 2 firsts and a 3rd-round pick. Orton wasn't bad that year, 21 TDs, 12 interceptions. Team was still middle of the pack. Orton went 3-10 in 2010, started 1-4 in 2011. So that was enough of that. It was time for some Tebow mania.
Tebow throwing long to the near side for Eric Decker. He's got him over the shoulder. 10-5 touchdown. Tebow puts it on the money.
The second completion of the game.
Still one of the most magical runs we've ever seen. Tim Tebow comes on. Broncos win 7 of their next 8, and in some of the most unlikely ways you'll ever see.
2-point conversion for the tie. Fakes, keeps the ball. Tim Tebow to the end zone, and we are tied at 29.
After the crazy run, 3 straight losses, but they were in the playoffs, one last chance for another Tebow miracle.
Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
Tebow never got a chance to build on it, though. Elway, now calling the shots from his suite, had a chance to trade for a future Hall of Famer. Top 3 or top 5 guy to ever play, depending on who you ask. The Sheriff arrived in Denver in 2012. Peyton Manning guides him to a 13-3 record right out of the gate. Ravens got in his way in the playoffs that year. 2013, Manning goes Madden video game on the league, 55 TD passes, most ever in a single season.
Peyton Manning's 4th touchdown pass. He's got 55 on the season, and Peyton Manning has just passed Drew Brees for the single-season NFL record, the most passing yards ever in NFL history.
And the Broncos made it to the Super Bowl, fell apart, so back at it again in 2014. Peyton's still on top of his game with 39 TD passes. His old team gets the better of him in the postseason. Father Time was catching up, too. 2015, he even landed on the bench for a spell.
We gotta do our jobs better, right? It's the killer instinct to pound it into the end zone down there.
Brock Osweiler took over, and Manning and their defense finishing the job this time. Manning, like Elway, riding off into the sunset with the crown.
Elway had his own quarterback riding into the sunset.
So, back to the QB drawing board. Trevor Siemian in 2016, 18 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 8-6 record. A little bit of Paxton Lynch sprinkled in, too. Following year, another scoop of Lynch and Siemian with some Osweiler, who came back after a failed run in Houston. 2018, journeyman Case Keenum's turn. 2019, Joe Flacco, Drew Lock, Brandon Allen. 2020, mostly Lock, just wasn't working out. Denver tried Teddy Bridgewater out in 2021, and then made another big QB trade. Worked with Manning and Elway, right? Russell Wilson age in Denver began in 2022, and it did not begin smooth. Wilson and the team went 5-12. Broncos brought in Sean Payton to help Russ out. Season ended with Wilson on the bench. Wilson's stay was over. 2024, Denver drafts Bo Nix in the first round, and he exceeded expectations. Playoff berth in year 1, 12 interceptions against 29 touchdowns.
32-yard touchdown pass on 3rd down and 2.
He ran 4 in, too, providing hope in the mile-high air that a new reign is about to take hold.
Pirouettes and rolls into the end zone.
It has been dubbed the most hazardous position in professional sports, believed to be cursed, haunted even. The Cleveland Browns quarterback, one of the most infamous tales in NFL lore.
Come on, don't do that.
Only Bear Down fans understanding the plight of the dog pound, feeling like they can't find their way out of the quarterback shadowlands. But the truth is, it didn't start out dark in Cleveland. Their QB history is a tale of 2 centuries, much like its franchises. In fact, the first quarterback era in Browns history is one of the brightest in NFL history.
I'm glad you're going to meet our boys. I'm very proud of them.
The Cleveland Browns dynasty. It doesn't get talked about much, but it was very real. The only dynasty you can compare to New England's modern-day 2-decade run. One could argue the Browns dynasty ran from 46 through the early 70s. Head coach Paul Brown at the center of it in its early days, along with quarterback legend Otto Graham.
Another touchdown.
Graham, the very first QB in franchise history, and outside of Tom Brady, no quarterback in the NFL has ever won like Otto did.
Graham was an ideal role model for the youth of his day, but when he laced up his cleats, he was hardly a goody two-shoes.
Otto the Great, Mr. Quarterback, call him what you like. Automatic Otto, he was an automatic Hall of Famer when he was done. Browns were birthed in 1946, started out playing in the AAFC. Graham and the Browns dominated. They joined the NFL in 1950. Dominance didn't stop. Graham's record in his 6 NFL years: 10-2, 11-1, 8-4, 10-1, 9-3, 9-2-1, a 57-13-1 record. He won 81% of his games. Not even TB12 has a higher win rate.
No man ever took a team into the final game of the season as many times as he did.
Between the AAFC and the NFL, Otto took the Browns to every single championship game between 1946 and 1955, winning 7 of them. Won back-to-back NFL titles in 54 and 55 and walked off into the sunset a champ.
Winning made Otto Graham the greatest quarterback to ever answer the call to arms.
That wasn't Cleveland's last title, though. After a down year in 56, they made the title game in 57 with Tommy O'Connell behind center. Milt Plum took over in 58, playoff year. He was good for them for a few years. Last NFL title Cleveland won, 1964, led by Frank Ryan, who led the NFL with 25 TD passes.
Ryan finds Collins as free as a bird. Nobody is stopping the Browns.
The Browns' successful run wasn't over, though. Ryan had him back in the championship in 65 under Blanton Collier. The legendary Brown was fired. They were a playoff team in 67. Ryan's still at the controls. He doesn't get a lot of pub. He wore the orange from 62 to 68, 52, 22-2 record, 134 TDs against 88 interceptions.
To an unbelievable game. The Browns have accomplished what the experts said could not be done.
Ryan gave way to Bill Nelson, who went 9-2 in his first year as Cleveland starter, took them to the championship game in 68.
Confident Bill Nelson and an aroused Cleveland team regained its pride.
We're going to score some goals.
Another championship showing in 69. See what I mean? Browns were NFL elite for a long time.
And Bill Nelson has proved he is a winner.
Nelson and company made it to the 1971 divisional round. That was Nelson's last year as starter. 34-16-1 with the Browns. Kept the run of good QBing going.
But no one can be spared the hazards of pro football, and Bill Nelson took the punishment of his profession.
Browns were still a playoff team in 72. New quarterback Mike Phipps, 10-3 that year, more interceptions than TDs and even more interceptions in 73, and their record started to slip.
A decline in offense was expected, but no one was prepared for the disaster that followed.
Phipps lasted a few more years. Last year as primary starter in 75, Phipps went 24-25-2 for the Browns, handed things off to Brian Sipe.
Backup Brian Sipe entered the fray and was sensational in relief.
The Brian Sipe era began in earnest in 1976, lasted through 83. Sipe 10 years in the league, all with the Browns, 57-55 record, few more TDs than interceptions. 1979 and 1980 his peak years. He led the NFL in rating in 1980, 30 TD passes. Browns returned to the postseason. Sipe NFL MVP.
There's a closeness of knowing that we've been able to do something a little bit special.
Shout out to Dave Mays. He filled in for Sipe in 1977 when he got hurt, and there was the strike year in 1982. Sipe got hurt then as well, but Cleveland still made the playoffs with Paul McDonald.
Paul McDonald, 9 years younger, the heir apparent.
McDonald's the one who took over for Sipe in the end. He wasn't the answer. Team was 5-11 in '84, landed the first pick in the supplemental draft amid all kinds of controversy, and selected Bernie Kosar.
Didn't expect quite a turnout here.
Kosar age in Cleveland, 1985 to 1992. Looked like it was going to be great. In his rookie year, Cleveland started out with Gary Danielson, but he gets hurt. Browns squeak into the playoffs with an 8-8 record.
I know talent when I see it. I haven't spent much time talking to you about it because I can't do anything to help you. You're going to do it yourself. I'm excited for you.
Kosar's Brown run, one of the most exciting and painful any Cleveland fan has ever endured. Kosar and the team knocked on Super Bowl's door 3 times. The franchise was back in the thick of it.
You may have just seen the straw that broke the Broncos' back.
We are gonna win!
But yes, Kosar and company would also lose to John Elway and the Broncos 3 times in the postseason. In that span, Kosar, the quarterback, on the losing side of the drive and the fumble. The loss they took in '89 sent Kosar and the team into a tumble. 1990, Kosar went 3-10. 91, 6-10. 92 was last year as a Brownie. 53, 51-1, 81 interceptions stacked against 116 TDs, and one of the great what-ifs in Cleveland lore.
Then, inexplicably, began one of the bleakest and most barren periods in the history of the Browns.
Okay, time to buckle up. Kosar led the team in passing 7 straight years. Not one Browns signal caller has led the team in passing for 5 ever since. First up, Mike Tomczak.
Huh? Who are the quarterbacks here? Francis and Tomczak.
Someday in the NFL. It's great to be employed.
Browns were held scoreless, a bitter pill to take.
1993, Kosar for just 6 games, Todd Philcox for 4, Vinny Testaverde for 6, Vinny again in '94, and he wasn't bad either, got him to the postseason, beat the Drew Bledsoe Patriots.
Testaverde's playoff debut was vindication for Vinny.
Testaverde couldn't keep up the momentum, was at the helm in '95 when things really went dark for Cleveland football.
Not going to be enough to keep Art Modell in Cleveland.
26 years season ticket holder. I'm going to cut my seat out. Go Browns.
When the lights came back on, it was 1999. Browns thought they had their new savior.
What a scene here at Cleveland Stadium.
You're up next.
Tim Couch, number 1 pick, 2-12 in his first year, 2-5 in year 2, gets hurt and only plays 7 games. Doug Peterson put in 8, not good ones.
Cleveland Browns were hoping their offense could learn a new trick last week, scoring.
Couch back in the saddle in 01, makes some ground. Team made some ground anyway, went 7-9 at least. Turned a corner in 2002 with Couch, made the playoffs. He was Mr. Comeback King, winning 3 games that they trailed in the 4th quarter.
A little Houdini for Tim Couch.
Tim was still throwing a lot of INTs though, his legacy in the end, tied to being one of the greatest draft busts ever.
The Browns' last gasp had fallen short.
And from here it gets messy. Here we go. These are the guys that started at least 1 game for them between 2003 and 2018. Couch, Kelly Holcomb, Jeff Garcia, Luke McCown, Trent Dilfer, Charlie Fry, Derek Anderson, Colt McCoy, Brady Quinn, Ken Dorsey, Bruce Gradkowski, Jake Delhomme, Seneca Wallace, Brandon Whedon, Thad Lewis, Jason Campbell, Brian Hoyer, Connor Shaw, and of course Money Manziel.
Sometimes Johnny be good, and sometimes Johnny be bad.
Johnny Manziel wasn't the answer either though. Josh McCown, Austin Davis, Cody Kessler, RG3, Deshaun Kaiser, Kevin Hogan. Just 1 winning season among them, not 1 playoff appearance. So, time to use another number 1 on a QB.
Don't be scared.
Touchdown, 1 play and a strike. And Mayfield ties the rookie touchdown pass record.
I woke up feeling dangerous.
2018, Baker Mayfield takes over, throws 27 touchdowns as a rookie. Finally, Cleveland had its guy. Except he suffers the dreaded sophomore slump in 2019. No matter, rebounds in 2020, team makes the playoffs. Baker, 26 TDs, only 8 INTs.
Cleveland Browns have made it into the playoffs for the first time in 18 long years.
But he ping-pongs again, has a down year in 2021. Cleveland cuts bait, maybe prematurely, but they thought they had found their true franchise quarterback and went all in on that belief.
throws to the end zone. It's picked off.
Browns hand over the house for Deshaun Watson, only plays 6 games in 2022. Jacoby Brissett fills in, only plays 6 games in 2023. Committee approach: Dorian Thompson-Robinson, PJ Walker, Jeff Driscoll, and Joe Flacco, who leads them to the playoffs.
Flacco picked off again.
Watson the starter again in 2024. His play for the Browns a far cry compared to what it was like for the Texans. The Cleveland curse apparently still alive and well.
15 men and a dead man's chest. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Drink and the devil have done for the rest. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, born in 1976. How about kicking things off with a famous college coach? Yeah, that's Steve Spurrier. They didn't win a single game that season.
I've seen bad football teams. This is the worst I've ever seen.
Buck sophomore campaign, Spurrier out, Randy Hedberg, Jeb Blunt, Gary Huff in. Huff, the first QB to win a game in Tampa Bay history.
And Huff is going to throw it again, close it out, corner of the end zone, touchdown! You're seeing pro football history as the young, aggressive Tampa Bay Buccaneers have their first victory.
That gets us to our first Tampa QB era, the Doug Williams era, 1978 to 1982, had an even Steven record of 33-33-1 with the Creamsicles, but led them to their first playoff appearance and win.
Gary's rolling. Here it comes.
Roll out. Throws. Touchdown. Touchdown to Jimmy Giles at tight end. And look at Doug Williams. He'll be the youngest quarterback, only the first quarterback with 2 years experience to go into a championship game. Who says young quarterbacks can't win?
Williams had an over 500 record 3 of his 5 years. Contract dispute brought his run there to a close. This might be considered Homer Simpson dope number 1. Without him in 1983, it was Jack Thompson's turn. The 2-11 record he posted is why many have forgotten him.
It's picked off at the 21-yard line, and the Bucs have turned it over for the second time in a row.
1984 and 85, Steve DeBerg's turn, 6-18 over those 2 seasons, so they tried a different Steve. This is dope number 2. Last name Young. Steve goes 2-12 in 1986.
Going for Carter, and it's picked off. And simply, that pass was just too short.
Patience wasn't a virtue for the Bucs, so off he went to San Francisco. That opened the door for the Vinny Testaverde years. 1987 to 1992, no winning records.
Testaverde gets rid of it quick, looking for Bruce Hill, and it's intercepted. Vinny Testaverde is just looking at a zone defense, throws it up, it's overthrown.
They tried Craig Erickson for a couple of years, same results.
Craig Erickson scrambles, but he's picked off by Darren Harrington.
I don't have anybody to throw to. Eat the football, take the sack, line up for the next play. Craig Erickson still learning that lesson.
That ushered in the Trent Dilfer term, 1994 to 1999, made the Pro Bowl in 97, led them to a playoff win.
Dilfer back to throw. Touchdown. Boy, did Trent Dilfer drill that into Horace Copeland. Tampa Bay's first playoff win since December of 1979.
Dilfer put up a 500 record with Tampa Bay. His 38 wins, the most in franchise history as of 2025, but lost his job to Sean King in 1999. King was behind the wheel for their playoff win over Washington that year.
Play fake and King touchdown to John Davis, the tight end. What a phenomenal play by the rookie, Sean King.
He took them to another playoff game the next year, too. But before he could reach the top of the mountain, he gets replaced. Hello, Brad Johnson. Hello, Super Bowl win number 1.
And Johnson to the outside, caught by McCardell.
Brad Johnson was perfect there.
Spread out along the tree trunk, and the pass is caught by McCardell. Touchdown. From 0-26 to Super Bowl champions.
Johnson QB'd the Bucs from 2001 to 2004. This is where it starts to get real messy. Brian Griese was in on the action from 2004 to 2005.
Griese looking that way. Intercepted by Holt.
Chris Sims was in there in 2005 and 6.
From their own 20 and 6, passes picked off.
2006 was mostly the year of the grad. Bruce Gradkowski, he wasn't as good as some of the other Kowskis we've seen.
Another play action fake, and Gradkowski for Galloway. Stepping in front is Williams.
Jeff Garcia shows up in 2007, made the Pro Bowl, took him to the playoffs.
Garcia dropping the throw, looking fine, caught, touchdown, Alex Smith, touchdown Tampa Bay. Is it too little, too late?
Had a plus 500 record with them, wasn't enough. 2009, it was the committee. Byron Leftwich, Josh Johnson, Josh Freeman. Freeman is the only one to win any games.
Big opportunity for Josh Freeman, and the Bucs, and the pass is caught in for the touchdown, Kequan Underwood.
Freeman holds the job down into 2013. That's when Mike Glennon rolled in. He rolled out soon after. Josh McCown took his place, goes 1-10 in 2014.
Ball comes out of McCown's hand, and then he throws it, it's intercepted.
This is just a bad decision.
That set up one of the greatest NFL roller coaster rides any fan has ever been on. Time for some famous Jameis, made the Pro Bowl as a rookie.
Winston fade round to the far side of the field. Caught ball inbounds. Is he inbounds? Yes, he is. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
His reign lasts from 2015 to 2019. Over those 5 years, he racks up more yards and TD passes than any Buccaneer ever, and more INTs than management could stomach.
Throws intercepted, Deion Jones, and the ball game is over.
And that's 30 picks for our boy Winston.
What happened next? The GOATness age.
Looking, throws toward the end zone. Caught ball, touchdown, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
They're too tight. They're too tight. I'll save them for the Super Bowl. How about that?
Tom Brady spent the last 3 years of his career with the Bucs, landed Lombardi in year 1, set the franchise record for TD passes in a season with 43, playoff showings all 3 years as a Buccaneer, handed the reins off to Baker Mayfield in 2023. Mayfield resurrected his career with Tampa, Pro Bowler in 23 and 24, career best 41 TDs in his Tampa year 2.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
Arizona Cardinals, the oldest franchise in NFL history.
Let's make some noise, Cardinals!
Signal callers for the Birds, having thrown passes for them in Chicago, St. Louis, and Arizona over the decades.
New Sheriff down! Let's go, Cards!
The last time they won an NFL title, back in the 40s, Paul Christman, the QB that brought the trophy back to Chicago.
A wonderful passer for that period and not afraid to throw the ball. They were a fun team to watch.
But let's fast forward to 1961 at least, kick their tail off with their Charlie Johnson years.
The offensive line again provides Johnson with crucial seconds.
Johnson was a Cardinal from 1961 to 69, primary starter 62 to 66 and most to 69, Pro Bowler in 63 when he threw for 28 TDs. The team went 9-5.
Fakes the pass and takes off up the middle for 11 yards.
St. Louis was a good team with Johnson behind center. He had a winning record in 3 of the 6 years captaining the ship, just never made the playoffs.
And Spears Sonny Randall.
From Johnson, you arrived at the Cardinals' first ever real QB era.
This is the face of the future for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Starring Jim Hart. Hart, an undrafted free agent, is one of the most iconic players in the history of the franchise.
In his first full year as a pro, almost led his team to the Century Division Championship.
A Cardinal from 1966 to 1983, leads them in wins, yards, TDs, INTs, basically any stat tied to volume.
Hart wanting to throw deep, has Green open, hits him at the 20, to the 15, to the 10, touchdown!
Hart, though, landed on the bench for a spell. Their new head coach, Bob Holloway, wasn't a fan, so you might remember a little Pete Beathard in 1971.
This 51-yard pass to John Gilliam set up Sid Edwards' 1-yard punt.
Tim Van Gelder and Gary Quazzo in 1972. Gary Keithley, anyone? 1973. Hart's peak years, 74 to 77, made the Pro Bowl each season.
And then Jim Hart iced victory with some sleight of hand.
Won 10-plus games in 74, 75, and 76. Made the playoffs in 74 and 75.
Week after week, St. Louis fortunes dangled on the second hand of the stadium clock. Because of this nerve-wracking habit, the team became nationally known as the Cardiac Card.
just couldn't win in the postseason. Hart's final year as primary starter in 1981, he finished 87, 88, and 5 overall, 209 TDs, 247 INTs, a Cardinals legend.
Here's Hart back to throw, play action pass. Hart wanting to throw deep, has Green open, hits him at the 20, to the 15, to the 10, touchdown!
Hart would hand the keys off to Neil Lomax, who the Cardinals drafted in the second round in the '81 draft.
Even the Cowboys' fabled home winning streak was in jeopardy when rookie quarterback Neil Lomax dazzled Doomsday in his starting debut.
The Lomax era, 1981 to '88, he only wore the Cardinal during his career.
A great call, beautiful job.
First 4 years he had winning records. He made the Pro Bowl in '84, 28 TDs, only 16 INTs.
In 1984, the front wall provided Neil Lomax with enough time to rewrite the Cardinal record book into his own personal biography.
Made another Pro Bowl in '87 too, led the NFL in passing yards.
Lomax on the option to the left side, raises up, throws in zone. Touchdown, they won't.
Lomax never won a playoff game, 8-year career, 47-51-2 record, 46 more touchdowns than interceptions. He is in their Hall of Good.
I think if you ask those 5 guys up front, they think that I am doing an outstanding job at what I do. They realize that I'm playing for the St. Louis Cardinals, not for Neil Lomax.
Cliff Stout did some fill-in work for them in '86 and '88. Sammy Garza, Sean Holleran in '87. First post-Lomax year in '89, Tim Rosenbaugh, Tom Tupa, and Gary Hogeboom, who was the main guy that year. They only won 5 games.
All 3 started games in 1989.
Rosenbaugh took over in '90, 5 wins again. '91, Tupa for 11 games, Stan Gelbaugh for 3, Chris Chandler for 2, 4 wins now. It was getting worse.
No one player emerged to take over and guide the Cardinals.
Chandler went 4-9 in '92, Rosenbaugh 0-3, so another 4-win year.
The journey left behind a trail of bitter disappointment.
Steve Berline came along in '93 and won 6 of the Cardinals' 7 games at least.
Got a bunch of guys. They're going to keep coming no matter what. We've been through a lot the last couple of years, so we're going to keep coming back, and hopefully one of these days we'll get it right.
Bought him 7 more games the next year. Jim McMahon, remember that game? Jay Schrader got in 8 games, went 5-3.
Tell him, hey, Joe, to fire off now.
Tried some Dave Craig in '95. The vet only won 4.
Proved they were built on a fragile foundation.
They seemed sure an old guy would turn them around. 1996, split between Boomer Esiason and Kent Graham.
Graham back to throw. Graham looks into the end zone and throws. It's caught for the touchdown. John Johnson out wide to the right. And there's nobody over there for the Rams. And the throw to him. He's got it. He scores.
And Kid Graham electrifies this crowd.
Graham actually outplayed Boomer, so they rolled with him the next year, only to watch him go 1-5.
He's sacked. He fumbles. The ball is loose. It's still loose.
'97, though, was the season Arizona ushered in the age of the snake.
The Cardinals called upon the one rookie all of Arizona wanted to see.
Jake Plummer, Cardinal from '97 to 2002.
Plummer throws, and the ball's caught by Moore.
6 years in the desert.
23ZN on 1, ready? Come on, Jake, hit it, buddy.
The peak year, 1998. They went 9-7 with Plummer, leading them to their first playoff win in over 50 years. They beat the Triplets in Dallas, no less.
Plummer back to throw. Looks up the middle. Throws it down the middle. It's caught by Sanders. And Sanders makes a one-handed stab.
Shout out to Dave Brown. He got in 5 games when Plummer got hurt in '99. Post Plummer, they tried Jeff Blake, a little Josh McCown mixed in, who was the starter in 2004.
Let's go. Let's get some tempo going.
Sean King for 2 games that year too. McCown went 3-3 in 2005. Kurt Warner as well, but he went 2-8.
This is a bad throw by Kurt Warner. Once again, it's late, and it's across his body.
Arizona decided to use their top 10 pick on a quarterback. 2006, Warner goes 1-4, gives way to first-rounder Matt Leinart, the USC prodigy they thought would become their face of the franchise.
Don't need much. It's all on you. This is what you do. It's what you do.
In the 5th game, Matt Leinart broke his collarbone.
They went back to Warner in 2007, and he woke up to the tune of 27 TD passes.
2007 was a career revival for Kurt Warner.
Warner and the Cardinals won 9 games the next year, enough to make the playoffs.
You never know when these opportunities are going to come again. And so, bottom line is,
maximum 4 more weeks.
Warner, 2 TDs in their wild card win over Atlanta.
It's a flea flicker. Warner gonna throw deep. Near side going for Fitz. He's in double coverage. It doesn't matter.
2 versus Carolina in the divisional.
Warner and Fitzgerald teamed up for one stunning performance after another.
Heading for the pylon. Touchdown Cardinals!
279 yards, 4 touchdowns in their conference championship win over Philadelphia.
When nobody else believed in us, when nobody else believed in me, you guys did, and we're going to the Super Bowl!
Warner, the only QB as of 2024 to lead Arizona to a Super Bowl. He played well, too. 370-plus yards, 3 TDs.
Gonna throw a big right side Fitzgerald. He got it!
Arizona lost on one of the most iconic passes and catches in Super Bowl history, but Warner wasn't done. Wins 10 games the following year, throws for 379 yards and 5 TD passes versus Green Bay in the wild card.
Warner, with all kinds of time, completes to Fitzgerald for the touchdown.
27-30 record, 100 TDs on the nose, a Cardinals legend for the one magical season.
I came here to establish something that's bigger than good enough.
Back to the carousel now. 2010, Max Hall, 3 games. John Skelton, 4. Derek Anderson, 9. Skelton went 5-2 in 2011, even though he threw more INTs than TDs.
Kevin Cobb is out today with an injury, so John Skelton at quarterback.
Saw Kevin Cobb for 9 games there. 2012, Cobb, Skelton, Ryan Lindley, Brian Hoyer. Then in 2013, they began another mini QB era. Carson Palmer was in town, 10-6 that first year, was 6-0 in 2014, but gets hurt.
The fast start to Palmer's 2014 season came to a halt due to a shoulder injury.
Arizona still made the dance, though. Drew Stanton was able to play just well enough to help them earn a wild card berth.
So Drew Stanton will make his first NFL appearance in December of 2010.
But he too gets hurt, so it was Lindley who lost to Carolina.
Throws intercepted.
Palmer rebounded from his injury with a career year, 13-3 record in 2015, Pro Bowler, 35 TDs to 11 INTs.
He's in, touchdown!
Carson threw for 349 yards and 3 touchdowns to beat Green Bay.
Oh, baby! Carson Palmer doing a whirly bird in the pocket, somehow got out of pressure.
But Arizona got blown out by Carolina the next week, Palmer throwing 4 interceptions. It bled over to 2016. He went 6-8-1.
Fringe field goal, no sacks. All right, you like Tina? No.
Bowed out of the game after only playing 7 games in 2017. 5 years in Arizona, 38-21-1 record, 57 INTs, stacked against 105 TD passes.
He became the first quarterback in franchise history to throw for over 4,000 yards in multiple seasons.
It was Stanton and Blaine Gabbert who filled the gaps for them in 2017. They had the 10th overall pick the following draft.
We'll give you 15, 79, and 152, which is our 5th.
And decided to take a chance on Josh Rosen.
To be able to have 2 quarterbacks who have the skills that those 2 possess, and to be able to have the instincts and the smarts that we've seen from both of them so far, to me, it's a win-win.
11 touchdowns against 14 interceptions his rookie year, his only year in Arizona, as it turned out.
Gotsis with heavy pressure. And another interception.
Sam Bradford started 3 that year. They only won 3 games, ended up with the number 1 pick in the 2019 draft.
We felt like we needed to get a player that could help change the organization immediately. And in Kyler, we found that.
Now, we wait to see if Kyler Murray can live up to the hype of being taken first.
Congratulations. I'm proud of you and fired up for you.
He was heading in that direction in 2020 and 2021, making the Pro Bowl each year.
Is it caught? Oh my goodness, it's caught! DeAndre Hopkins caught it!
21 made his first playoff appearance. Kyler got hurt in 2022. Colt McCoy, Trace McSorley, David Blau.
Ball's out. He goes down.
Prior to returning in 2023, Murray's fill-in was Josh Dobbs. 1-7 record left a lot to be desired. Murray threw 21 touchdowns against 11 interceptions in 2024, ran for over 500 yards and 5 scores as well, providing hope he still might be the next big thing.
Boot to the right. Murray setting up. Deep ball. Far side, and it's caught by Wilson at the 5 and into the end zone for the touchdown.
Los Angeles Chargers took the field for the first time in 1960 as part of the AFL. Jack Kemp, the first guy to take snaps for the Bolts, threw 2 TDs in their first ever game, scored their first ever rushing touchdown in a dramatic fourth quarter comeback to beat the Dallas Texans.
I think I was probably the only player in pro football who didn't hold the laces. I put the laces right in the middle of my hand. It just felt good. That was my grip, and I could throw a football. I hit a guy in the hand one time and split his finger right down the middle.
Kemp took the Chargers to the AFL title game in 60 and 61, lost to the Oilers both times. Kemp broke his finger 2 games into the 62 season. Head coach Sid Gilman tried to hide him by putting him on waivers, but Buffalo noticed and snatched him up. Understand, Kemp was a Pro Bowler the year before, made it to the Pro Bowl with Buffalo that year. It was a blunder of epic proportions at the time, but it did set up the first Chargers QB era as the offense was turned over to John Hadel.
John was never a stylist. He never looked that good on the field. He was kind of a thick kind of a guy.
Hadel, a Charger from 1962 to 1972, made the Pro Bowl 5 of his 11 Lightning years. However, he went 1-9 his first season behind the wheel, so in 1963, the Chargers added 35-year-old Tobin Rote to the fold. He doesn't just guide them back to the AFL title game, he wins it 51-10.
It's Rote dropping back behind airtight pass protection, aiming for Allworth. Boy, isn't this brutal. Again, Lance commits larceny, fleecing Bob Soucy and continuing on into the end zone.
Rote faded the next year, though. Hadel, meantime, took off, going 6-2, 18 touchdowns against 15 INTs. That was hard to do back then. He made the Pro Bowl, took the team to the title game again, lost to Buffalo. 1965, another Pro Bowl campaign for Hadel, another loss in the title game to the Bills. His peak year came in 1968 when he led the league with 27 touchdowns, 11 years a Charger, 54-9 record, 201 TDs, number 3 on the list of all-time Bolt passers.
To me, the thing that separated him from everybody else was that he could throw a 50-yard pass as accurately as he could a 10-yard pass.
Hadel moved up the road to the Rams when he was done. 1973 was a transition year. Chargers tried Johnny U out for 4 games. Unitas was well past his prime, though. Wayne Clark got 4 games in. And the gent they drafted in the 3rd round that year, Dan Fouts, played in 6, not winning a single game.
Fouts, in a lot of ways, was a lot like Unitas. He was a guy who insisted on being the leader, and he was a great leader. You could look him up in the Hall of Fame. He's in there with Unitas.
Fouts wore the Bolt from 1973 to 1987, never took a snap from another team, first 5 years uneventful. Fouts didn't always play a full slate, so we got some Jesse Freitas in 1974 and 75.
So when Dan Fouts was forced to the sidelines, sophomore Jesse Freitas made his entrance. His specialty? The home run ball.
Heavy helping of James Harris in 77, a few games in 78.
By the powerful Chargers attack engineered by James Harris. And threw 2 touchdown passes to number 18, Charlie Joyner.
But it was Fouts' team, and it really started to click for him in 1978. 9-5, 24 TDs against 20 INTs. Air Coryell was ready to take off.
Dan Fouts has to be one of the most competitive people that I've ever known. Wanting to win, to no way is ever going to give up, ever going to concede that he is not the best.
Dan Fouts wore a hat all week long, MFIC, in charge, and he was definitely that. He knew it, we knew it, the smartest, toughest quarterback I have ever seen.
Fouts made the Pro Bowl every year from 79 to 83 and again in 85. Led the league in passing yards from 79 to 82, TD leader in 81 and 82. Few guys and offenses had ever used the skies like Fouts and company.
The thing about our offense that makes it pretty unique is that we're going to send 5 receivers into the pattern each time.
San Diego played postseason ball each year from 79 to 82, made the conference championship in 80 by beating Buffalo. Fouts throwing for 300-plus yards, 2 touchdowns.
Fouts fires the pass downfield, caught by Smith. He's at the 20, the 10, the 5,
Touchdown, San Diego!
The 81 Divisional, a forgotten classic. Miami's Don Strock threw for 400-plus yards and 4 touchdowns. Fouts countered with 430-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, the third in the fourth quarter to tie it.
Touchdown, San Diego! Catching it was James Brooks.
Chargers won the game in OT, but had to play in Cincinnati the next week in what turned out to be the coldest game in NFL history when you account for wind chill. 1982, another great Fouts showing, beats Pittsburgh in the wild card, throwing for 333 yards, 3 TDs.
Fouts, play action fake, rolling to the right, throws it back. Winslow's at the 10, at the 5. Winslow scores. What a magnificent call!
Fouts threw 27 touchdown passes in '85, his final Pro Bowl year. In his 15 years in San Diego, he went 86, 84, and 1, 254 touchdowns, second most prolific passer in the team's history.
Come on, run out of the brakes now! Lead it on, run out of the brake! That's what I'm doing!
You run out of the brake.
I'm running out the brake!
Tippy towing like a...
You don't like it, find another damn tight end!
I will. And you're out of here. You're out of here.
His 80s backups, 1983, he was hurt for 6 games, so Ed Luther got some playing time in, 1 and 5, 7 touchdowns, 17 INTs. 1985, Mark Herman for 4 games, saw Tom Flick for 3 games in 86. Rick Neuheisel was 2-0 for him in 87, and then came a major duct tape job, 1988. Mark Malone, 8 games, Mark Vlasic for 2, Babe Laufenberg, 6. The team went 6-10.
Hey, here's a guy who was cut by seven different times by 4 different teams.
How about some Jim McMahon for 11 games in 89? Billy Joe Tolliver out there for 5, 6 wins again.
On a 3rd and 3, Billy Joe Tolliver to throw, flushed out of the pocket, is going to scramble to the right, pulls up, looks, throws to the end zone, touchdown, Wayne Walker!
Billy Joe held the starter's role in 1990, another 6-10 campaign. So John Freeze in 1991, which made things worse. Now they were down to 4 wins.
Harmon the lone back. 2nd down and 10. Here comes the rush. Freeze fumbles the ball. Denver recover.
Which was followed by one of the greatest turnarounds in NFL history. San Diego let Stan Humphries take over in '92. He came over from Washington after 3 years in the league. Humphries goes 11-4 as starter. Chargers beat the Chiefs in the wild card.
In the end, this Cinderella team finished off the Kansas City Chiefs, the biggest win in Jack Murphy Stadium in over a decade, and established a new order in the AFC West.
And then the Humphries peak, 1994, 11-4 record, 17 touchdowns, 12 picks, nothing spectacular, but beats Dan Marino in the divisional. Humphries throwing 2 touchdowns to beat Pittsburgh the next week, sending them to the Super Bowl.
With the season on the line, Humphries deep drop to throw with a blitz coming, looking long, throwing deep. It is caught! Touchdown, San Diego! The Chargers are going to the Super Bowl. The Lightning Bolters going to the big show.
Another trip in 95, but Humphries wasn't lighting up any stat sheets. He was what you might call a game manager type, 85 TDs, 73 INTs for the Chargers, and he was a winner, 47-29 record.
I think it's important to be able to have a guy back there that you feel is capable of leading your team into the playoffs and the Super Bowl. He's already done that.
Shout out to Sean Salisbury, who pitched in 3 games in 96, and to Craig Wellahan, who filled in 97 for 7 games, losing all 7. He went 2-5 the next year, while Ryan Leaf went 3-6, throwing 2 touchdowns against 15 INTs, one of the worst TD to INT ratios you'll ever see.
Leaf inside his 5, let's go, and it's intercepted with his 2nd interception.
1999, more patchwork. Vet Eric Kramer for 4 games, Jim Harbaugh going 6-6 for them. 2000, Harbaugh 0-5. Leaf 1-8. Moses Moreno 0-2. That's 1-15 and the top pick in the draft. This is the start of some major plot twists in their QB history.
The Falcons traded a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round pick, along with wide receiver Tim Dwight, to move up to number 1.
With the first selection in the 2001 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Vick, quarterback Virginia Tech.
So instead of the birth of the Michael Vick era in San Diego, we got the birth of the Drew Brees age, who they took in the second round. He sat on the bench as a rookie, watched Doug Flutie go 5-11. Brees didn't really take off till his third year, which was 2004. Prior to his big year, though, the Chargers were sitting on the #1 pick in the draft again.
With the first choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi.
The Giants confirmed to us from their draft room that if Phillip Rivers, the quarterback from North Carolina State, was sitting at number 4, there would be discussions with the San Diego Chargers that the Giants would take Rivers and then swap quarterbacks with the Chargers.
San Diego Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks, Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers.
So San Diego went into the 2004 year with Brees and Rivers. Brees went 11-4, threw 27 touchdowns against 7 INTs. The team made the playoffs.
First and goal from the 1. And they're going to throw it. And Brees is going to throw in the end zone for a touchdown to Gates.
Brees throws 24 TDs in 2005. The team goes 9-7, so they make the call, let Brees go as a free agent, setting up Rivers to become the #1 passer in Chargers history.
Shotgun snap, looking to the right. Now, Antonio Gates wide open. Touchdown, Chargers!
Rivers, a Charger from 2004 to 2019, 8-time Pro Bowler, led the league in touchdowns once, led it in passing once, took the team to the playoffs 6 times, 4 straight from 2006 to 2009. 2007, they knocked on the door of the Super Bowl, beat Tennessee in the wild card, Rivers throwing 3 touchdowns plus 260-plus yards to beat Peyton Manning in the divisional round.
Rivers to the left, up in the air towards the end zone, caught! Chambers hangs on! Touchdown! San Diego! What a throw, what a catch! San Diego's on top! We're on top of Indianapolis!
Our San Diego Chargers have come into Indy, and they've taken it away from the world champions.
Rivers and company defeating Manning in the wild card the next year, too. Another postseason trip and victory in 2013 and in 2018. Rivers threw 32 TDs that season.
Shotgun snap, Rivers rolls to the right, throws to the end zone, caught! It's good! It's good! Mike Williams with the grab!
Rivers as durable as it gets. 2006 to 2020 when he retired, never missed a start, 123-101 record for the Chargers, 397 touchdowns, leads the franchise in every major category.
Done! Rivers throwing inside slant route, caught! Touchdown San Diego!
Woo! Yeah! Woo!
Chargers used the 6th pick in the 2020 draft on a duck, hoping for some more Oregon Fouts magic.
Fakes the handoff, rolling to his right. Herbert still on his feet. He's got the mobility. Touchdown, Chargers!
Not scared for 1 second. Just drive the ball right down the field against the defending world champs and run it in yourself.
Talk about a welcome to the NFL rookie moment. Justin Herbert does not blink.
Justin Herbert's first 2 years in the league, record-breaking. 69 TD passes, 38 of them in 2021.
They're right back at it. Quick snap. Herbert to throw. Pocket collapse and takes a shot downfield. Has a man. Caught Mike Williams.
Playoff appearances in 2 of his 5 seasons. Very much appears to be great Charger QB number 4.
Love you. Let's go.
Kansas City Chiefs, one of the 8 teams to start the AFL up in 1960 when they were in Dallas playing as the Texans. Cotton Davidson, the first guy to take a snap for them, primary starter for their first 2 years in the league. Then the Len Dawson era began.
Dawson rolling right, throwing end zone to the 5-yard line will be a first down.
Kansas City icon, came over from Cleveland in 1962, with the team until 1975, 2-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, led the AFL in TD passes 4 times, led it in completion percentage 7 times out of 8 years, leader in passer rating 6 of 7 years. He was dominant.
Come on, Lenny!
Pump it in there, baby.
What a great athlete he is. I think the picture speaks for itself.
First year as starter, Texans win the AFL title.
47 yards away, our longest scoring play of the day.
Takes them to the Super Bowl in '66.
Standing ovation.
Wins it all in '69, Dawson Super Bowl MVP.
The greatest quarterback in pro football, Lenny Dawson.
That was the peak of the Dawson Mountaintop. 14 of his 19 years spent in Kansas City, 237 touchdowns, a 93-56-8 record, Hall of Famer.
Quick snap and the quick pass to Taylor. He got away from McGee. He's inside the 15. He scored!
1973, 74, and 75 Dawson injury years. Mike Livingston, his backup, saw plenty of action. He was the full-time starter in 76, 77, and 78. He was not winning games.
At season's end, the best that could be said was it was finally over.
Gave way to Steve Fuller in 1979. He held things down in 80 as well, though Bill Kenny got in 3 games. He ends up going 8-5 for them in 1981.
Here's the snap to Kenny. Steps up in the pocket, steps up and fires the middle for Michael.
Him and Fuller manned the position in 82, a strike year, all Kenny in 83 and half of 84. Bill Kenny, a Chief for life, 9 years, 34-43 record, but how about 105 TDs against 86 interceptions? Deserves some KC QB love. '84 season saw Todd Blackledge hit the scene. He and Kenny split it up in 85 and 86, guiding them to the playoffs.
I was very excited about the possibilities of being a pro quarterback and coming here and you know, just experiencing what pro football was going to be about.
87 was a fiasco. Kenny, 8 games. Blackledge, 2. Frank Sauer, 2. Matt Stevens, 2. Doug Hudson, 1. They won 4 games.
Back pedaling is Kenny. He found a receiver. Long down the middle. Page going over the shoulder. 15, 10, 5, touchdown!
88, Kenny split the year with Steve DeBerg, who started 10 games in 89. Ron Jaworski made 3 showings. Steve Pallure, 3. Fun QB years for the Chiefs. DeBerg, though, has a year in 90, 23 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions, got them back to the playoffs. And again in 91, beat the hated Raiders in the wild card, throwing for a touchdown and a 10-6 win.
Long. He'll arch his spiral down the middle. He's got a receiver. A 57-yard touchdown pass.
From one vet to another, Dave Craig takes over in 92, takes them to the playoffs again. Then they make the trade of the decade for another old guy.
He's running to the near side, cocks his arm, throws a pass on the fly in the end zone, touchdown!
1993 was a ride. Joe Montana comes over and the Chiefs take out Pittsburgh in the wild card round.
Back to pass Montana, cocks his arm, looks right, no one there, looks left, throws in the end zone, touchdown! He's done it! Joe Montana has done it again!
Montana throws 3 touchdowns against the Oilers. KC makes the AFC Championship game.
Fake handoff rolling is Montana. Cocks his arm, dumps a pass, wide open, leaping 2-hand catch, made 7-yard line by Cash. Angled to the sideline, the 5. He's in for a touchdown!
Couldn't beat Buffalo.
You played with great heart. And whatever you do in life, whether it's this or anything else, if you play with your heart, if you work with your heart, there's nothing you can't accomplish.
Montana led them to the playoffs in 94 and then hung them up. Steve Bono stopped in, went 13-3 in 1995, 21 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions. They made the postseason again.
60-yard touchdown pass, Bono to Davis.
Bono in 96, 3 games worth of Rich Gannon too. Gannon 5-1 in 97, but gets hurt. So it was Elvis Grbac who led them to the playoffs.
But I'm telling you,
You're thinking too much. Go play the game like you can play it.
Outplayed John Elway in the divisional, but they lost 14-10. Gannon and Gerbach in 98, all Gerbach in 99 and 2000. Then they turned to Trent Green, had a 6-year run for KC, solid years from 2002 to 2005. 03, he goes 13-3, 24 touchdowns, only 12 picks. Kansas City a playoff team.
Steps up in the pocket, floats it for the end zone. Touchdown! We got to keep doing it.
Threw 27 touchdowns in 2004. The team was mediocre. 2006, he suffered a concussion in the first game, so Damon Heward held down the fort until he came back. Green's Chiefs never were able to win a playoff game. He did leave with 48 wins against 40 losses, 118 TDs, 85 INTs.
It's a flea flicker, and the Chiefs take a 20-10 lead.
2007, Heward and Brody Croyle. 2008, Croyle, Heward, and Tyler Thigpen. They won 2 games.
In his first full season, Thigpen experienced inevitable growing pains.
So 2009, they plugged in Matt Castle. 2010, throws 27 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions, a 10-5 record, good enough for a playoff trip.
Chiefs score a touchdown with 24 seconds left to go in the game.
Castle couldn't sustain the success, 4-5 in 2011. Kyle Orton got in 3 games. Remember Tyler Palco? 4 starts. Castle and Brady Quinn in 2012, 2 wins combined.
All right, let's get one more. Hustle back. What are you doing? Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're not walking. Let's go.
With the first pick in the 2013 draft, they took tackle Eric Fisher, E.J. Manuel, the highest QB taken that year, and besides, they traded for Alex Smith that offseason. Smith throws 23 TDs, only 7 INTs in his first year on the job. They make the playoffs. 18 touchdowns, 6 INTs in his second year, 20-7 in 2015, leads them to a win over Houston in the wild card that year.
He's got Kelsey near side, down the sideline. He'll trot into the end zone. Touchdown!
Another postseason trip in 2016 and 2017. No playoff wins, though. But prior to that season starting, KC made what seemed like an odd move. Moved up in the draft to select a quarterback.
Patrick Mahomes, the second.
2018 to 2024, arguably the greatest 7-year stretch of any QB ever. Patrick Mahomes isn't just the greatest KC QB era ever, he's making a run for greatest era of all time. 6 Pro Bowls in that window, 2-time All-Pro, 2-time MVP, led the NFL with 50 TDs in his first year on the job.
Mahomes scrambling left, holds it, fires it late, caught, touchdown!
The team's success under Mahomes, nothing but conference championships and Super Bowls. 2019, he raised it.
Kansas City, you got a champion!
Does it again in 2022.
Chiefs Kingdom will raise a banner above the National Football League again!
Repeated defeat in 2023.
Play action fake, right side touchdown!
And in 2024.
The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
Mahomes fakes a handoff. Now sprint out action to the left side. He's throwing on a throwback throw into coverage. Coming near side, caught!
That's all the Colts fans. They're not in a way. Let's go!
Indianapolis Colts rode onto the NFL scene in 1953 in the city of Baltimore. Colts won their first ever game, beating the Bears with Fred Anke behind center. George Taliaferro made 3 starts their freshman season as well. Gary Krikorian, George Shaw too, just warming things up for the Colts' first great QB era, which began in 1956. Welcome to the Johnny U Show.
My high school coach let us pick our numbers, and I asked for number 19 because of Johnny Unitas. Yeah, and the cats used to call me Joey U for a while.
I mean, he's the only jersey I've ever purchased in my life.
Unitas, 3-4 as a rookie, then dominates for the next 11 years. He was first team All-Pro 5 times, MVP 3 times, led the league in TD passes 4 years in a row, Hall of Famer.
If I do my job and I call the game right, if I put the ball where it's supposed to, we're going to win.
He won, for one thing. You see, winning is important.
Unitas was the face of the NFL, sparked by him leading the Colts to the 1958 title game against the Giants in the league's first nationally televised title game.
Back to pass is Unitas. Good protection. Throws to Mutchler. Mutchler makes a brilliant catch. Man, what a game.
The game went to OT, known as the greatest game ever played.
Congratulations. I have never seen a greater job in any football game, pro or college, in my life. John, it was just stupendous.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Johnny U led Baltimore to back-to-back titles, both versus New York.
Johnny's pass is perfectly placed, and Lenny is already behind Lyndon Crow.
Unitas would hurt his arm before the '68 season, so Baltimore turned to Earl Morrall, who goes 13-1, leads the league in TD passes, wins the MVP award.
Morrall credited Unitas with much of his success, and their styles are not dissimilar.
Morrall led Baltimore past Minnesota and Cleveland in the playoffs, making it to Super Bowl III, where they fell to Joe Namath's guarantee. Unitas actually played some in that loss, but it was for naught. His last hurrah for the shoe, 1970, and it was a good one.
The Roy Jefferson stretch brought the Colts within 3.
Beat Cincinnati and the Raiders to make his second Super Bowl.
Baltimore defeated Oakland 27-17 and became the first champion of the American Football Conference.
Hits John Mackey for a 75-yard TD, a then Super Bowl record.
And then his luck changed.
Then gets knocked out of the game with a rib injury.
Dallas crushed Unitas with a doomsday blow to the midsection.
No worries, Morrall steps back in and leads Baltimore to a last-second 16-13 win over Dallas.
Young Jim O'Brien, a rookie. And the kick is up. The kick is good. Jim O'Brien with 5 seconds.
1971, Morrall started 9 games, Unitas 5. More postseason action, Unitas winning one more playoff game against Cleveland.
Again, the quick strikes from Unitas to his receivers.
He was benched in 72, 17 years a Colt, 117 wins, 60 losses, 4 ties, 287 TD passes. His last home game as a Colt, fans chanting, "We want Unitas."
While John Unitas bowed out with his final touchdown in blue and white, a pass which Eddie Hinton took 67 yards to a touchdown.
That same year, Colts fans were treated to some Marty Domrays.
Domrays gives the Colts a new dimension as a quarterback who can run.
Who saw some action in 73 too, along with Burt Jones. Both guys saw the field plenty in 74, then Jones took over. Gave them some good years too. 18 touchdowns against only 8 INTs in 75.
Waiting for Jones' takeaway. He rolls to his right naked and now looks, fires downfield. Caught by Chester at the 15. Chester to the 5. Chester scores!
And how about his 1976 season? Led the NFL in passing yards, 24 touchdowns, only 9 interceptions. First team All-Pro, MVP of the league.
Don Shula's Miami Dolphins paid their respects to the league's best offense. And another national TV audience watched Burt Jones complete 10 straight passes and 11 of 14 overall.
Jones led Baltimore to the playoffs in 75, 76, and 77, just no playoff wins. Jones was hurt in 78 and 79, so they trotted out Mike Kirkland a few times, Bill Tropp, Greg Landry. Jones was back in the saddle in 80 and 81, but never recaptured his previous success. 9 years in Baltimore, though, even 46-46 record.
Jones to the 5, dives, he is in for the touchdown!
Colts only won 2 games in Jones' last year as the man. They had the second pick in the draft, used it on a linebacker, but traded up to the 4th pick, too.
Fueling the competitive fire is Art Schleister, who opened at quarterback in the Colts' final 5 games.
He started 6 games over 4 years with the Colts. 5 of those games came in 1984. He was suspended his entire second year for gambling, which eventually led to his departure from the league. Mike Pagel got the nod in the strike-shortened 82 season. He went 0-8-1.
The Colt, what I call Colt character that we did have, we lost all of it. We reverted back to what they had been previously, and this is why we were as we are now. We're starting all over again.
Which landed them the #1 pick in what is now known as the quarterback class of 1983. Let the John Elway era begin.
It was a great honor, definitely, to be drafted #1 in the NFL draft.
Baltimore selects as the first choice in the draft
quarterback John Elway of Stanford.
We had been in discussions with him 2 and 3 months before the draft that I was not going to play in Baltimore, that if that came to it, I was going to play baseball for the Yankees, and I was fortunate to have an option.
In Denver, the Elway-Baltimore era didn't even last a week. He wanted no part of Colts head coach Frank Cush's General Patton-like approach.
Come on, Terry! What the hell are you doing? Who are you going to block?
Pagel ended up being their starter from 82 to 85. He does hold the distinction as being the first ever quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. They moved in 84.
In the heart of downtown Indianapolis lies a new symbol of the city's dynamic growth. It is the Hoosier Dome.
No winning years for Pagel. 1986, Gary Hogeboom, Jack Trudeau. He went 0-11. Garnered the number 2 pick in the draft, went with a linebacker. They really liked the linebacker position. But hey, they made the playoffs that year behind 8 games from Trudeau, 6 from Hogeboom. Trudeau throwing a couple TDs in their divisional loss to Cleveland.
But in the end, the experienced Browns were too much for the upstart Colts.
Trudeau and Hogeboom were more trailer than tractor though, so they drafted Chris Chandler in the 3rd round of the 88 draft, and he took over as starter and went 9-4.
Chandler takes it, fakes to Dickerson, drops the throw, rolls away from traffic, gets to the right side, he's got it open! He's at the 30, he's at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Chris Chandler!
Got hurt in 89 though, so back to Trudeau. Then Indianapolis gets bold. Traded up for the number 1 pick in the 1990 draft. Jeff George, one of the franchise's greatest draft busts.
When you get a hometown hero in, I don't care who it is or what sport, fans expect what they saw in high school and college to take place in the NFL, and it doesn't always happen that way.
Cannon arm, but never put it together. 4 years wearing the shoe, 14-35 record, including a 1-15 season in 91. No quarterbacks tickled their fancy, so they selected defensive end Steve Entman with their number 1 pick. George and Trudeau in 92 and 93. Trudeau ended up giving the Colts 8 years, by the way.
Fine job, Jack. Fine job.
A couple of winning records in there at least. 1994, Don Majkowski, Browning Nagel, and Jim Harbaugh, who took over in 95. Guides them to the playoffs, 2 touchdowns in the wild card to beat the Chargers, then another TD toss in a 10-7 win over the Chiefs.
The Colts are going to the AFC Championship game!
Fell short of a Super Bowl trip, losing to Pittsburgh. Harbaugh and company losing to the Steelers in the 96 wild card round 2. He got one more turn as Colts starter in 97. Shout out to Paul Justin as well. He made 4 starts that year. Indy only won 3 games, had the first pick in the draft again. Yet again, a promising young quarterback warned that he didn't want to play for the team. Worked in their favor this time.
With the first pick of the draft, the Indianapolis Colts select quarterback, University of Tennessee, Peyton Manning.
Everyone was playing great poker from the Colts side. Were you at all concerned that you weren't going to be their selection?
I had a pretty good idea, Mike, but I can keep a secret too, there's no question about that.
Ryan Leaf didn't want to be a Colt. Peyton Manning did. 1998 to 2010, the second decade in franchise history manned by a Hall of Famer, league MVP in 4 of his blue and white seasons, goes 13-3 in his second year. Colts a playoff team again, which would become the norm during the Manning age. Led the league in passing yards in his year 3. 2003, it really started to click.
Let's get it, we gotta have it! Win on 3, 1, 2, 3, win!
First team All-Pro, beats Denver and Kansas City in the playoffs, falls to Tom Brady and the Pats, rebounds to throw 49 touchdowns the next year.
Manning's got the record! Peyton Manning has captured a piece of NFL history!
Same result in the playoffs, though.
Let's have a football!
14-2, first team All-Pro in 2005, bounced by Pittsburgh in the divisional. Some fans started to wonder, is he going to be that guy that just can't finish the job? He provided the answer in 2006. Manning led the NFL in TD passes and rating, led the Colts past the Chiefs in the wild card, past the Ravens in the divisional, past Brady finally in the conference championship.
Beat Tom Brady last minute drop. They don't get no better than that.
Reached the top of the mountain, beating Chicago in the Super Bowl.
Throws one downfield, Reggie's there, got it to 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Reggie Wayne, Colts are world champions.
That proved to be Manning's peak in Indianapolis, was MVP in 2009.
Manning with 1.5 yards to go.
Looks for the quick throw, throws to Reggie, touchdown! Reggie Wayne!
Made it back to the bowl. Back-to-back bid fell short versus New Orleans.
Picked off.
Manning's neck injury brought his Colts career to an end.
I've been a Colt for almost all of my adult life. But I guess in life and in sports, we all know that nothing lasts forever.
13 years, 141 wins against 67 losses, 399 touchdowns, franchise leader in TD passes, wins, among others. Few teams have enjoyed a 1-2 comparable to Unitas Manning.
A few words I want to address to Colts fans everywhere. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I truly have enjoyed being your quarterback.
Manning's absence in 2011 led to a 2-win season. Kerry Collins, Dan Orlovsky, Curtis Painter setting the Colts up for yet another number 1 pick in the draft.
The Indianapolis Colts select Andrew Luck, quarterback, Stanford.
Andrew Luck was supposed to be the second coming of Manning, 11-5 in his first 2 years in the show, both playoff years.
Colts win! Colts win! Colts win!
Led one of the most improbable playoff comebacks in history, beating the Chiefs in the 2013 wild card after being down 38-10 at halftime.
Luck picks it up, and Luck scored! Andrew picked up the fumble and scored!
Luck rebounded from 3 INTs with 4 touchdowns and over 440 yards.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding?
Wow!
Luck went 11-5 for a third straight year in 2014, led the NFL with 40 TD passes, beat Cincinnati in the playoffs.
How about this throw on the run by Andrew Luck?
And then defeats Manning and the Broncos in the divisional.
Throws back in the end zone, touchdown! Hakeem Nick for the catch!
Couldn't get past New England again. Gets hurt in 2015, so they plugged in Matt Hasselbeck for 8 games. Luck, a 31 TD 2016 season. Team was mediocre, and then, out of nowhere, Luck called it a career.
There is a report that has been filed by Adam Schefter of ESPN that Andrew has informed the team of his desire to retire from the National Football League.
Luck retired from the game citing health concerns. 6 years, a 53-33 record, 171 touchdowns against 83 INTs, a great Colts what if. They've been searching for their next great signal caller ever since. 2019, the Jacoby Brissett season. 2020, their Phillip Rivers season. At least he got them to a playoff game. 2021, Carson Wentz. 2022, Matt Ryan, along with some Sam Ellinger and some Nick Foles.
Huge mistake by the Colts.
The Colts just undisciplined.
2023, Gardner Minshew for 13 starts. Their most recently highly touted draft pick, Anthony Richardson. Injuries opened the door for some Joe Flacco in 2024, but Richardson still saw the most action Colts fans hope to see more of, because that means he would have panned out. Washington football in the NFL began in 1932 in Boston, first as the Braves, then eventually the Redskins, then eventually in 1937 they land in Washington. What a way to kick things off in their new digs. Sling and Sammy, welcome to the show.
Sammy spots the receiver as he draws the ball back behind his ear and lets it fly.
Sammy Baugh was a QB pioneer. No one had really tossed the pigskin like him, took the league by storm, first team All-Pro as a rookie, led Washington to the league title. Huge upset over the Bears.
Needing a touchdown to win, Baugh sends along with Dwayne Milner. He collects it and skims along the frozen turf. And the Redskins win the 1937 World Championship.
Baugh, Hall of Famer, 6-time Pro Bowler, 4-time first-teamer, 2-time NFL champ, legend.
Sammy Baugh would be a combination of today's version of Tom Brady, Brian Moorman, and Ed Reed. 3 all-star players at their positions all rolled into one. Sammy was a league-leading passer, a league-leading punter, and a league-leading interceptor. So to have all those guys on your fantasy football team, just having one player, that would really be hitting the trifecta.
The Baugh era lasted from 37 to 52. He gave way to Eddie LeBaron. He made the Pro Bowl 3 times with Washington from 52 to 59.
And I was the hero of the little folk. I used to get letters from fathers all over the country saying, my son is
5'3" and 112 pounds and wants to be quarterback, and would you write him and tell him that he can do it?
23, 32-2 record, so he didn't last. His backup, Ralph Guglielmi, ran the show for 1 year in 1960, won 8-2 that season, so moving on. 1961, drafted Norm Snead with the second overall pick in the draft, Pro Bowler in 62 and 63.
I tried to emulate some players when I was coming along. I watched Unitas and how he threw the ball high. And I watched the Sammy Balls, and I tried to do things that they did.
Snead's Redskins were pretty bad, though. They traded him for Sonny Jurgensen, Washington QB era #2, and it was a fun era.
I haven't seen anyone who could handle a football in the manner that the Redhead could.
Sonny was a Washington staple from 64 to 70, though he stayed till he retired in 74, made 4 Pro Bowls with him.
He was a magician with that ball. He could make a ball look like it was going to go at a linebacker and then all of a sudden go right into the hole of the receiver.
Couldn't make a winner out of the team, though. 52, 51, and 5, always sort of meddling in the win column. So Washington traded for Billy Kilmer in 1971. He took them to the playoffs right out of the gate. Took them to the Super Bowl in 72.
How about Billy Kilmer now? He's not supposed to throw long. He's in a terrible automobile accident a few years ago, and he can't run very well, but he's a winner, isn't he?
He is. He's got a lot of drive, a lot of desire. He's a great competitor. He'll never quit. And this is probably his most strongest asset.
Another postseason showing in 73 and 74. Kilmer's Washington run lasted from 71 to 78, and he was a winner for them, 50-23. He made the playoffs again in 76. The Kilmer years were good for Redskins fans.
Just a great game for all of us. I'm so proud to be part of this team. You, a couple of y'all, counted us out, and I think it was just sweet for us to. And I'm talking about the 43 men just hung together, played hard, and it's just one of the best victories we've had here in 6 years.
Yeah, we started off. Hey, 3 cheers. 3 cheers for the Redskins. Hip, hip. Hip, hip.
That season, a kid named Joe Theismann started 5 games. He started 6 in 1977, and then by 78, the team was his.
And now Joey Theismann, who displayed all the physical tools and the intangibles of courage and leadership to make him the heir apparent.
Theismann was starter from 78 to 85, made back-to-back Super Bowls with them, and won it all in 1982.
Let's go. Goal line. I left tight wing, 70 chip on white. Ready? Yellow 41! Yellow 41! Hunt!
There's the snap, hand to Riggins, good hold, he's got the first down to the 40, he's gone, the 35, the 30, the 20, he's gone, touchdown, Washington Redskins!
My mind, what was emblazoned there was Terry Bradshaw, name it, running off the field, waving his finger, and at that moment, ball went up, the finger went up, and we were champions of the world.
The end of Theismann's run, 1985, one of the most unfortunate tackles in NFL history at the hands of the great Lawrence Taylor.
And all of a sudden, I felt the pressure coming from the left side, and it was Lawrence. And so I tried to step up a little bit, and then he came around and caught my right leg between the knee and the ankle, and right out to the left, and I can hear it like it was yesterday. I hear this pow, pow. Sounds like 2 muzzled gunshots.
I knew that something was really bad when Lawrence Taylor leaped to his feet and beckoned over to the Redskins bench. Get your medical team in here quickly.
Well, people say, do you see Lawrence often? Yeah, we see each other every now and then, different times. I said, the one thing I won't let him do is stand to my left side where I can't see him.
Theismann was replaced by Jay Schrader, who took them on a deep playoff run in 1986. Shoulder injury dogged him in 87. They still made the playoffs, though.
I think our biggest thing about our football team is our quarterback situation and the fact that we have 2 excellent quarterbacks. That's a coach's dream.
Until the final game of the season, the end of the controversy was when Williams came in the 3rd quarter against the Vikings, and he never relinquished the job because he played well enough to keep it.
So it was Doug Williams who guided the ship against the Broncos in their 2nd Super Bowl win of the 80s.
Doug Williams' performance in Super Bowl 22 is what dreams are made of.
Most valuable player of Super Bowl 22 is quarterback Doug Williams of the Washington Redskins.
Williams sticks as starter in '88, but a fella by the name of Mark Rippon started 6 games that year. He takes the job in '89. Washington was back in the playoffs in 1990, back in the Super Bowl in '91. Rippon, the third different Redskins quarterback in a 10-year span to hoist the Lombardi.
Deep, he's got Clark in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington Redskins.
I watch that in slow motion. I go, oh my goodness, what is he doing? But that's just the emotions caught me at that time. This is a Super Bowl and we are handing it to him.
Rippon's Washington career, 88 to 93, made 2 Pro Bowls in there too. That 93 season saw Washington roll with Rich Gannon for 4 games. Team was bad. Get ready for some QB roulette now. 94 was the year of Heath Shuler, John Freeze, Gus Frerotte. 95, down to Shuler and Frerotte. 96, all Frerotte, and he made the Pro Bowl that year.
Throwback to Gus Frerotte. Wide open. It's Shepard at the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Washington Redskins. A thing of beauty.
This is Gus Ferrotte's best game this year.
Frerotte years 94 to 98. Only a few starts that last year. They turned to Trent Green for a spell. The spell wore off and they moved to Brad Johnson. Got them back to the playoffs. Pro Bowler that season, 24 TDs against 13 picks.
Play action fake to Stephen Davis. Going deep for Westbrook. Got him in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Washington Redskins.
He lasted 2 years in Washington, winning record in both. Year 2000, he was joined by Jeff George in the QB room. He went 1-4 for them that season. 2001, Tony Banks' turn, 8-6 for the year. 2002, Shane Matthews, Patrick Ramsey, Danny Warfel. 03, more Ramsey mixed with some Tim Hasselbeck. 04, Ramsey and Mark Brunell. 05, Brunell goes 9-6, leads them to the divisional round.
3rd down and 6, and Brunell, he's chased from the pocket and fires across play, and it's knocked away, and it's caught for the touchdown. Santana Moss makes the catch off the deflection.
Brunell's magic faded the next year, so we saw Jason Campbell hit the scene. They thought he was the answer, let him steer the ship from 2007 to 2009. Didn't really go anywhere though, so they nabbed Donovan McNabb from their arch rivals in 2010. Didn't work. McNabb went 5-8 in his lone Washington year.
McNabb, play action fake, safety blitz, Donovan gets it off, and it is picked off.
Oh man.
And he's gonna take it all the way.
How about some sexy Rexy? Tried Rex Grossman in 2011. That wasn't the solution either. Set up the franchise's greatest what if.
He's a difference maker the way he runs and creates plays. He's a great kid. This is the move that could push the Redskins back into business.
Robert Griffin III, 2012's Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Robert back to pass. Here comes the blitz. Going to the corner, left corner, end zone. Caught Moss. And it's a touchdown. And RG3 throws a strike.
Washington 9-6 in his first year, took him to the playoffs.
High drama at FedEx Field as the Redskins and Cowboys square off for the NFC East title.
Let's go get points, baby. D is doing it for us right now. Let's go reward him with some points.
Robert's going to keep it on the option. One into the left for the touchdown. Let's go!
Hey, look at that, man. Ain't been since 99. We came here and did it in 1 year.
The Redskins lost the wild card game to Seattle and lost so much more when RG3 hurt his knee.
That's can't get it. It's loose, and Seattle's going to fall on it at the Redskins' 5-yard line. Robert could not get up, and he is still down. To see him go down in the playoff game like this is very difficult to watch.
He'd never recapture that rookie magic. He went 3-10 as a starter the following year, lasted just one more season with the team. 2014, when he started 7 games, Colt McCoy gave him 4, and the kid they drafted a few years before captained their ship for 5 games that season. Kirk Cousins taking over starting duties in 2015.
You know what, Kirk? You ready?
Cousins' Washington squads 9-7, 8-7-1, 7-9, always kind of middle of the pack.
You like that? You like that?
So they land Alex Smith in 2018, and things were looking good initially.
Smith fires, Herman Davis.
But then came the hit. For the second time in their franchise's history, a legendary defensive player, in this case J.J. Watt, ended their quarterback's year with a brutal tackle.
Smith gets the snap.
Here comes the blitz. They're coming clean. Alex Smith under heat. He's steamrolled at the 40-yard line. That takes him out of field goal range, and Alex Smith is hurt. FedEx Field is silent.
Amazingly, Smith would play again. Not that year, though. Josh Johnson, more McCoy, Mark Sanchez even chipped in with one start. 2019, more carousel action. McCoy, Dwayne Haskins, their first-round pick. Case Keenum, none of them the guy.
Keenum. Intercepted!
2020, Haskins got another chance, couldn't capitalize. Kyle Allen started 4, and Smith returned, one of the most remarkable returns the game has ever seen.
Alex Smith has already defied the odds after life-threatening surgery, returning to the football field, making his first start in almost 2 years.
Smith went 5-1 too, left the sport on a high note.
The back of the end zone, reaching up and making ran for the touchdown, Logan Thomas.
Left things in the hands of Taylor Heineke. That was followed by 9 games worth of Heineke and 7 games of Carson Wentz.
Deep ball, Dotson in double coverage! Grant Delpit had his hands on it, and it's picked off!
2023, the year of Mr. Howell.
Again he goes down!
Sam went 4-13, setting up the Commanders to select second in the NFL draft.
This has just gone from an unwatchable offensive product to must-see TV.
Where they took Jaden Daniels, the QB they hope launches the next great Washington QB era.
It is bubble up and it's gone! It's gone! Touchdown! It's mayhem in Washington! Jaden Daniels has done it again!
It really feels like the beginning of something. It's hard not to believe what you're seeing here. This is better than expected.
This guy's unbelievable!
Rookie of the year. It's more than that.
Dallas Cowboys hit the scene in 1960. Eddie LeBaron, first Cowboys QB.
He was our first quarterback.
Didn't win a single game their first year. LeBaron held down the fort till mid-1962, 5-22-1 before he gave way to Dandy Don.
As Meredith fires a scoring shot to Pettis Norman.
Don Meredith, Dallas's first great signal caller. Meredith, the primary starter from 62 to 68, winning records in 64 and 65. The team overall, though, still had to wait till 66 before it finished with its first winning season. Meredith 9-3-1, 24 TDs, 12 INTs. They made the playoffs.
For 7 years, Don Meredith was the colorful quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Lose to Green Bay in the championship game, takes them back to the playoffs in 67, with Meredith beating Cleveland 52-14 in the divisional.
After 15 tough games, Dallas had kept their appointment with destiny.
And once again, losing to the Packers, this time in the famed Ice Bowl.
Dave Robinson nailed Don Meredith as he attempted to throw that pass. It was intercepted in the end zone, and the Packers have just taken the championship.
They made it to the postseason in Meredith's final year, too. Dandy Don went 47-32-4 for Dallas when he hung him up.
Don Meredith left the Cotton Bowl for the last time a winner and left the Dallas Cowboys to fill the most important position in football.
His exit opened the door for Craig Morton.
Morton had patiently waited 4 years for his turn to come, and now it had arrived.
Morton went 32-14-1 for Dallas, was primary starter for 2 seasons.
Come on, Craig, get him out!
Kept the seat warm for Captain Comeback.
Throwback looks like he might take off. Got away from one. Got away twice.
Roger, you are something else.
Roger Staubach, still the Cowboys QB GOAT. 4 trips to the final dance, 2 Lombardis.
Throwback drops back to pass. That's up. Pass to end zone. Touchdown! It's the hammer, Mike Ditka.
Enshrined in the Hall. 85-29, could have been even better. Missed some prime years serving in the military.
You miss the old days? I miss football a great deal, yes I do.
Changed the game with his style. Came up with the phrase Hail Mary on this throw.
Down the near sideline for Drew Pearson. Pearson makes the catch at the 5. Touchdown! Would you believe it? Staubach hit Pearson on a 50-yard touchdown.
Staubach as starter covered 1971 to 1979. He took them to the final game in 71 and won it all.
On offense, Roger Staubach's leadership was never more evident as he passed the Cowboys to their first score.
Missed 1972, team made the conference championship with Craig Morton. Staubach took them to the conference championship in 73, then another trip to the Super Bowl in 75.
The Cowboys have won the East. The Cowboys have come from behind. Unbelievably.
Loss number 1 in the Super Bowl to Pittsburgh followed. Dallas a playoff team the following year, and then Staubach leads them back to the top in 1977.
Way downfield, and Brooks Johnson caught. Touchdown!
Dallas returned for a chance at back-to-back crowns in 78. His final year, 1979, one more playoff trip. He made the Pro Bowl in his last 5 years in the league, left the game off a 27 TD season, the most he ever threw in a year.
Roger going deep for Drew down the sideline to the 5. Touchdown, Dallas Cowboys!
Way to go, way to go!
Staubach covered 1971 to 1979. Then came the Danny White years. He's the what could have been Cowboy.
Turns out that way, fine, but I'm going to do the things that Danny White does best.
What could he have been if he could have made a little more noise in the playoffs? First year he took over was so promising. Team went 12-4. White threw 28 touchdowns. He threw for 300 plus yards and 3 TDs to crush Atlanta in the divisional. 81, of course, back to the postseason where they get taken out by the Catch. But White wasn't done. Strike-shortened 82 season, he had them in the conference championship. 83, playoffs. 84, White gets hurt, so we saw little Gary Hogaboom. They slipped.
They would not be going to the playoffs.
85, though, White healthy. Another playoff showing, another playoff loss. 2 injury-shortened seasons followed. His time was up. Steve Pallor saw action in 86 and 87. Kevin Swaney, 2 games in 87. 13 years, all as a Cowboy, 62-30 record, 155 touchdowns. White in Dallas's Hall of Good. 1988 was the year of Steve Pallor. Went 3-11.
Let's go, Herschel! Come on!
Cowboys finished last. Used the #1 pick on Troy Aikman.
If given a choice, I'd prefer to be drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Didn't start out great. Aikman 0-11 his rookie year.
It killed us and it stopped the ball game for us.
Worked out though, huh? 3 ships, Hall of Famer.
What a ride it's been! Troy Aikman's the MVP.
Aikman starts 0-11, then 7-8, followed by a 7-5 year in 91. Team makes the playoffs, beats Chicago in the wild card with Steve Berline behind center.
No way on earth! No way on earth!
Aikman got hurt, came back to play in the divisional round game they lost to Detroit, and then the dynasty was born. Aikman, 23 touchdowns in 1992. Cowboys make it back to the promised land, where Aikman wins Super Bowl MVP on a 4 TD outing.
I'd give my soul, I'd give my life.
He hoists the Lombardi again the next year.
Your Cowboys are the champions.
Takes a year off before taking it all one more time under Barry Switzer.
We're going back to the Super Bowl, 3 in a row.
Aikman only wore the star, a 94-71 record, name etched in Cowboys lore.
No way on earth, I'll set you free.
I might never get to be a part of something like this again.
2002, half Carter, half Chad Hutchinson. Remember that guy? Finally, 2003, it was 100% Quincy.
Good pickup.
Carter was 16-15 overall for the Star. Cowboys tried some Vinny Testaverde out in 2004.
With that, Testaverde rode into the sunset.
From one vet to the other, 2005 was Drew Bledsoe's turn. Wasn't bad, went 9-7 first year.
He's going to run up the middle of the 5, darting near the goal line. Touchdown, Drew Bledsoe.
But midway through 2006 wasn't looking great, so throw that kid on the bench in. It was time for the Tony Romo era.
Tony, where is that Romo?
Tony Romo's going to start at quarterback. Bledsoe's going to get the night off.
Romo was sort of another Danny White. made some Pro Bowls, but never the Bowl. 78 and 49. His run lasted from mid-2004 to 2016. He was the man from 2006 to 2014. Made the Pro Bowl in his first year as starter. Made the playoffs too. Was the guy that took the snap on the extra point that could have tied the game. Rebounded with a monster season, 36 TDs in 2007, another trip to the postseason.
The Dallas Cowboys are the champions, the NFC East.
2009, Romo 26 TDs, only 9 interceptions. They beat Philadelphia in the wild card. Romo 240 plus yards, 2 TDs. He gets hurt in 2010, so a little John Kitna. Romo's play the next few years was A grade. 2011, 31 touchdowns, 10 picks. 2012, 28 TDs. 2013, 31 to 10 TD interception ratio. 2014, his final year at the helm, 34 and 9. 13 total years in silver, white, and blue. 78-49 record. 248 touchdowns, most by any Cowboy ever. When he stepped aside to let Dak take over.
Start off fast, focus, finishing fast.
Dak Prescott, is he another white Romo or the second coming of Roger the Dodger?
Trust the man next to you and trust the process.
No losing seasons in any of his full years as a starter. But still doesn't have one of those deep playoff runs under his belt. To be continued.
A lot of people have asked me what I do when the football season's over. For one thing, I like to watch movies. I've seen this next one quite a few times already, about 100. But you know something? I don't think I'll ever get tired of seeing it. Lights?
Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins #1.
Pro football in South Beach began in 1966. Miami Dolphins' first ever game, Dick Wood was their starter. He throws 4 INTs before he gets benched in favor of Rick Norton.
Rick Norton spots number 2, Cookie Gilchrist, all alone, and the combination boosts the Dolphins to a 2-touchdown lead at halftime.
Wood went 0-4 that season. They used George Wilson most of the year, went 2-5. Miami went 3-11 in its first year of business. Ultimately a good thing because it set them up to take Bob Greasy in the next draft.
Good. Now, how about introducing your lovely bride here of one day?
This is Judy, my one-day wife.
Judy, he feels pretty optimistic about his chances of starting with the Dolphins. You've seen him play. You think he can do it?
I sure do.
Well,
I'm behind him all the way.
Good. Well, I would imagine so, especially after one day of marriage, right? Okay.
I got her on my side.
Good. Thank you. Have a nice honeymoon, and we look forward to you coming back next week.
Made the Pro Bowl as a rookie despite a 3-7 record, and despite throwing more INTs than TDs. Greasy ushered in the greatest QB era in Miami history if measured by team success, makes 3 straight Super Bowls, wins back-to-back in 72 and 73, 1972, of course, Miami's year of perfection.
You just can't do it. You can't win every game. Well, wait a minute. One team did way back when.
You know, winning all the games. Nobody had done it before that. Nobody's done it since then.
This is the Vince Lombardi Trophy for the winner of the Super Bowl. The best team ever in professional football.
Greasy actually got hurt that year, lost the job to Earl Morrall, who was named first-team All-Pro.
Well, I always say Bob Greasy was a nice guy because he broke his ankle so I could play.
Greasy replaced him in the AFC Championship game after Morrall had a bad first half.
Don Shula had to make the decision, which great leaders have to make. And at halftime, he told Earl, he says, Earl, I appreciated everything you've done to this point. He says, I'm going to make a decision to go with Bob in the second half.
Greasy was an 8-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-teamer, 92, 56-3 record when he hung him up. He was with them in 1980 as a backup to David Woodley, Miami's bridge QB, if you will. 80 to 83 are referred to as the Woodstock years in Miami. Don Strock also saw time for them during that stretch.
Woodley was the starter and Strock was our relief pitcher. They called the Woodstock combination.
But it was mostly Woodley, and check it out. 6-5 year one, 11-3-1 in year two, then takes them to the Super Bowl year three in the 82 strike-shortened season.
And wide open is Sefalo at the 50, could go all the way, 40, 25, 15, and Miami has a touchdown.
What does he get for all that? A seat on the bench so some kid named Daniel Constantine Marino could take over. 1983 to 1999, number 13 was the face of Dolphins football. Marino represents Miami's greatest QB era, hands down. Made the Pro Bowl 5 straight years to start his career. 1984 throws an unheard of, at the time, 48 touchdowns.
Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's the record. Number 37 on the season breaks the all-time NFL record. Marino will get the football.
It was a magical season, his play propelling the Dolphins all the way back to the Super Bowl. Marino throwing for over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns in the conference championship game.
2nd and 5 to 41. Again out of the shotgun. Marino, deep drop, throwing deep upfield down the near side. Man open, touchdown for the Dolphins.
Miami came up short against Joe Montana's dynasty 49ers, never made it back to the final dance, but he never slowed down, led the league in TD passes in 84, 85, and 86, topping 40 TD passes again in 86.
He is the best football player in the league right now, to my mind. He's the best quarterback in the league, and I think if he keeps on playing the way he has played, he will go down as the best quarterback ever to play the game.
He guided them to playoff wins again in 1990, 92, 94, 98, and 99, his final year in the league.
The most prolific and pure passing quarterback that this generation has ever seen.
1993, one of 2 years he didn't start double-digit games. Remember Scott Mitchell and Steve DeBerg? Those were his fill-ins that year. Won an MVP, 3 times first-teamer, among a plethora of other awards, and maybe more important, credited with changing the way the game was played. He changed the way passing games would be used going forward.
I had Unitas at Baltimore, and we had a style. I had Greasy in Miami, and we had a style. I had Woodley in Miami, and we had a style. Now we have Marino, and we have another style. So what I try to do is suit the personnel to the type of ability that they have and incorporate that into our style. And with Marino, he's attack. He's turn it loose.
147 wins, 93 losses overall. His last year in the league, he slowed down and got outplayed by Damon Heward. And even though he went 4-1 that year, Miami decided for a fresh start to the new century. 2000, Miami picked up Jay Fiedler. He had a decent 5-year run with them, or at least a decent 4-year run. 10-5 his first year, 11-5 the next, winning records in years 3 and 4. He personally wasn't lighting up the stat sheet, though. When he stopped winning games in 2004, they made a change, and they would make lots of those for a while. First, they handed the keys to A.J. Feely. 2005, Gus Frerotte. 2006, tried on some Joey Harrington, a little Dante Culpepper. It gets worse. 2007, Cleo Lemon, Trent Green, John Beck. 1 win between them. They don't draft a new QB with their first overall pick, though. Went with left tackle Jake Long. Matt Ryan wasn't to their liking, I guess, and instead acquired Chad Pennington to play signal caller. He guided them to the playoffs that first year.
And the catch is made by Anthony Fasano. What an adjustment that was. Perfect throw by Pennington, back shoulder. And Miami has won the division for the first time since 2000.
But the next season he gets hurt. It led to some Chad Henne. He finished the 2009 year, handled most of 2010. By 2011, he was done. Matt Moore was the man. He didn't last either. Next draft, they used the 8th pick on Ryan Tannehill, 2012 to 2018. 7-9, 8-8, 8-8, 6-10, 8-5, 5-6. He was hurt all of 2017. That was Miami's Jay Cutler year. After turning from Tannehill, they turned to some Fitz magic. Ryan Fitzpatrick was fun to watch, but not the answer. The answer they think came along the next year. Drafted Tua Tagovailoa, put up a winning record in his first 4 years, and paired with Tyreek Hill, looks like he could be the 3rd member of Miami's QB Hall of Fame.
Here's a deep ball, wants Hill, perfectly dropped in, touchdown Dolphins!
Philadelphia. Their quarterbacks have been letting it fly, Eagles fly since 1933, but their first actual QB didn't come along until 1939.
Let's use the forward pass. I know it'll work.
Davey O'Brien. Yeah, that's the guy the college award for the best quarterback is named after. He went to the Pro Bowl his rookie year, led the NFL in passing.
Record numbers which lasted for years.
Philly wasn't a good team, though. O'Brien retired after just 2 years and took a government job. Ouch. Tommy Thompson led them to consecutive NFL titles in 1948 and 49, and led the NFL in passing touchdowns in 48.
With Thompson calling the plays, Philadelphia had a clear sight line to the World Championship.
Skip ahead to 1951. Adrian Burke tossed it until 56. Went 15, 20, and 2 for him. Bobby Thomason won 18 for them from 1952 to 57. And then you get to the big boys, 2 guys who ended up in the Hall. In 1957, Eagles start a rookie by the name of Sonny Jurgensen for 4 games. He goes 3-1, had some flair to him.
I threw sidearm behind my back. Who cares?
But 1 year later, Philadelphia has the chance to pick up Norm Van Brocklin from the Rams. That was a huge get.
Van Brocklin had said, look, I want to be traded. There are 2 places I won't go, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So that afternoon, Gilman called and said, guess what? You're going to Philadelphia.
He takes over as starter for the next 3 years, makes the Pro Bowl each season, and leads them to the NFL title in 1960.
Norm Van Brocklin has something cooking.
Van Brocklin walks off into the sunset, a champ. He went 19-16-1 for the Eagles, so back to Sonny.
Sure, why not?
He takes back over in 1961, first-team All-Pro, leads the league with a very fat, at the time, 32 TD passes.
That ball was always there.
His next 2 years with Philadelphia, the team fell flat, so no more Jurgensen.
So I called back the Eagle office and I said, what is this I'm hearing? Somebody just told me I was traded. And they said, yes, you were.
Quick shout out to King Hill, though. 1961 to 1968, he started 18 games for Philadelphia. He won 5. Okay, first mini quarterback era in Eagles lore, 1965 to 1970.
Starting today, you've got a real shot to make football history.
Norm Snead captained the ship, Pro Bowl the first year on the job. 28, 50, and 3 record, though. He wasn't cutting it. Turned to Pete Liskey for the 71 and 72 seasons, 7-9-1, but he wasn't the answer. Figured getting a future Pro Bowl vet from the Rams worked once, why not try again? Got Roman Gabriel from LA in 1973. 23 touchdowns, only 12 picks, makes the Pro Bowl.
But with quarterback Roman Gabriel winging it, the town and the team were one again.
Gabriel stays through 1977. He was the primary starter in 74 and 75. 12 and 25 record during his Philly years. Bizarre, forgotten story from their 1975 season, though. The year Mike Barilla made the Pro Bowl despite having a 2-3 record with twice as many INTs as TDs.
Pro Bowl MVP Mike Barilla.
The league basically couldn't get anyone to say yes to playing for the NFC. But hey, Barilla goes on to pull off one of the best plays in Pro Bowl history.
And the American Conference now led 20-9. Philadelphia Eagle quarterback Mike Barilla ignited the NFC. Terry Metcalf's catch closed the gap to within 4 points at 20-16. Over 3 minutes remained, and what seemed a sure AFC victory was now anyone's ballgame. Barilla returned to the field where the outcome of the game would be determined on one final play. Cardinal flash Mel Gray gathered in Barilla's pass to finalize a 23-20 come-from-behind win over the AFC All-Stars.
Barilla wasn't that special, though. Eagles needed a bigger boat. They reeled in Jaws. Ron Jaworski also came from the Rams. Jaworski, the first real QB era to take hold in Philly's long history. 1977 to 1986, 10 years the guy wore the wing.
You should hear me when I say this. You never have to worry about me jerking you.
He won 2 more games than he lost for the Eagles, 175 touchdowns, 151 interceptions, 1 Pro Bowl, 1978 to 1981, the glory years. They beat the hated Cowboys to make the Super Bowl in 80.
Kick the Cowboys!
In 1985, Philadelphia looked to the future. Kid named Randall Cunningham started 4 games that season, 5 more in 86. When Jaws moved on, Cunningham took over and changed the game forever.
And we are looking at Randling Randall once again.
People call me and they always say, why do you think you can fly?
I said, I'm an Eagle.
Randall ran the show for the Eagles from 1987 through 1994, Eagles QB era number 2. No QB ever ran the way he did.
He'd make you look like a fool.
Randall Cunningham, quarterback, the guy everybody wants to sack.
88, 89, 90, Pro Bowl every year. He is arguably the first true dual-threat QB the game has ever seen, a true game changer.
It couldn't be more dramatic.
63, 43, and 1, his record as an Eagle, blew away all the QB rushing records at the time.
Randall Cunningham was making even his teammates stop in their tracks, leaving opponents grasping at air.
But 150 TD passes, 105 interceptions while in Philly, he had an arm. Led the Eagles to the playoffs 4 times, but never deep. Backtrack, Cunningham got hurt. Remember the Jim McMahon year? He went 8-3 for him.
Back pedals. He's under a run. He steps aside. He's floating it. He has Jackson.
Cunningham got hurt in 93 too. They used Ken O'Brien for 4 games, Bubby Brister for 8. He wasn't half bad for him. 1995, Randall gets replaced. In goes Rodney Peete. He goes 9-3. Led them to a win over Detroit in the playoffs too.
Rhodes is thinking, I want another shot. Back goes Peete. He loads up. He is floating it deep down the far side of the field. Touchdown by Rob Carpenter. Rob Carpenter caught him in the end zone. I don't believe it.
Peete, just 8 TDs and 14 interceptions that season. 97, they rolled with some Detmer, some Peete, some Bobby Hoying. Hoying, Peete, and Coy Detmer the next year. You can see it wasn't pretty.
Bobby's saying that's enough.
Which led to the drafting of one Donovan McNabb in 1999. McNabb didn't get handed the keys right out of the gate. Doug Peterson led the team in 99, didn't really lead them anywhere. McNabb took over in 2000, took them back to the playoffs in year 1. NFC Championship game in his second year, McNabb making the Pro Bowl.
Are you smiling, Philadelphia?
Pro Bowl and playoff appearances were the norm. From 2000 to 2004, McNabb led Philly to 4 straight conference championship games, made the Super Bowl in 04.
I got a feeling Eagles are going to the Super Bowl.
Never got to hoist the silver football, though. 2005, McNabb gets hurt, only plays 9 games. McMahon filled in, 2-5 in his 7 starts.
It's a 9-1-1 call for Philadelphia right here.
McNabb only got in 10 games in 2006. Jeff Garcia, the sub.
Garcia. Looks like Lance Armstrong's little brother.
Eagles went 5-1 with him behind center. They made the playoffs.
That's character, baby. I'm telling you, that's character, baby.
McNabb was back in 2007, and in 2008 again leads them to the conference championship game.
You see it, baby. You see it.
McNabb had another Pro Bowl year in 2009. Eagles back in the playoffs. But then a shocker, they trade him to Washington for a second-round pick. McNabb went 92, 49, and 1 for Philadelphia over 11 years. 216 TD passes against 100 INTs. He's a Philadelphia icon.
Sometimes, with a player, you step back an inch and maybe you can go forward a mile.
In the wake of the trade, turned the offense over to an even more explosive dual-threat signal caller, Michael Vick. He was just reinstated to the league after serving a 2-year ban. Vick guides them to the playoffs off a Pro Bowl year of his own. The Vick run in Philadelphia, 2009 to 2013, primary starter for 3 of those years. He gets hurt and benched in 2013. Nick Foles is installed, and he goes on a crazy tear that ends with him making the Pro Bowl, the team playing in the postseason again.
Touchdown. He fires, and it is caught.
Foles starts 2014 as starter, but he gets hurt too, only played in 8 games. He was 6-2 in that time, though. Mark Sanchez is backup that year. Foles out the door in 2015, though. That was Philadelphia's Sam Bradford season.
Just look forward to the draft already.
Then they draft Carson Wentz for the 2016 season, and he looked like the new face of the franchise. In 2017, he went 11-2, made the Pro Bowl off a 33-touchdown, 7-interception year. Philadelphia made the Super Bowl without him as starter. He suffered a season-ending injury after 13 games. Foles leading them over the Patriots.
You want Philly?
Foles being etched in Super Bowl lore after pulling off the Philly special.
What did we just see?
2018, Wentz given the starter's job back, but he suffers another mid-year injury. They make the playoffs with Foles again. Foles departs to Jacksonville after that. 2019 back to Wentz, who takes them back to the playoffs and looked great doing it. 27 touchdowns, only 7 INTs. And then his wings fell off. 3-8-1 in 2020. His time as an Eagle was up. 35-32-1 in 5 years in Philadelphia. Injuries, the theme of his time spent in green. Which leads us to Jalen Hurts, their current and most recent offensive general. Hurts starts it off in 2021 with an 8-7 record. Then it was back to the Super Bowl in 2022. 2 years later, they were back in the final dance. Hurts this time around would not be denied.
Proud of you, dog. Hell the way to do it, man. Go enjoy it.
The Dirty Birds took flight in Atlanta in 1966.
It was to be a campaign of constant excitement and finally success.
I was real satisfied.
Falcons' first fireballer, Randy Johnson, took him with the 16th pick of the first round, threw their first ever TD, scored their first ever rushing touchdown.
Randy Johnson connected with Gary Barnes for the Falcons' first touchdown in championship play.
Gosh, I think it was great.
And eventually won their first game. Took a while. Atlanta started out 0-9, finished year 1 3-13.
The lot of a first-year quarterback is difficult. On a new club, it could be overwhelming.
Johnson, not any better in 67. He went 1-10-1. By his third year, he's phased out. Bob Berry phased in. Each guy went 1-6 that year.
Berry is smaller than Johnson, but very strong and very resilient.
Berry, Johnson, Bruce Lemmerman, another losing season the following year. Berry, though, 4-3 at least.
Berry is the leader and most costly member of the aptly named $100 backfield. The gutty little quarterback is a master of the rollout.
Good enough, they let him have another crack in 1970, 3-7-2 record, though he had more TDs than INTs at least, so he was still in the fold in 71, but threw 11 touchdowns against 16 INTs, 5-4-2 record. Dick Shiner, 3-1 record.
But the star of the game was backup quarterback Dick Shiner.
Berry's final year, 1972, he put in 5 years in Atlanta, 19-28-3 record, 1 more TD than INT, and he guided them to their first winning season in 1971.
Of any quarterback, a few linemen must fall. And when you're 5'11", it hurts.
1973, Shiner, the backup, the starter, Bob Lee, came over from Minnesota for a 2-year run with the Falcons, only 10 touchdowns, 8 INTs, but an 8-2 record that first year.
And Brocklin said after the game, it looks like we finally got ourselves a chucker.
Lee and the team came crashing back down to earth in 74. He puts up a 2-7 record, 3 touchdowns against 14 INTs. They rolled some Pat Sullivan in, a little Kim McQuilkin. How's that for a deep cut?
There is no doubt in my mind that Kim McQuilkin is going to be an outstanding NFL quarterback for the Falcons.
Atlanta went 3-11. They had the number 1 pick in the draft. The first true Atlanta QB era was born. Welcome, Steve Bartkowski.
You know how long there?
The Bartkowski years, 75 to 1985, saw plenty of other guys chuck it in there for a variety of reasons. 76, they had to use Scott Hunter for 6 games. 77, he played 7. And then finally in 78, the Falcons make the playoffs for the first time, Bartkowski leading them to their first ever playoff win.
It was a more mature number 10 who answered the Falcons' distress signal.
Stevie B with 10 touchdowns and 18 interceptions that season, though. The team regressed in 79, and then you get to Bartkowski's peak years, 80 and 81. Throws 31 touchdowns and 80 against 16 INTs, leads them to a 12-4 record and a playoff berth.
Losing to Dallas was just one of those disappointing moments all great young teams have on the way to the Super Bowl.
Throws 30 touchdowns in 1981, too. Goes 7-9, though. He threw 23 INTs. Guided them to another playoff appearance in the strike-shortened 82 season. Lost in the first round, though.
The NFL's biggest mystery of 1982 was the disappearance of the Falcon offense.
Team missed the playoffs in 83. Bartkowski with 22 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, though. 84, he goes 3-8. So we saw some Mike Morosky.
If lessons are learned in defeat, this team really got an education.
Downfall was in full swing. Bartkowski goes 0-5 in 85 and gives way to David Archer. Bartkowski 59-68 as a Falcon, 156 touchdowns, 144 interceptions. He goes down as one of their good ones.
Throughout a roller coaster career, Steve Bartkowski has created NFL magic.
Falcons let Archer take a few more swings in 86. Turk Schoner, too.
Who are these guys, you ask? Well, let's find out.
87, they were trying anyone and everyone. Archer, Jeff Van Rathforst, Chris Miller, Eric Kramer, Scott Campbell all started at least a game. Campbell 9 games, only won 2.
Scott Campbell will be one of their 3 mobile quarterbacks.
Miller was their first rounder that year, though. He would run the show in Atlanta from 88 to 92.
1-0, baby. 15 more to go.
That 91 season, his best, he made the Pro Bowl, went 9-5, threw 26 touchdowns, made the playoffs, and beat the Saints in the wild card round.
They're not the best team in football yet, but they are the most exciting.
Then the slide. Miller 3-5 the next year, though he threw 15 touchdowns against only 6 interceptions. Billy Joe Tolliver gave him 5 games that season. Wade Wilson 10 touchdowns in just 3 starts. He throws 5 touchdowns against the Buccaneers in 1 game, no interceptions.
He made Wilson's day prime time.
Miller 2 games in 93. Tolliver a couple. Bobby A. Bear 12, 4-8 record, but 24 TD passes.
You thought we was gonna lose?
Not enough that it wasn't worth taking a shot on Jeff George in 1994. He was in the starter seat for 2 years, 23 to 24 TDs each year, 9-7 in 95, made the playoffs.
On the run, Hesman, Jeff open at the 25, 20, 15.
But in the end, it was not enough.
Gets suspended the following year, so back to A. Bear. Then in 1997, they turned to vet Chris Chandler, 20 TDs, 7 INTs, Pro Bowler in his first year on the job.
Chandler avoids the sack, throws it into the end zone for the touchdown.
And then the magical run. Chandler leads Atlanta to a 14-2 record in 1998, 25 touchdowns, another Pro Bowl appearance, beats the 49ers in the divisional round.
Chandler will throw. What a play!
And take down the Vikings to make their first ever Super Bowl.
And after the most exciting NFC Championship game ever played, years of pain were wiped away in one unforgettable afternoon.
Lost a heartbreaker to John Elway's Broncos, went into a tailspin. Chandler 4-8 in 99, Tony Graziani made a cameo, Danny Cannell too. Chandler in 2000 still poor results. 2001, his final year at the helm, a 5-year stint for Atlanta, 34-33 record, 87 touchdowns, 56 interceptions, and that 1 year no one will ever forget. Go back to the 2001 season now. Falcons weren't the worst team in the NFL, but they traded up to the number 1 pick for a chance to alter the future of the franchise.
I'm gonna give them all this, baby. I'm gonna give them all that.
Michael Vick evolved the mobile quarterback to new heights. No one had ever really seen anything like it. Rise Up was all in on their highlight-making machine.
Now you know what all the excitement is about. This guy can make something out of nothing.
Vick goes 8-6-1 in 2002, his first as a starter, makes the Pro Bowl, 16 TD passes against 8 interceptions, leads the NFL in yards per carry, scores 8 rushing TDs, takes the team to the playoffs, beats the Packers at Lambeau.
He's a lot faster in real life.
How do you stop him? You don't.
Vick gets hurt in 2003. Kurt Kittner saw some action. Doug Johnson, 8 starts, not great ones. Vick rebounds the next year. So does the team. He goes 11-4, gets them back in the playoffs, where they destroy 47-17 in the divisional round.
That's not in the playbook, but it should be.
Like in 2002, they lose to Philadelphia in the playoffs. Vick went 8-7 in 2005, 7-9 in 2006. Then in that offseason, his time with the Falcons came to a shocking end.
The National Football League's biggest stars has been indicted for his alleged involvement in illegal dogfighting.
Atlanta was reeling in the wake of the news. Vick, probably the greatest what-if in franchise history, a 38-28-1 record for them, 71 touchdowns against 52 interceptions, electric on the ground, over 7 yards per carry, 21 rushing TDs. 2007, the year of Chris Redman, Byron Leftwich, and Joey Harrington. 4 wins between them landed them the 3rd pick in the draft, which led to Atlanta's golden era of QB play.
The Atlanta Falcons select Matt Ryan, quarterback, Boston College.
The Matty Ice years, 2008 to 2021, first 5 years, 2 Pro Bowls, winning records in each. Rookie year, 11-5 playoff ticket.
They'll throw it in the flat. This is White, stiff arm, and he's into the end zone.
2009, 9-7 record. 2010, 13-3. Ryan, 28 touchdowns, only 9 interceptions, back to the postseason.
Ronnie White with a touchdown, and that didn't take long.
29 touchdowns for Ryan in 2011. Playoffs again. Just no postseason wins, not until 2012. Ryan led the NFL in completion percentage, 32 TD passes, almost 300 passing yards per game, beats Seattle in a thriller in the divisional round. Huge collapse followed. Atlanta went 4-12. Ryan wasn't terrible, though. They stick with them and start building their way back. Make it back in 2016, like all the way back. Ryan, an MVP year, 38 TD passes, take out Seattle in the divisional round.
He catches it! Touchdown, Atlanta!
Blow Green Bay out in the conference championship. Ryan, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, 390-plus yards.
He'll shovel caught! Touchdown!
And then, of course, the Super Bowl loss to New England. Ryan led Atlanta back to the playoffs in the aftermath, even took out the Rams in the wild card the next year.
Loops it, Jones the catch! Touchdown, Atlanta! Wow! Yes!
Couldn't get past Philadelphia. 2018, Ryan throws for 35 TD passes.
You get one-on-one. Wear him out. Ryan dropped it right down the chimney chute.
Team failed to play anything but regular season games, though. Ryan remained at the helm through the 2021 season, his play never really slipping. Last year with the Falcons, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 14 years in Atlanta, 120 wins, most in franchise history, 102 losses, 367 touchdowns, most in team history. He's their QB GOAT.
Take it to these guys and show them who runs it.
2022, Marcus Mariota, Desmond Ridder. 2023, more Ridder with some Taylor Heineke. 2024, used a first-round pick on the guy they hope is their future face of the franchise.
It is all about succession at the most important position.
Michael Penix, though, having to wait behind Captain Kirk O'Chains, Atlanta signing Cousins to a big deal ahead of the 2024 season.
Michael Penix Jr., one of the most controversial and highly debated first-round draft pick in years, is now the team's starting quarterback. The future is now.
New York Giants football team. Only the Cardinals, Bears, and Packers have a longer NFL resume. G-Men born in 1925. Back then, teams barely passed the ball. Until Benny Friedman came along, the Giants being able to lay claim to the godfather of the QB position. Friedman came up with a passing motion that made passing the ball an effective and viable option, so he changed the game going forward. He was a Giant from 1929 to 1931, first-team All-Pro twice. Giants enjoyed having some really good quarterbacks in their early years. Decade of the 30s, the days of one Ed Danowski, first-team All-Pro twice, led New York to 2 titles. 1948 to 1959, the Charlie Connerly era, they went to 3 title games with him, won it all in 56.
Connerly comes back again, and New York fans cheer for Charlie as he throws to Alex Webster for another Giant touchdown.
Connerly, true blue, never played for another team, 57, 31-1 overall. He bridged the gap until the Giants traded for Y.A. Tittle. Tittle was on the back end of his career, but he gave him a spark. 1961, 62, and 63, New York won their division. Tittle in 62 and 63 made first-team All-Pro, leading the league in touchdowns with 30-plus in each season.
The Giants passed for more touchdowns than any other team in the league.
Father Time caught up with Y.A. in 1964. He goes 1-8-2 as a starter, but still 4 years in blue. He goes 32, 13-3, 96 TD passes.
All in my New
After he retired, they used veteran Earl Morrall for a few years, didn't spark much, so trade for another superstar veteran. 1967 to 1971, the Scramblin' Fran years. Fran Tarkenton's play for New York, great. He made the Pro Bowl 4 of his 5 years in the Big Apple. Team didn't win much, though. They sent him back to Minnesota after the 71 season. 72 and 73, they go with another old guy, Norm Snead. He made the Pro Bowl that first year. 1973, though, he was 1-5-1 as a starter, so Giants fans saw some Randy Johnson. He went 1-6.
It was the offense that was letting the team down.
New York drafted a guard with the 3rd draft pick that netted them. He blocked for 3 different Giants in 1974. Snead, who went 1-3, Jim Del Gaizo 0-3, and yet another journeyman vet, Craig Morton, 1-6.
Craig Morton had another big day between 2 of the best pure passers in football.
That was good enough for the 2nd overall pick, which they traded to the Dallas Cowboys of all teams. New York stuck with Morton in 75 and 76. He left on a 2-10 record. It led them to the 5th pick in the draft, which they used on a defensive tackle. Who needs a new quarterback when you have Joe Pisarcik? Yeah, he was the quarterback in 1977 in that one game Giants fans kind of remember.
From here on in, Pisarcik can just fall on the football, and there is nothing the Eagles can do. And Pisarcik fumbles the football. It's picked up by Herman Edwards. 15, 10, 5, touchdown Eagles! I don't believe it! I don't believe it!
For the record, Pisarcik objected to the call. He was their starter in 1978, but New York could tell he wasn't the answer, pulled the plug on him in 1979 for one Phil Simms.
Quarterback Phil Simms, Moorhead State.
Simms went 6-5 his rookie year, was 2nd in Rookie of the Year voting.
The bigger story, the Giants have arrived!
He suffered a sophomore slump in 1980, then separated his shoulder in 1981.
Simms is starting to limp off the field here.
Giants turned to Scott Bruner, who led them to the playoffs.
The Giants advanced to the playoffs for the first time in 18 seasons.
Bruner's magic was short-lived. As a full-time starter in 82, he goes 4-5. 83, more Bruner, more bad football. Simms finally ready to go in 84, at the controls for 2 Super Bowl winning teams, sort of. Super Bowl MVP in 86, the first quarterback ever to drop the "I'm going to Disneyland" line after a Super Bowl win.
I'm going to go to Disneyland.
It's all about, you got to win a championship or 2.
His last in the NFL, 1993, he made the Pro Bowl going out. A 95-64 overall record, all with New York. 199 touchdowns, New York legend. So back to the sort of. Simms got hurt in 1990 after an 11-3 start. Jeff Hostetler stepped in, took it home from there for another Blue Lombardi.
Giants need 7 points. Hostetler looking for help, looking for receiver. Throws end zone. Touchdown, Baker!
Hostetler was drafted by the Giants in 1984, departed after the 92 season, 16-9 in his 25 starts. Simms called it quits in 93, so in 94, New York rolled with Dave Brown, who they picked up a few years earlier. The Brown reign, starting off with a 9-6 mark.
Brown to throw, quick strike, touchdown, Mike Short!
Brown, 12 touchdowns, 16 interceptions though, but all of 95 and 96, it was all Brown. He never figured it out, so 97, they turned to Danny Cannell. He goes 7-2-1, throws more touchdowns than picks.
Don't get no better than this.
In 98, you had Cannell go 3 for 7. Kent Graham goes 5-1 though.
Set behind Graham, hands for Montgomery, running right to the 10, Montgomery to the 5, still on his feet, and in for a touchdown!
Keep the handoffs going. Graham in 1999 plays 9 games. Kerry Collins makes his way to the Big Apple that year. Didn't do much in his first try, but in 2000 leads them to a 12-4 record, 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. They make the Super Bowl. Collins' run in New York from 99 to 2003, a 35-33 record. His last year, 03, is the year New York got a taste of Jesse Palmer. 2004 draft now. Chargers take Eli Manning with the first overall pick in the draft. Eli wanted nothing to do with San Diego. The next great quarterback era in New York would take a few weeks to get going. New York picked up Hall of Famer Kurt Warner to keep the seat warm in 2004. He was 5-4 for him.
How much is it going to take?
Eli started 1-6, but no matter. 2005, 2006, they make the playoffs. 2007, historic upset #1, Super Bowl MVP award #1 for Manning.
I am still flabbergasted with what Eli Manning was able to do.
2011, Eli and company do it all again.
And the Giants have finished off the Patriots for the second time in 4 years.
2004 to 2019, 2 Super Bowl wins, 117 wins, 117 losses, 244 interceptions, 366 touchdowns, most in Giants history. Eli more passing yards than any New York quarterback.
It would be the last bit of good fortune the team would receive in a long, long while.
Giants used their first-round pick on a quarterback in 2019, anticipating Manning's retirement.
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones took over in 2019. Didn't work out. Ineffective and injured. 2023, Giants fans subjected to 6 games of DJ, 6 of Tommy DeVito, and 5 of Tyrod Taylor.
Intercepted by the Eagles and the game is over.
Traded out Taylor for Drew Lock in 2024, which led to a new chef in the kitchen in 2025. Russell Wilson brought in to try and provide a bridge to the next big thing in the Big Apple.
Get ready, baby, there's a new cat in the block. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jaguars football began 1995. Steve Berline behind center.
Starting for the first time since week 2, Steve Berline guided Jacksonville to a 10-0 first quarter lead.
Berline didn't even make it through the year. Mark Brunell takes over, Duval's first QB king.
Brunell, here's pressure, fighting for the end zone, touchdown Jaguars!
1995 to 2002, best years 96 to 99, postseason participants each year with the lefty guiding them.
Brunell takes the snap, looks, moves and throws, touchdown!
Brunell made the Pro Bowl in 3 of the 4 years, knocked on the door of the Super Bowl twice.
The 55-point margin of victory was the largest in NFL post-merger playoff history.
He went 63-54 for Jacksonville.
He'll have the first down and the touchdown!
Last 3 years, he and the team finished under the 500 mark. So after the 2002 campaign, drafted Byron Leftwich with the 7th overall pick.
He's got a touchdown! Jimmy Smith!
Leftwich years ran from 2003 to 2006. Was over 500 in that time, 24-20.
He's looking for Jimmy Smith, and Smith makes the grab 10, 5, down the sideline. Did he get it? Touchdown! Touchdown!
Plagued by ankle injuries, though, was cut after 06. His backup, David Garrard.
Love to play for the man beside you. Do your job, baby. Have fun doing it. Let's get this thing done today. Go back home with a win.
Started plenty of games for Jacksonville from 2005 to 2010, even made the Pro Bowl in 2009.
David's going to turn it in and take it in himself.
39-37 win-loss record. 2011, Jags used another first-rounder on a signal caller, 10th pick, Blaine Gabbert. Swing and a miss, 2011 to 2013, 5-22 record, injuries galore.
Launches a ball, he's looking for Robinson, and it's incomplete.
Super sub Chad Henne guided the ship in 2014.
He's got Cecil! Touchdown, Jacksonville!
Back to the draft drawing board then. 3rd overall pick in 2014, Blake Bortles. 2014 to 2018, some ups. 35 TDs in 2015.
Line fires toward the end zone, 1,000 Hurd, diving attempt! Touchdown, Jacksonville!
2017, Blake and the boys make it to the conference championship.
Go to the middle of the field, wide open for the touchdown! Tommy Bohannon! Let's go!
There were downs, too. Double-digit INTs every season as a Jaguar. Record as starter, 24-49.
It's just a bait by Scandrick. Look at him, he's looking right at you.
2019, time for another change. Signed Nick Foles, got hurt right away.
Nick Foles, unfortunately, out for the remainder of this game.
Uncle Rico took over. Gardner Minshew was fun.
Looks, fires deep downfield. He's got Chark out there. DJ makes the catch.
But Minshew couldn't hold the job. 2020, Minshew plus Jake Luton plus Mike Glennon equaled 1-15 and the #1 pick in the draft.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, Clemson.
Rough start. Blame the head coach maybe, because when Lawrence traded in Urban Meyer for Doug Peterson, his game blossomed.
In the pocket, fires, and then it'll be caught for the touchdown.
The Peterson-Lawrence combo made the postseason in their first year together.
Caught! Touchdown!
So maybe we're seeing the early years of Jacksonville's second QB era taking shape.
Let's have some fun, man. Pick this up. Come on, we're good. We're good.
Some call it Fun City. To others, it's Gotham. The Big Apple. It's people. It's excitement. It's action. It's New York City.
New York Jets, Titans of New York for their first 3 seasons. Dick Jamieson makes the first ever start at QB for the franchise. Al Doro, though, the guy who ran the offense in most games in their first 2 years in the league. He made the Pro Bowl in year 2. Nice job, Al. We're trading you to Buffalo. 1962 was a trio of guys. Then Dick Wood got 2 years. How about going 5, 6, and 1 in back-to-back seasons? That's weird and not good enough for New York City. So roll the camera and action.
It was not long before the Jets began spelling trouble for opponents once again.
Broadway Joe era ushered in 1965 to 1976. We all know the story.
I think we got a heck of a shot of winning. We can beat anybody in the world, and I think we're going to win next Sunday.
Yes, Namath is on the hot seat. Most of the pressure is on him. He has said that the Jets are going to win. He doesn't even predict it. He said, I guarantee a Jet victory.
I know we're going to win. I have that attitude. I feel that way, and it's not overconfidence thing. It's football sense.
When time had graciously run out on the once invincible, now bitterly disappointed NFL champions, experts said they had witnessed the greatest upset in sports history.
Now, Namath was more than his famed guaranteed Super Bowl that shook up the world, made the Pro Bowl as a rookie, led the AFL in passing yards in his second year and third year, also picks, but broke the 4K barrier in '67. Then the Super Bowl year, first team All-Pro, went for 266 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a playoff win over the Raiders. It was 1970 that his injuries began. Al Woodall filled in the void that year. Woodall and Bob Davis in 71. Namath, healthy in 72, led the NFL in passing yards and TDs.
The Jets took a 2-touchdown lead on the exciting catches of Rich Castor.
More IR issues in 73, so more Woodall again. A little bit of Bill Demery. 74, 75, Namath played most games, just didn't have it anymore. Still not many Hall of Fame QBs, threw 215 INTs against 170 TDs. Those knees, man.
Joe Namath, the man that has such balls he could even wear fur.
He's New York's all-time leader in wins and touchdowns, still the Jets' GOAT QB.
He was like a wrestler. He was the show when he come in.
I like to think that I'm the founder of swag in some respects, but he wasn't wearing the bling, but he was living life large. You know, braggadocious.
I think mentally, throwing the football, I feel confident I can play better than anybody that's ever played the position.
10 years had passed since the New York Jets had soared to championship heights. And in 1978, such goals were considered to be out of reach. This Jets team may very well have been the youngest ever to compete in the NFL. But the Jets surprised everyone.
The Richard Todd era followed. He was banged up in 78, so Gang Green got a taste of Matt Robinson. 6-5. Not bad, Mr. Robinson.
Matt Robinson has moxie. Whatever you choose to call it, he's got it. And with it, he kept the Jet offense as explosive as ever.
Big picture, though. Todd ran the show from 1977 to 1983. His apex, 81 and 82, took him to the playoffs, culminating in an 82 AFC title game appearance.
He's looking deep for Wesley. A step on the defender. He's got it at the 2 and rolls it in the end zone. It's going to be ruled out at the 1-yard line.
When Todd wasn't behind center, Jets fans got some Marty Domrays and Robinson in 77, Robinson 6-5 in 78. The torch next gets passed to Ken O'Brien. He plays 5 games in 84. Pat Ryan went 6-5. He served behind Todd and O'Brien quite a bit. O'Brien's run ran from 84 to 92, 3 playoff appearances. O'Brien and company made the playoffs in 86 after starting 10-1, including a 51-45 OT classic versus Dan Marino in Miami.
O'Brien back to throw. O'Brien being rushed. O'Brien throwing over the middle. Wesley Wilson, touchdown! Touchdown! There is no time remaining.
When I made the catch, I was in a dream world. I didn't realize what had happened, and I still don't.
I dropped back and waited and just waited for Wesley to get anywhere near the end zone, and threw it about as hard as I could. And the next thing I knew, Wesley was flying through the air, made a great catch, and rolled in the end zone.
O'Brien's back to throw. O'Brien throwing long down the sideline for Walker, and he got it! Touchdown! Touchdown! Wesley Walker with his fourth touchdown reception. The Jets are going to start.
O'Brien was sidelined with a sore arm by the time the playoffs arrived. Ryan in the saddle when they beat the Chiefs in the wild card round.
Ryan throwing for Griggs is wide open. Touchdown, New York!
O'Brien in the end, 9 years a Jet, 50 wins, 55 losses, a tie, 124 TDs, 95 INTs. 92, they experimented with Browning Nagel. Maybe he would have worked in Cleveland, 3-10 as a Jet. So here comes the boom.
3rd and 7 from the Dolphin 12. Throw to the end zone. And touchdown, Burkhead. He reached up and grabbed the ball over Oliver's head. Touchdown.
Boomer Esiason made the Pro Bowl his first year in green.
It ain't no surprise. Hell yeah, it ain't no surprise.
Then the boom faded. 2 crummy seasons followed and he was out. 1994, his backup, Jack Trudeau, got in 2 games. In 95, it was Bubby Brister going 1-3. 1996, it was like an open tryout. Frank Reich, Glenn Foley, Neil O'Donnell. 1 win between them. O'Donnell didn't win a single game, but wins the job. He went 8-6 in 97.
O'Donnell out of the shotgun, has the ball, gun high for the end zone, jump ball situation.
Keyshawn makes the catch, touchdown! Johnson made the catch, touchdown!
But Vinny Testaverde was available in 98. What a spark. Takes him to the AFC Conference Championship game.
For the fans who suffer through years of frustration, it was cause for joy.
He got hurt in 99. You got a taste of Rick Meyer that year. Didn't taste great. Ray Lucas, though, went down pretty smooth. Finished 6-3. Back to Vinny for 2000. 2001, he guides them back to the playoffs. Back to the injured list in 2002. Welcome, Chad Pennington. Welcome back, a playoff run. Pennington also dealt with injuries. 2004, that allowed a few Quincy Carter games. In 2005, Brooks Bollinger was the main fill-in, 2-7. 2007, Kellen Clemens was behind Pennington, 3-5. Post-Chad, the duct tape year of 2008. Hall of Fame duct tape, though. Brett Favre is fun to watch.
On opening day, Brett Favre was a vision in green.
Looking for Cotchery. He's got it at the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown! What a play-action fake by Brett Favre, and he throws a bomb to Jericho Cotchery. There's the big play strike.
He fakes another retirement, so in comes Mark Sanchez. The Sanchez stretch, just 4 years, he'll always be remembered for one of 2 things. Almost making the Super Bowl his first 2 years, beats Peyton Manning and Tom Brady back-to-back weeks.
Back right corner of the end zone, throws one, touchdown, and the Jets are going to win it.
But then there's that one play.
Come on, baby.
Unbelievable, Bob. You got a broken play, then you run into the backside of your right guard.
Is something that just sticks in the craw of every New York Jet fan. So let's move on.
2013-2014, Geno Smith. Nope.
And again, a miscommunication between the two.
Michael Vick, 3 games in Geno year 2. 2015 was magical. Ryan Fitzpatrick's magic ran out in 2016, though, from 10-6 to 3-8. How about Josh McCown in 2017? 5-8. And not to get petty, but Bryce got in on the action too, 0-3, so not better. They went back to the USC well in 2018. Maybe try a different well? 3 years of Sammy D ended with him being traded.
Darnold gets it down, throws it out, it's intercepted.
Jerome Baker with the pick 6.
Josh McCown, we see you in your 3 losing starts in 2018. And you too, Luke Falk, 0-2 in 2019, and old Joe Flacco in 2020. Which brings us to Zach Wilson, the number 2 overall pick of the 2021 draft.
We're going to be a special team, baby. We're going for the Super Bowl.
3-10 record, 11 INTs to just 9 touchdowns.
I can't even explain who he was throwing this to.
Mike White got in 3 games that year, 4 more in 2022. Flacco getting mixed in as well those 2 years. That was enough for the Jets to go back to the Packers legend well. Again, maybe it's best to try something new. Aaron Rodgers would follow in Favre's footsteps. From Lambeau to the Big Apple, it did not turn out any better.
Aaron Rodgers is sitting down in the field. He's hurt.
And a collective gasp goes up here in MetLife Stadium.
Rodgers, injured in his debut, missed the rest of 2023. Wilson went back in, made 11 starts. Trevor Siemian made 3. Tim Boyle 2. Rodgers returning in 2024 and putting up some hefty numbers for a Jet. 28 touchdowns, 11 INTs.
Rodgers puts it right in his hand.
Didn't make the team much better, so they let him go and signed Justin Fields for 2025, hoping the dual threat castoff can take flight in New York. Detroit Lions. These cats have been roaming the NFL jungle since 1930. Started out in Portsmouth, Ohio, actually. Quick recap of their 20 years at the QB position. The first great Lion, first quote quarterback in franchise history, the Flying Dutchman, Hall of Famer Earl Clark, one of the most dominant players of the 30s. He did some time for them behind center back in the day. 9 different Lions players in 1935 threw a pass, 9 TDs, 20 INTs combined. No matter, Detroit, NFL champions. It was a different game back then. Let's skip ahead. 1950, Bobby Lane era begins. Traded for him. Thanks, New York Bulldogs. The swap sparked a Detroit dynasty. Yep, you heard that right. 1950 to 1957, with Lane at the wheel, Doak Walker in the backfield, the Lions make the championship game 4 times, won it back-to-back in 52 and 53, Lane first-team All-Pro in 52, Pro Bowler both years.
So for the second year in a row, the Professional Football World Championship goes to the Detroit Lions.
Detroit lost the 54 title game, won it in 57, but Lane didn't finish that season off. He got hurt in the second-to-last game of the season. Tobin Rote, the quarterback who won the championship game for the Lions.
Rote scored 1 touchdown and passed for 4 as he pilots the Detroit Lions to football's World Championship.
Lane was traded a couple games into the 58 season, and with that trade, the end of the glory days and the start of the dark ages in Detroit quarterback lore, better known as the 60s. Rote ran the show in 58, team fell under 500, no more playoffs. Same deal in 59. Earl Morrall, a future Super Bowl winner for another team, played 5 games for him. Morrall split time with Jim Nanowski in 60 and 61, and the team had winning records both years. In 62, they went 11-3 with Milt Plum at quarterback. 11-3 and didn't make the playoffs. Plum would share snaps with Morrall in 63 and 64, then with George Izzo in 65, with Carl Sweeten in 66 and 67. The dude had a lot of roommates during his time in Detroit.
Milt Plum rolls right, then hits Gibbons with a touchdown strike.
Plum gave the Lions 6 years, was 23, 25, and 4 overall. Morrall played 7 years in the Motor City, 15, 10, and 1 record. Maybe they should have given him more starts?
Morrall rolls out and hits Nick Ryder for a 23-yard touchdown.
Now we arrived at the Bill Munson, Greg Landry years. Munson wore the Honolulu Blue from 1968 to 1975, a 24, 21, and 3 record, so a winner. He was their main guy in 68.
Bill Munson hit Billy Gambrell with a bullet for an early touchdown.
Landry was drafted in the first round in 68. He and Munson both started 7 games in 69. 70, Munson starts the year, Landry finishes it. Lions make the playoffs.
Greg Landry has a long career ahead. Lions had found another young star.
71 and 72, Landry won more than he lost, threw more touchdowns than INTs, just couldn't get over the hump. Never made it back to the playoffs. A 40, 41, and 3 record, 80 touchdowns, 81 picks.
Landry led the Lions offense on another pleasure trip to victory.
Other gents who played a role in the Landry era. 1975, Joe Reed was 4-4 for him. 1978, Gary Danielson went 6-5. 1979, how about Jeff Comlow and a 2-12 record?
Comlow back, pressure put on. That one's going to be Bobby Myers, a good races on. He took it in.
That netted them the first pick in the draft the following year. They used it on a running back, Billy Sims. So that brings us to the Gary Danielson, Eric Hipple chapter. Danielson arrived in 1976. He stuck through 1984. 80 and 84 were his 2 solo years, if you will. A 23, 28, and 1 record as a Lion came oh so close to pulling off a playoff upset.
Here's the season for the 49ers and the Lions, hanging in the balance now. A 43-yard try. The kick is on its way. There's plenty of distance. It is no good! And the Niners are alive in the playoffs to go on to the NFC Championship.
Hipple was drafted by the Lions in '80, fourth rounder. Only played in Detroit in his entire NFL career. A 28-29 record, 55 touchdowns, 70 interceptions. Called the Hipple years 83 and 85, he threw for 336 yards against Chicago in his first ever start.
Into the end zone to David Hill, touchdown! Eric Hipple, second touchdown pass.
Detroit made the playoffs back-to-back years with Hipple in 82 and 83. 1986, Joe Ferguson was in the mix with Hipple. 1987, Chuck Long, 3-9 as a starter. Todd Hans, anyone? 1-2. 88, Long and Rusty Hilger were slinging it. 89, Bob Gagliano gave it a go for him. Didn't make it through the year. The keys were handed over to Rodney Peete.
Rodney Peete steps to his left, rolls to his right. He's got real estate. He's to the 5. He's to the corner. Touchdown, Lions! Oh, my!
That offseason, Detroit had the 7th overall pick, used it on Andre Ware.
Detroit Lions select Andre Ware, quarterback, Houston.
Ware played for Detroit for 4 years, only 6 starts, another major whiff. Pete, among others, kept getting the nod. Pete years 89 to 93, not once in those 5 years did he play 12 games for the Lions. He had a 21-26 record in his time in Detroit, more INTs than TDs. Lions made the postseason twice in that span. They played in 3 playoff games, all started by Eric Kramer.
Kramer, the throw, end zone, touchdown, one-handed catch by Brett Perelman. Holy mackerel!
Kramer played 3 years for the Lions, 15 starts. One Pride remembers that epic 91 performance, Kramer throwing 3 touchdowns, beating the Aikman, Emmett, Irvin Cowboys. First playoff win they tasted at that point since 1957. It was a big deal.
Eric Kramer, short drop right, fires for Moore, up, touchdown, Herman Moore! They're a quarter away from going to the NFC Championship game.
Kramer was a free agent after the 93 season. They let him walk. Went with a Scott Mitchell-Dave Craig combo meal, but it was Mitchell who stuck for a few years.
Mitchell now goes long for the end zone. Morton and a great! He hauls it in for the touchdown.
Mitchell claims the Lions from 1994 to 1997. Those were solid years. Detroit made the playoffs at least in 94, 95, and 97. Mitchell threw 32 touchdowns and just 12 picks for that 95 squad.
Mitchell back, goes for Herman Moore, up for it, got it! Touchdown Lions, what a grab!
Mitchell and the Lions just couldn't win a playoff game, though, even with Barry at running back. Lions felt they made the playoffs in 97 despite Mitchell's play. He went 27-30 for them in his 5 years, so Detroit switched lanes for some Charlie Batch.
4th down and inches. Play action, Batch, wide open, touchdown Lions! How about that big by Charlie Batch?
1998 to 2001, 4 years of Batch got him back to the playoffs in 99.
Charlie Batch with it, still with it, and he dives, touchdown Lions!
His record, 19-27 as a Lion. 49 touchdowns, 40 interceptions. 2001, his final year, he goes 0-9 as the starter. They tried Ty Detmer out that year. Remember that? First start for Detroit, 7 interceptions in 1 game.
Back to throw, Detmer wants to go long. This one's overthrown and picked off.
7 interceptions in the game.
Lions land the 3rd overall pick in the 2002 draft. Time to swing for the fences again.
With the 3rd choice in the 2002 draft, the Detroit Lions select Joey Harrington, quarterback from Oregon.
Joey Harrington, one of Detroit's greatest draft day strikeouts. Lions' career lasts just 4 years, 18-37 record, 62 interceptions against 60 touchdowns.
Intercepted by Mike Brown at the 40. 3 turnovers for Detroit.
By 2005, it was clear Joey wasn't the answer. Lions fans got to see a little Jeff Garcia that year, saw vet John Kitna in 2006 and 2007. Team goes 10-26 under his guidance.
Rolling right, looking for somewhere to go, being chased, gonna go down.
2008, a trio situation. Kitna, 0-4. Dante Culpepper, 0-5. Dan Orlovsky, 0-7. Orlovsky's calling card. He's the guy who just stepped out of the back of the end zone.
Got the football. Rolling right, he ran out of bounds. He ran out of the end zone. It's a safety. That looks bad.
Not one of their quarterbacks that year able to win a single game.
The record books will show that the 2008 Detroit Lions
are the first team in NFL history to go 0-16.
Zero-win teams usually draft first the next year. Detroit used the first overall pick on another quarterback. This time, they didn't miss.
The Detroit Lions select Matthew Stafford, quarterback, Georgia.
Matthew Stafford didn't blow the gates off as a rookie. He went 2-8. He missed 6 games, Culpepper filling in. But he also threw 5 touchdowns in a game, youngest to ever to do it at the time, so everyone saw the potential. Stafford's sophomore year only played 3 games, injured again. Sean Hill, Drew Stanton, that's what you might remember them for back then. But from 2011 to 2020, it was pretty much all Stafford. 3 playoff appearances, 282 TD passes, 144 interceptions.
Matthews got it back to pass. Looks, throws, it is intercepted.
Lions' record under Stafford in 12 years, 74, 90, and 1. No playoff wins, so they trade him in 2021.
Breaking news out of Los Angeles and Detroit as a blockbuster deal has just gone down that will send Matthew Stafford to the Rams in exchange for 2 first-rounders, a 3rd-rounder, and Jared Goff.
Goff's Detroit journey started rough. 3-10-1 in his first year, but 9-8 in his second year. Goff makes the Pro Bowl in 2022.
Goff play action fake, time in the pocket. Goes deep downfield, got a man wide open, inside the 5, caught, end zone, touchdown Detroit Lions!
2023, Lions make it back to the playoffs with Goff throwing 30 touchdowns and doing what Stafford could not, winning 2 playoff games, taking Detroit all the way to the NFC Championship. Green Bay Packers. Lambeau has seen some of the greatest. Arnie Herber, Hall of Famer, leader of their first dynasty. He led them to 4 titles in the 30s.
First passer in the history of the league to pass for 1,000 yards. Green Bay native. Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Let's skip to dynasty number 2.
I'm Bart Starr. I was a 17th round draft choice of the Green Bay Packers back in 1956.
1957 to 1970 were primo years for the Pack. Starr settled into the starter's role in 1960, led them to the title game, made the Pro Bowl that year too, as well as in 61 and 62. Starr and the Pack crowned champs both seasons.
The Green Bay Packers are going to be world champions.
Starr and company picked their championship-winning ways back up in 1965, won it all, followed by wins in the league's first 2 ever Super Bowls.
On this march, he finds Pitts, Dale, and finally McGee for the touchdown.
5 NFL titles, 4 Pro Bowls, 2-time Super Bowl MVP, first in a trilogy of legendary Packers signal callers.
Bart, it's a real pleasure to present you keys to this car for your wonderful performance in the Super Bowl.
Starr serves as Scott Hunter's backup in 1971 and as QB coach in 72. They made the playoffs that year.
And though the Green Bay passing game was never imposing, Hunter's choice of receivers was limited to the veteran number 84, Carroll Dale, and the rookie Leland Glass.
Then things went cold in the Bay. 1973 was a trifecta season. Hunter, Jerry Taggy, and Jim Delgado.
The Packers used 3 talented but semi-inexperienced quarterbacks in 1973.
More committee work in 74. Taggy joined by John Hadle and Jack Concannon. There's a reason committees are bad when it comes to QBs.
No less an authority than Joe Namath has called Hadle the finest quarterback in pro football.
Hadle took over in 75, results not much different. Those years set the stage for the original GB12, the Lynn Dickey decade, 1976 to 1985. He only finished 1 year over 500. Strike-shortened season of 1982 made the playoffs.
At their own 40-yard line. Deep they go, wide open is Jefferson. He's a 60-yard touchdown strike from the veteran quarterback, curly-haired Lynn Dickey.
Now, Dickey broke his leg shortly after arriving in Green Bay, missed 2 full years, so 1978 and 79, Cheeseheads watched David Whitehurst toss it for them. 1986 to 1988, the Randy Wright years, or maybe they were the Randy Wrong years, a 6-24 record as their starter in that span.
Oh! Randy Wright hit the linebacker right in the belly.
14 seconds later, Minnesota gets it back.
And good field position. He's had a tough start. He's thrown one touchdown pass. That was his 8th interception.
Play opened the door for the Magic Man. 1987 to 1991 saw Don Majkowski back there quite a bit. His run peaked in '89, made the Pro Bowl, and finished second to Joe Montana in MVP voting.
Here's Majkowski back to throw on first down, gets a good block, now runs out of there to the right. Wants some help throwing downfield for Fontenot. Got it! Touchdown!
He's a what might have been guy. He got hurt in 1990. Anthony Dilweg was not the answer.
But the Packers also suffered their share of untimely bounces and unbelievable breaks.
The next season, it was Magic and Mike Tomczak, not much better.
Green Bay's dreams of triumph and glory plummeted early.
Everything changes after that. A trade and an injury setting up decades of Green Bay QB excellence.
And Majkowski is down and hurting, Max. He is hurting.
The Magic Man gets hurt. The kid with the funny name takes over.
So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! That was excellent throw by Brett Favre. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
92 to 2007, the Brett Favre years. First year in the saddle makes the Pro Bowl. He'd go on to appear in 11 Pro Bowls.
The big cheese of QBs, Brett Favre.
Brett Favre, I gotta see this. This Favre out here.
1995 to 1997, no one better in the game. Wins MVP 3 straight years, led the league in TD passes with 35 plus each campaign.
How did Brett Favre do what he just did?
Favre back across his body. Touchdown.
I don't believe it.
Incredible.
That guy's just a wizard.
The peak of the Favre Mountain in 96. 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks in the Super Bowl versus New England. Titletown owned the title once again.
Favre back to throw his first one. Going deep, has a man open. Andre Rison.
And now, baby, it's over. The Vince Lombardi Trophy is coming home where it started.
Favre and his mates went back to the Super Bowl the next year, too. Fell short versus Denver and John Elway. He took Green Bay to the playoffs 6 more times. His final year, they went 13-3 and made the conference championship. Number 4, won all the awards.
Who would have ever thought that a young man from Kill, Mississippi, whose father ran the Wishbone, would hold every passing record in NFL history at one time?
Set all sorts of records his successor would break.
3rd and 5, pass is caught. Lazard, touchdown! Career touchdown pass number 443.
Pack had drafted a kid by the name of Aaron Rodgers a few years earlier, made him wait a few seasons. Didn't take him long to bring back another Lombardi to Titletown.
Rodgers throws the middle. He's got it. Greg Jennings and a beautiful spiral over the middle. What a conversion.
2010, Rodgers' best team result, not his best personal year. 45 touchdowns in 2011 took the MVP award.
Jennings wide open. Nobody in the same area code. Greg Jennings all the way.
2014, throws 38 TDs against just 5 picks. MVP award number 2.
Here we go. Ball game on the line. Snap to A-Rod. Throws right side.
Yes! Touchdown! And a dagger! The dagger to Andrew Wallace on the right side!
Pack had to endure one Brett Hundley year in Rodgers' run due to injury, but back to work he went. 2020, leading the league with 48 touchdowns, only 5 picks, MVP number 3.
He's done it for forever now. He's a gold jacket guy.
2021, 37 TDs, 4 INTs, MVP award number 4.
For the shot, left side Lazard.
He's got it. Touchdown!
Pumps, throws, left side of the end zone.
Touchdown! A sensational throw!
Then he gets Favred, Pack drafting Jordan Love and having him sit and watch. Took over in 2023, 32 touchdowns as a rookie, playoff win in Dallas.
And the Packers are piling it on the Cowboys.
Now Cheesehead Nation waits to see if Love will eventually find a way.
I think the quality of a great leader, of a great quarterback, is being able to deliver. And you have to. Anybody can play when there's really nothing at stake.
You always hear the point guard who wants the basketball, like Larry Bird wants it at the end of the game. You know, one person has to arise and make the big plays, and I'd like for it to be me. I thrive for those positions.
And this is what it's all about. I mean, it's Christmas night in Lambeau, and I'm so fortunate to be able to play here in the stadium with these fans.
Carolina Panthers entered the NFL's fray in 1995, so not that many quarterback eras to cover with Keep Pounding. Very first quarterback to take a snap for them, Frank Reich, threw for 300-plus yards and 2 TDs in their inaugural game.
He's got it! Touchdown!
Throwing the first touchdown pass in team history is a pretty big highlight. It's a pretty big honor. It's fun to have those memories of playing here on this team. Wearing the Panther helmet.
Only made 3 starts that year. Kerry Collins made 13, went 7-6 their first season. 9-3 in year 2. Collins leading Carolina to the playoffs and a playoff win over Dallas in the divisional round.
Third and goal at the 10. Here's Collins. Pass is caught. Touchdown, Willie Green.
Kerry Collins threw a perfect pass. Woo! This place is going wild. This is what it's all about.
Collins wasn't really leading the way, though. He goes 6-7 the following year, led the NFL in INTs 0-4 in 98, gave way to another vet, Steve Berline, who threw 36 touchdowns in 1999.
Berline, wide open, touchdown, Patrick Jeffords.
Berline now 36 touchdown passes on a season.
Team was only 500, though, no better in 2000, and Berline's numbers dropped. So they draft Chris Wanke, who came out of college at the ripe age of 28. He won in his NFL debut.
Wanke over the middle, touchdown Carolina, Masin Muhammad.
If I didn't know that Chris Wanke threw that ball, I would have said no way in the world that a rookie made that throw. You want to talk about threading the needle.
And then lost 14 games in a row.
Wanke again to the air, intercepted on the play. This one by Otis Smith. He had a touchdown called back earlier in the game, and now with Wanke to beat, he'll take it in for a touchdown. And behind Peyton Manning, no quarterback has thrown more interceptions for touchdowns than rookie Chris Wanke.
So back to another set of retread tires. Rodney Peete, 2002, and then finally Carolina's first QB age of note, the Jake Delhomme years, with the team 2003 to 2009.
Who's Jake Delhomme? Peyton Manning, Donovan, Jake Delhomme.
What a start. 2003 goes 11-5, beats Dallas in the wild card, 273 yards and a touchdown.
The 1 yard line? I was running. I didn't see him. I was running away from 41.
Yeah, you tease me about my running ability that I can't run?
Then they beat the Rams in overtime on the road. Delhomme to Steve Smith for the walk-off.
Blitz again coming. Delhomme bumps. He's got time. Throws down. Smith at the 45 to the 40. Breaks free. It's 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Woo! Touchdown, Steve Smith. 69 yards. And we are going to the NFC Championship game. What an incredible win.
Then they took down Philadelphia on the road, sending Carolina to its first Super Bowl.
Delhomme back to throw. Looks, nobody open. Heaves it downfield for Muhammad in the end zone. He got it! Touchdown! What a great catch by Masin Muhammad. And Delhomme got pounded as he let it go.
Delhomme and company may have lost on a last-second field goal, but forgotten is how well he played. 3 touchdowns, no picks, 320-plus yards, a 113 rate, tied the game late with 1:08 to play, too.
Big blitz, throwing to the end zone, touchdown!
2004, 29 TD passes. 2005, 24 TD passes, 11-5 record, wins over the Giants in the playoffs and the Bears. Delhomme, 3 touchdowns, 310-plus yards in the win.
Delhomme is going to shoot for Smith. Down the field, Smith has another. And the Carolina Panthers will make their 3rd trip to a championship game in their franchise history. A history that goes back to 1995. Congratulations to Jake Delhomme.
Delhomme got hurt in 2007, so Panthers fans were treated to David Carr, Matt Moore, and Vinny Testaverde. 2008, Delhomme led Carolina back to the playoffs, 12-4 record.
Delhomme can't find anyone. Now he fires downfield for Smith. And Steve Smith makes an acrobatic catch. The number 2 seed in the NFC goes to the Carolina Panthers.
Modest stats for the QB that season, his production really regressing in 2009, so that was that. 53-37 record in his 7 years in Carolina, 120 TDs, 89 INTs.
This is the greatest sports day of my life. It started here in this stadium at halftime of the Jacksonville Jaguar game. That's when I was in that locker room against this team, and I got the call. I never wanted to let you down. There's nothing finer than to be in Carolina. Thank you so much.
2010, more Matt Moore. Remember Brian St. Pierre? Jimmy Clausen got most of the starts that year, a 1-9 record. Panthers only won 2 games all season, so they had the number 1 pick in the draft.
With the first pick in the 2011 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Cam Newton, quarterback, Auburn.
2011 to 2019, the Cam Newton era, tacked on a few more games for them in 2021. Superman, Pro Bowler in his rookie year, 14 rushing touchdowns.
Newton's got it, and he's got a big hole. Cam Newton taking off. Will they get him? Touchdown! 14 rushing touchdowns this season, the most ever by a quarterback in NFL history.
2013, Newton goes 12-4, another Pro Bowl nod, makes his first playoff appearance.
Cam Newton in the gun, 28 seconds remaining. Here comes a blitz off the edge. Newton gets hit, but Newton throws end zone. Hickson makes a diving catch. Touchdown!
Did you believe it?
No, I don't, but it happened.
I don't believe it.
Carolina Panthers have won the football game.
First
time in 5 years, Carolina's going to the postseason.
Yes, they are.
2 years later, the peak of Newton's reign, a 15-1 record, NFL MVP, 35 TD passes, 10 rushing.
Mr. Fisher, how old are you? What, you about 13 out here? Come on, you got the baby face, man.
Yeah, it'll be good.
What? How old are you?
36.
36? Man, boy. Going on 12.
Panthers took out Seattle in the divisional.
End zone. Olsen, leaping catch for the touchdown. I mean, that's good coverage right there, and the ball is just put in a perfect place.
Destroyed Arizona in the conference championship, with Cam accounting for 4 TDs.
Extra men on the rush. Newton steps into it. It's got Brown wide open. And Corey Brown is gone. Touchdown, Carolina. The Carolina Panthers are NFC champions. And Ron Rivera is going to the Super Bowl.
Newton ended up going 75-68-1 in his 10 years in Carolina. 186 passing touchdowns, 113 INTs, 63 rushing TDs. Panthers QB GOAT.
I see you, Dad, man. What's up? How you doing?
Good.
You feeling all right? Ready for the game? You gonna give me a chest bump? There you go, man.
2019 saw Carolina plug in Will Greer for a few games, Kyle Allen for 12, Teddy Bridgewater took over in 2020, Cam came back in 2021 for 5 games, Sam Darnold saw 11 starts, PJ Walker 1, Walker 5 the next year, Darnold a handful.
Sam throws deep down the left side for Moore, makes the catch. Did he get in? Yes, he did!
And Baker Mayfield for 6, though he only went 1-5 for them. Panthers then make the bold move to move up in the draft to take their future face of the franchise.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Bryce Young's rookie year was rough, 2-14 record. He even gets benched for Andy Dalton in his year 2, but eventually made his way back to the starting lineup and showed signs late in 2024 that gave fans hope that he could be the next big thing in Carolina.
Hey, embrace this feeling. Enjoy this feeling. Hey, family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
New England Patriots entered the fray in 1960 in the AFL as the Boston Patriots. Butch Songen, the first QB in franchise history, he threw 22 TDs that first season.
And it's away to Jimmy Coquel in the end zone for the touchdown.
Team wasn't any good. He started 6 games in 61. Babe Pirelli started 8.
In the 1960s, when the team was known as the Boston Patriots, Pirelli directed the offense for 7 seasons.
Babe, New England's first QB of note. He was a vet pickup, their starter from 61 to 67, a 44-32-7 record, three-time Pro Bowler, led them to their first playoff win in 1963, led the AFL in TD passes with 31 and 64.
One of Pirelli's favorite targets was number 20, Gino Cappelletti.
1968 season, Tom Sherman, 1-6.
It was not a time for jubilation. One could only stand and stare. His defeat rendered a silent, hard-felt misery.
Mike Tollifer, 3-4. So that's who they rolled with in 69. He won 4 games, went 1-3 in 1970. Joe Kapp stepped in, went 1-9. The two QBs combined for 7 TDs, 28 interceptions. Their ineptitude that season set them up with the number 1 pick in the draft, which they used on Stanford's Jim Plunkett.
Starting for the first time in a regular season game, at quarterback, number 16, Jim Plunkett.
Plunkett's Patriots run only lasted 5 years, started all their games the first 4 years.
In the final quarter, Jim Plunkett completed his offensive foray just as he started it, with a touchdown pass.
Never had a winning record with the team, 23-38 overall, 62 touchdowns, 87 interceptions. He wasn't bad, but he didn't fully blossom with New England.
The crushing blow, injury to quarterback Jim Plunkett.
Plunkett hurt his shoulder in 1975, which opened the door for Steve Grogan, who they drafted in the 5th round that year.
At 6 foot 4 inches, 200 pounds, he showed rugged durability and a strong, accurate throwing style.
Grogan spent 16 years in the NFL, every one of them with the Patriots. He was the man in New England from 1976 to 1980.
The game's key play, a Grogan blitz beater.
And the team was pretty good, too, winning records every year. Playoff team in 76 and 78. Grogan led the NFL in TD passes in 79 with 28.
Steve Grogan threw 5 touchdown passes. 2 of them to Stanley Morgan and 3 to Harold Jackson.
And then came his injury years, 1980 to 1985, followed by his backup years, 1986 to 90. He is one of the most underrated players in the history of their franchise, a 75-60 record when he hung them up, led them to the playoffs 3 times.
Is that a happy Steve Grogan? What a difference a week makes.
From 1980 to 82, the guy who filled in for Grogan, Matt Cavanaugh. In 1983, it was their first-round pick, Tony Eason, who they took 15th.
It was, at times, a painful learning experience for Eason, but there were to be happier days just ahead.
Eason took over the starter's job in 1984, but in 85, after a 2-3 start,
the situation worsened against Buffalo when Tony Eason was lost with a shoulder separation.
Grogan goes back in, wins 6 straight games.
And Grogan holds on to it, quarterback, sneak, a keeper play, Grogan scores!
But then breaks his leg, so back in goes Eason, who ends up beating the Jets in the wild card.
Keyed by the cool performance of Tony Eason, the Patriots played a near-perfect game.
Beats the Raiders in the divisional.
Eason rolling out to the right side, avoiding the pressure, on the run, he throws, complete for a touchdown, Lynn Dawson in the end zone.
Eason throwing 3 touchdowns in the conference championship game against the Dan Marino Dolphins.
Let's get it, we can go, baby, we can go! Hey, Donkey, let's go! Eason drops back, looks to throw, he pumps once and throws, touchdown! And the Patriots are jumping up and down. That means that the Patriots are indeed the champions of the American Football Conference of the National Football League.
Super Bowl didn't go so great. Eason threw 19 touchdowns against 10 interceptions the next year. Team made the playoffs again.
Hanging up in the end zone, they're all up in the air, and it's a touchdown! The Patriots have a touchdown!
Then came the carousel years, 1987, strike year, some replacement player weeks. So that year they saw Grogan, Eason, Bob Blair, Doug Flutie.
The former Heisman Trophy winner from Boston College was acquired on a Tuesday, and 5 days later started the team's 3rd replacement game.
And Tom Ramsey. Flutie saw the most action in 88. Grogan, Eason, Ramsey all made starts too. 89, Grogan, Eason, Flutie, and Mark Wilson. 1990, Wilson, Grogan, Tom Hodson. The team went 1-15.
Coach McPherson will not select the leader of the Patriots' aerial assault until training camp.
They didn't care for anyone in the 1991 draft, so they traded their number 1 pick. Brett Favre went in the second round that year for what it's worth. Hodson was benched for Hugh Millen in 1991, a guy who they signed as a free agent.
Millen, play action fake. Stands in the pocket, looks, fires over the middle. Touchdown, Greg McMurtry.
He gets benched in 92 with an 0-7 record. Hodson saw a few more games, Jeff Carlson a couple, Scott Zolak a handful. He won the team's only 2 games, so once again they owned the number 1 pick in the draft. This time there was a QB they liked.
The Patriots select Drew Bledsoe, quarterback, Washington State University.
The Drew Bledsoe era, 1993 to 2001, 3-time Pro Bowler in that span, led the league in yards in 1994, got them to the playoffs. Also led the league in INTs that year with 27. 1996, the peak of the Bledsoe run with New England, 27 touchdowns, 4,000-plus yard season, took out Pittsburgh in the divisional round, Jacksonville in the conference championship. Patriots were back in the Super Bowl.
Bledsoe back to throw, giving ground, looking, shooting long and deep. Jefferson got it!
Following year, 2001, Bledsoe plays in just 2 games, takes a hit that changed the NFL for the next 2 decades.
It was the hardest hit I've ever heard. He's trying to get his bearings. He goes, well, how do we call that check with me? You know, how do we call the check with me? I said, how do we call the check with me? And I looked over at Dave and said, we got to get him out of the game. I mean, he couldn't remember anything.
In that moment, 2 careers were changed forever.
I'm going to make the best decisions I can for the football team. That's what Mr. Kraft's paying me to do, and that's what I'm going to do.
You just want to throw so you can get on TV, huh? Yeah.
From 2001 to 2019, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, a.k.a. Tom Terrific, a.k.a. Touchdown Tom, a.k.a. TB12, a.k.a. The GOAT, quarterbacked the New England Patriots every year save 1.
That's some great numbers!
His resume is unmatched, not just by any other Patriots quarterback, but by any quarterback to ever play the game. The obvious leads them to the Super Bowl win that very first year on the job.
We're going to Disney World!
Again in 2003.
Action fake Brady, fire, touchdown! 2 Super Bowl championships in 3 years.
Repeat champ in 2004.
Look, fires to the right. Touchdown, back to back. 3 out of 4.
Back on top in 2014.
Pass is intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler.
Unbelievable, man. Way to go.
In 2016.
Gotta play tougher, harder, tougher, everything.
Toss to White. He's in! Patriots win the Super Bowl!
And one more time in red, white, and blue in 2018.
We're going to Disney World!
MVP in 4 of those. Team made the playoffs every year with Brady save 2 seasons. 15-time Pro Bowler, 3-time first-team All-Pro, 3-time MVP winner, has a 50 TD campaign in there.
Caught Randy Moss, touchdown!
That's what I'm talking about, buddy.
We made some progress today.
No NFL quarterback with as many career yards or touchdowns. He and Bill Belichick, the faces of the greatest dynasty the game has ever seen.
You guys are awesome. Love it. You guys are awesome.
Oh my God. One day, man.
Love it.
2008, the year Brady was hurt, Matt Castle stepped in and went 10-5 as starter. 2016, Brady served a 4-game suspension, so Jacoby Brissett started 2, Jimmy Garoppolo 2. Brady departed for Tampa Bay in 2020. Patriots tried Superman for a year. Cam Newton wasn't really the right fit, though. 2021 plugged in rookie Mac Jones, who threw 22 touchdowns, only 13 INTs. Pats were playoff bound. Mac was unable to sustain his early success, though, gets benched for Bailey Zappi in 2022. Both quarterbacks used in 2023, which sent them searching for another QB in the draft.
The New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Drake May, 3rd overall pick, had to sit behind Brissett for a stretch. He came back, but took over as starter by season's end and showed signs of maybe being the next big thing in New England.
The autumn wind is a pirate, blustering in from sea, With a rollicking song, he sweeps along, swaggering boisterously. His face is weather-beaten. He wears a hooded sash with a silver hat about his head and a bristling black mustache. He growls as he storms the country, a villain big and bold. And the trees all shake and quiver and quake as he robs them of their gold. The autumn wind is a raider, pillaging just for fun. He'll knock you round and upside down and laugh when he's conquered and won.
Just win, baby.
The autumn wind first blew through Oakland, AFL style 1960. Raiders football began with a groundbreaker. Tom Flores, first Hispanic starting QB in NFL history, held the job through 1966. 30-31-3 record, but had 3 really good years: 8-1, 7-3-1, and 7-2-1. And in 1966 made the Pro Bowl. Gets traded. Thanks.
Thank you.
Never made the playoffs though. 1962, by the way, Flores was hurt. Cotton Davidson filled in. They went 1-13. That's why it's easy to forget. The next silver and black QB era started in 1967. Darryl LaMonica.
In LaMonica's right arm, a football became an explosive weapon. And that's why he was known as the Mad Bomber.
Underrated QB, underrated years. He ended up 62-16-6 for the Raiders, highest win percentage of any significant Raider QB. 67 to 1972, LaMonica made the Pro Bowl 4 times. First team 2 times. Led the AFL in TD passes twice. 3-time AFL champ. Led him to Super Bowl II.
I think Darryl was the most underrated of the starting quarterbacks the Raiders had. He never got enough credit. He had a great arm. He was a picture thrower. He looked good throwing the ball, and he could really sing it out there.
Next man up to the ante. The Snake may still be the face of true Raiders football. 1973 to 1979, not one losing season. 69, 26-1 while he slung it for Oaktown. He was involved in the Immaculate Reception game, the ghost of the post-double OT thriller over the Colts.
He goes medium deep to Jasper. Jasper makes it over the shoulder, touch.
The Sea of Hands.
He's got, he throws. It is. Oh, he caught it. Unbelievable.
Fumble it forward win over the Chargers, a.k.a. the Holy Roller.
Ball is loose, still loose. Picked up, kick into the end zone. And we'll see what happens. Touchdown! Can you believe it? Touchdown Raiders!
NFL MVP winner, Hall of Fame career, won them their first Lombardi in 1976.
I'm happy for all of our guys, you know. I mean, it's just 40 renegades together, you know. And I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's unbelievable. It's more than I expected.
He gets traded ahead of the 1980 season for Dan Pastorini. He was supposed to be the next guy, but he breaks his leg, opens the door for Jim Plunkett.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into that game. And Mr. Davis came up to me before the game. He says, look, it's not important that you play well. It's important that we win.
38-19 overall for the Raiders, and what a start. Takes over, goes 9-2, and oh yeah, wins the big one right out of the gate.
Jim Plunkett climaxing as great a comeback as sports has ever witnessed.
First Latino to win the Super Bowl as a starting QB alongside with MVP honors, with that Flores guy coaching.
We were the best team. We deserve to be world champions. Baby. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
81 to 87 is the Plunkett-Mark Wilson era. Plunkett goes 2-5 in 81, then gets hurt. Mark Wilson enters the fray. He goes 5-4.
Wilson back to throw. Lost a long bomb down the field.
82, Plunkett's back in the driver's seat. Goes 8-1, throwing more INTs than TDs. 83 was supposed to be the year they handed the keys over to Wilson, but he gets hurt. That's Plunkett's lucky rabbit foot, I guess. He steps back in, goes back to the top of the mountain, nabs Super Bowl #2.
Watch Plunkett. He sees him right now. He says, I got him right over there, and drill it in there to Cliff Branch wide open.
1984, another Plunkett-Wilson split. 85 was a Wilson year. He went 31-19 overall for them.
Back goes Wilson. Here comes an all-out blitz. Quick release, single coverage. Williams, touchdown Raiders! Holy Toledo! What a great call and execution by Mark Wilson.
He and Plunkett split 86. Then 87 was the Wilson, Rusty Hilger, Vince Evans trifecta. Yeah, none of them stuck. 88 to 89, Jay Schrader, Steve Berline shared the job.
Back is Berline. Here comes the blitz. It's picked up by Hanna. Deep he goes, wide open at the 10. Goal. Touchdown Raiders.
1990, Schrader solo, 12-4 that season. 32-25 overall between 1988 and 1992.
Schrader going deep for Grady. Touchdown.
92, the year he gave way to Robo QB, the perfect athlete.
14-10 on the 25-yard touchdown pass. Worodovich has his first of 1992.
And then after just 2 years, he's out of the league. So the Raiders turned to the backup who had just won a Super Bowl for the Giants, Jeff Hostetler, 1993 to 96, 33-22 record, never had a losing season in his 4 years.
One more game, boys. He's been doing it all year long for us. And I mean, coaches talked about him every single week, and he is that piece we've been missing. That's Jeff Hostetler. All right.
Jeff George's turn next, 1997. Raiders go 4-12, but he leads the league in passing yards, 29 TDs.
Look at this. Good put. Long ball, James Jeff. Touchdown Raiders. And Jeff George fires a bullet. You like touchdowns, this is the place to be.
Chucky showed up in 1998. George's style didn't fit. Wade Wilson got some time. Donald Hollis, anyone? They dug deep. Then dug deep and signed Rich Gannon. The peak year, his last full year there, MVP Super Bowl trip.
Deep. Open is Rice. Touchdown.
Again, it's why didn't you do that sooner?
Got hurt in 2003. Rick Meyer finished the year out. 2004, brought in Kerry Collins. 2005, he's out. 721 record will do that. 2006, Andrew Walter, 2-6. Aaron Brooks, 0-8. Set them up to take the #1 overall pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, Jamarcus Russell.
With the first pick in the 2007 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select quarterback Jamarcus Russell, LSU.
Infamous #1 pick, held out after being drafted.
And as far as not being here with the guys, I really hated it because I know what camp's like. I'm here now, so I'm ready to go to work.
Raiders put on a Dante Culpepper, Josh McCown Band-Aid on his rookie year.
Just take my word that, things are going to get better. And I can't tell you when, but I know they are.
Unleashed him on the league in 2008. By 2009, Bruce Gradkowski and Charlie Fry were taking snaps.
I just want to help him get where he can have more success as a quarterback.
By 2010, Russell was cut. That was when Jason Campbell took over.
And obviously they've made a decision on draft day by acquiring Jason Campbell in the subsequent days to decide that Jamarcus no longer has a place there.
2011, he had a few more starts. So did Carson Palmer. He stuck for 2012, but didn't spark anything.
There's a lot of areas we need to improve on, and especially myself, I need to improve on.
2013, another inauspicious go for the Raiders at quarterback, Matt Flynn, Matt McGloin, Terrell Pryor, yeah. It teed up the longest QB tenure of any era, 2014 to 2022, the Derek Carr years.
This is my family right here. I'm gonna take care of you, you take care of me, you feel me? Take care of this place. We do whatever it takes to win. Whatever it takes, you feel me? Everything you got, let's go. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Made the Pro Bowl 3 times in a row, guided the Raiders to a 12-3 record in 2016. 217 TDs, 99 INTs, got benched at the end of his last year in front of the black hole. 2023, Aiden O'Connell for 10 games, Jimmy Garoppolo for 6. 2024, O'Connell and Gardner Minshew, which was followed by the signing of vet Geno Smith. The NFL welcomed the Rams to the fold in 1937. Started up in Cleveland, won an NFL title there in 1945. Bob Waterfield, the quarterback, their first great signal caller.
The former UCLA standout perfected the bootleg play that became known as the Waterfield Sneak.
Waterfield reached down into his bag of tricks for an old Waterfield special and completely fooled the Packers on his patented naked reverse.
Waterfield, a Ram from 45 to 52, Pro Bowler in 50 and 51. Check this out, Norm Van Brocklin with the team from 49 to 57, Pro Bowler from 50 to 55. Him and Waterfield sharing duties at times, so the Rams had 2 QBs make the Pro Bowl in the same season, 2 years in a row.
How did you feel in those early days with the Rams splitting the quarterback duties with Waterfield?
Well, I didn't mind it at all, Jack. It was an opportunity to play for me. When I went to Los Angeles, Bob was an established quarterback, and he was the attraction there as well as being the great player that he was.
Understand, after the move from Cleveland, the Rams were a powerhouse from 1949 to 1955, made 4 title games in that window, won the whole thing in 51 behind their dynamic QB duo.
Now get set for the play of the day. Norm Van Brocklin drops back, throws an arching pass upfield. Reggie Tom Pierce gathers it in on the dead run and races all the way to score for Los Angeles. A 72-yard touchdown play. Jubilantly, Jumbo Joe Snyderhauer is hoisted to the collective shoulders of the new world champion.
Van Brocklin bolts the team. Skip ahead to 1962. Roman Gabriel gets in 4 starts, takes over in 63. After some injury years, takes off, makes the Pro Bowl 3 years in a row. Rams win 10-plus games all 3 years, make the playoffs in 2 of them.
The guys I looked up to when I was growing up in Los Angeles was Roman Gabriel, who played for the Los Angeles Rams. He was a big, strong guy. He was known for just staying in the pocket no matter what was going on around him. He had great poise in the pocket, would stay in there to the last minute. I always remember how he could stand there and take such punishment but still deliver the ball.
Gabriel was a winner in LA, 74-39-6 record, never below a sub-500 record in 9 years as full-time starter.
I remember many times I'd have a piece of his jersey and he'd pull free from me. Roman Gabriel, I hit him hard as I ever hit anybody one time and bounced off of him, and if I'd have knocked him down, we'd have won the game. You know, things like that you remember.
LA handed things to vet John Hadel in 1973, former Charger. He went 12-2, made the Pro Bowl, took him back to the playoffs.
The Blue and Gold were the uproarious 1973 NFC Western Division champions, and Chuck Knox was Coach of the Year.
74, he only starts 5 games, gets benched in favor of James Harris. Harris, the first black QB to play in the AFL when he started for the Bills years earlier, the first ever to start a modern NFL season as the starter of a team when the Rams gave him the job in 74, the first to make a Pro Bowl, he went 7-2, and the first to start and win a playoff game when he beat Washington in the divisional round.
Relentlessly, James Harris drove the Rams on the Redskin goal. His pass to Bob Klein put the first points on the board.
In 1975, Harris went 11-2, but hurts his shoulder late in the season. In went Ron Jaworski, who they drafted in 73. Jaworski was at the helm when LA beat the Cardinals in the divisional round.
Jaworski, a play-action fake to McCutcheon. He's going to throw long, and Jackson is open. He's got it at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Harold Jackson on the ball.
Harris started the conference championship versus Dallas the next week, landed on the bench. 76, Jaworski, Harris, and rookie Pat Hayden. Hayden going 5-1-1. He was behind center when they beat Dallas in the divisional round.
3rd and 1 at the Dallas 4. Hayden takes a snap. Good protection. He keeps it around the left side. He's at the 2. He dives in the end zone for a touchdown.
But 0 TDs, 3 INTs, he wasn't the reason they won that game, so the Rams pick up Joe Namath for the 1977 season.
Without mobility, Joe had become a well-worn buffer zone between hard-charging linemen and the fast-rising ground.
His knees were shot, though, so back to Hayden, who made the Pro Bowl, throwing 11 touchdowns against 6 INTs. They made the playoffs, and again in 78, Hayden throwing 2 touchdowns in the divisional win over Minnesota that year.
Hayden rolling out, looking downfield, still looking. He's going to run now. Hayden, he throws. Miller, touchdown!
You can see LA was a powerhouse in the 70s, just couldn't make it to the final dance until 1979 came along. Hayden, though, broke a finger. Vince Ferragamo, who they drafted in 77, slid in and took them all the way to the Super Bowl.
The Rams now having trouble containing their emotion. The Rams are on their way to Pasadena. The Rams are in the Super Bowl, and they're heading back to California as NFC champions.
Even so, Hayden was given his job back to start 1980, gets hurt again, was the starter in 81 too, another injury, so hung him up. Never played for anyone but LA, the Hayden mini era, 1976 to 81, 35-19-1 record.
Hayden chose to retire at the end of the 1981 season to pursue outside endeavors. Los Angeles will no doubt miss the desire and gentlemanly demeanor that characterized his 7-year career.
Ferragamo's run in Tinseltown, 77-84, 26-18 record. His final year as the man, 83, he beat Dallas in the wild card that year, threw 3 touchdowns in the win.
Back to throw Ferragamo on second down, pumps and looks and fires. Caught for the touchdown by George Farmer.
Rams always seemed to have the next guy in waiting. Ferragamo broke a finger in 84. They had signed Jeff Kemp in 81. He guided them to the playoffs, but that was about it. 1985, LA's Dieter Brock season. Great CFL quarterback, plays 1 year in the NFL as a 34-year-old rookie.
Brock looks toward Duckworth. Has plenty of time. Now fires the ball to Eller, touchdown.
They start 7-0 with him, won the division, bounced the Cowboys in the divisional.
All right, Irvin, congratulations to the Los Angeles Rams, and Dallas Cowboys are shut out.
Dieter threw for 50 yards that game, 66 the next week, then got hurt before the next season began, and that was that. 86, trifecta year. Vet Steve Bartkowski, Steve Dills, and the guy they drafted that season, Jim Everett. The Everett era, 1986 to 1993, led the league in TD passes back-to-back years in 88 and 89, made the Pro Bowl in 90, playoff team in 88 and 89, where Everett led wins over Philadelphia in the wild card and beat the Giants in the divisional. Everett to Flipper Anderson in OT to win it.
Everett goes deep. Touchdown to Willie Anderson. The Rams win it. Flipper Anderson is from here. He's from New Jersey. I think he ran enough, caught that pass, he's going to go right home. 1913.
That was the peak, though. Everett's play and the Rams' play regressed. His final year, 1993, a 46-59 record, but as of 2024, he was still the franchise leader in passing yards.
I think the fans in Anaheim Stadium were really excited now. Here they saw the Rams trade away quite a bit for this kid. I finally had a chance to get in there. I think they were excited, and they wanted me to do well.
93 saw some TJ Rubley. Remember him? Probably not. That was his lone action as a Ram. Vets Chris Miller, Chris Chandler in 94. Miller and Mark Rippon when they moved to St. Louis in 95. Tony Banks, Steve Walsh in 96. All Banks in 97 and 98, but he was not winning games. Plan for 1999 was to hand things over to Trent Green, who came over from Washington. He gets hurt though, so they roll the dice. Let's see if that grocery store bag boy can throw a football like he does a loaf of bread.
He would take care of my kids all day. He'd go work out with the college team just in case there happened to be a scout around and to stay in shape. And then the only job he could find was to do grocery store work at night.
109 rate, first in the league. 41 touchdowns, most in the league. Highest completion percentage, 5 TDs in his first ever playoff game.
Warner, the quarterback, fires up the middle. The pass is caught to Isaac. And he's gone. Amazing.
And why not? 2 touchdowns along with 400-plus yards in a Super Bowl win welcomed the NFL Kurt Warner.
Coach Romeo came over to me and basically said, you couldn't write it any better.
Couldn't ask for a better script. Let's go win it right now. Let's go win it right now.
1st and 10 from the 27. Warner back to throw. Rainbows the far sideline, and it is caught by Isaac Bruce. Makes a move to the 30, 25-20, and they won't catch him today. Touchdown, Rams!
Congratulations. Man, what a year. Love you, Coach. I love you too. Thanks for the team.
Warner was signed the year prior, point guard for the greatest show on turf Rams, regressed a little in 2000, but back in the Super Bowl in 2001, Warner led the league that year in touchdowns again with 36.
Ricky Paul wide open, and the Rams fight and claw their way back in this football game.
The one game in my career that I've thought about more than any others was losing that Super Bowl and missing that opportunity to do something unique and special.
Warner gets hurt in 2002, fumbles 6 times in their opener in 2003 and was sent to the bench, but 6 years a Ram, 35-15 record, 102 touchdowns against 65 interceptions, 2 Super Bowl trips, 1 ring. He's in their hall.
I mean, that is just a perfect example of the kind of poise Kurt Warner has. The most pressure he would feel any time in his career, he responded as if he'd done it 15 times already.
You've done quite a job, man.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No, quite a job.
For that chance.
Well, hey, you got it, and you've done the most with it.
Rams had signed Mark Bulger in 2002, went 6-1 off the bench in 2002, made the Pro Bowl in 2003, going 12-3, 22 TD passes.
And good patience by Mark Bulger.
Absolutely.
He threaded the needle.
Playoff team, no playoff win. 2004, though, Bulger 300-plus yards, 2 TD passes to beat Seattle in the wild card.
Bulger over the middle, touchdown, Torrey Holt. And with the ability of Mark Bulger to throw the football, and boom, touchdown.
Hurts his shoulder in 2005, Ryan Fitzpatrick 3 games. Jamie Martin goes 4-1. Bulger, Ram for life, 2002 to 2009, 41-54 record, 122 touchdowns, 93 interceptions for St. Louis.
I think what Mark's done is remarkable. He came in under the radar, late round pick. Not a lot of expectations, and he had to earn it the hard way, which to me, I have more respect for that than a guy that comes in with all the accolades.
2009 season gave LA fans some Kyle Bowler and Keith Knoll, another deep cut for you. Led to St. Louis having the first pick in the draft.
That first game really gave me a lot of confidence going forward, knowing that our coaching staff felt comfortable with the ball in my hands, and just because I am a rookie quarterback, they weren't going to take the ball out of my hands.
Sam Bradford was supposed to be the answer. 5 years in blue and gold, didn't answer much though. Not one winning season in there for Sam. In his wake, saw Kellen Clemens, A.J. Feely. 2014 was the year of Austin Davis and Sean Hill. Then Nick Foles, Case Keenum. So they swing big, trade up in the draft in 2016 to take another quarterback first overall.
Jared, Les, how you doing?
Good, you?
I'm doing well, I'm doing well.
You want to be an LA Ram?
Absolutely, can't wait.
Jared Goff starts his career out 0-7. His first year as full-time starter goes 11-4, 28 touchdowns, only 7 picks.
Off the play fake to Gurley on 2nd and 6. Goff fires downfield. It's Sammy Watkins. Touchdown Rams.
Follows it up by taking the Rams to the Super Bowl, 32 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Congratulations, the youngest quarterback to win an NFC championship game. You and the Rams are going to the Super Bowl.
Unbelievable, man. Can't put it into words. The fight we have.
9-7 with 22 TDs, 16 INTs in 2019. 9-6 in 2020, won a playoff game, but wasn't really leading the way like he did prior. So LA pulls a huge trade that offseason.
Keywords opportunity, rare opportunity, chance to bet on going from good to great at that position. Felt like it was just too good of an opportunity to pass up.
And boy, did it work out. Matthew Stafford throws 41 touchdowns. LA goes back to the Super Bowl. Stafford 3 TD passes. Rams raise the Lombardi.
All right, Matthew, you ready for this? This is going to be your game winner right here, buddy. Tell Cooper to go to the outside location here, Matthew. Hey, let's go, man. This is to win the Super Bowl. Let's go.
Cooper Kupp got it.
Yes! Yes!
Hey, great job, man. Let's go. Look, you're a world champion. Love you. You are a world champion. Love you, man. Wait. I love you, man. I love you, baby. I love you, man. You're all, dude. Unbelievable today. Get your hands on that thing. Oh, you big fella.
Stafford was hurt in 2022, which led to Bryce Perkins, John Wolford, Baker Mayfield even, but Stafford was back in the saddle in 2023, remains the man as of 2025. Baltimore Ravens hatched in 1996. First year didn't go great. Team went 4-12, but fans of the flock got to watch the very first Ravens quarterback make the Pro Bowl.
Touchdown!
Best year of Vinny Testaverde's career, 33 TD passes. He played forever, but that was the only time he cracked 30.
Sets, has time, now starts to run up the middle. He's at the 5, following a blocker. Touchdown, Vinny Testaverde.
Testaverde ran the show the first 2 years of the franchise's existence. He wasn't nearly as good in 97, and the team still stunk. So let's see what Jim Harbaugh is all about. Not much. 12 touchdowns, 11 picks. Baltimore a 6-10 team.
Incomplete, is intercepted.
When 1999 rolled around, Brian Billick took over as head coach, started the year off with Scott Mitchell, then it was Stoney Case for a few games.
All right, let's get something going now. Oh!
Stoney is his actual first name, too. Team went 2-2 with him, but he threw 8 interceptions against 3 touchdowns, so Billick went to Tony Banks, who had come over from St. Louis. He throws 17 touchdowns, only 8 interceptions, and goes 6-4 as a starter.
Everything is just sitting right there. If we just keep getting better and better and better.
Banks made enough of an impression. He was back in the saddle to start the 2000 season. Offense went 4 weeks without a touchdown, though.
You're supposed to score touchdowns.
No, we're supposed to win games. No, I'm not frustrated.
So Billick sent him to the bench in favor of Trent Dilfer.
I'm not going to promise anything spectacular, except that I'll prepare as hard as anybody in this league will prepare, and I will play as hard as anybody in this league will play.
Baltimore didn't really need much from the quarterback that season. 2000 Ravens defense, ring any bells?
Write a book called How to Win Ugly in the NFL.
Dilfer went 7-1 as a starter. Team made the playoffs, ran the table, punctuated by a Super Bowl blowout of the Giants. Dilfer only threw 12 touchdowns against 11 interceptions during his 8-game regular season stint. He was viewed as the trailer, not the tractor. He became the first Super Bowl winning quarterback to be let go the following offseason. 2001, they give Elvis Grbac a fat 5-year deal worth $30 million after a nice run in Kansas City. Don't remember Elvis's Baltimore stay lasting 5 years? It didn't. Grbac threw 15 touchdowns against 18 interceptions. Team made the playoffs still on a 10-6 record despite him. Lost in the divisional round. Grbac throwing 3 interceptions.
And the Steelers have put a nail in the Baltimore coffin.
Grbac wouldn't negotiate his contract afterwards, so he left the building. He got cut. 2002, the year of Jeff Blake and Chris Redmond. Ravens went 7-9, so that didn't work.
He could go, he might go, he will go, all the way.
Following draft, Baltimore uses the 19th pick of the first round on Kyle Bowler. Bowler wore the black and purple for 5 years, 20-22 record overall with the team. His rookie year, 7 TDs, 9 interceptions. He got hurt that year too, so Anthony Wright stepped in. He goes 5-2 and Baltimore made the postseason. 2004, back to Bowler, results were blah. 2005, split between Bowler and Wright. Team was in a 2-year playoff drought.
Picked off by Dre Bly. That's just dumb.
Ravens defense was still top shelf heading into the 2006 season. They just needed a little something from their quarterback. Got it when they signed Steve McNair, the back end of his career, but was a Pro Bowler the year before, so he had gas left in the tank. Ravens went 13-3 under his guidance. He faltered in their playoff game, though. 0 touchdown, 2-pick game. Ravens lost.
And as Harper goes down, so too do the hopes of 70,000 who thought the Ravens had a scoring drive in progress.
The following year, the wheels fell off. McNair's last year in the NFL only got 6 games in. Bowler played 8, Troy Smith 2. Ravens went 5-11, setting up the franchise's first quarterback era. First round, 18th overall pick. Ravens' Joe Flacco age began in 2008 with an 11-5 record. Flacco's numbers weren't eye-popping, but they weren't bad. Team made it all the way to the AFC title game. Flacco got better in his year too, 21 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Team in the playoffs again.
Throws complete, McGahee, touchdown! What an ad-lib by Joe Flacco!
2010 and 11, same deal. Flacco looked legit, team was a contender. Finally, 2012, it all comes together, and it was a 10-6 team, but Flacco was still on top of his game. Team caught fire late, locked up the franchise's second Lombardi.
The Baltimore Ravens are Super Bowl champions!
Flacco remained in the QB driver's seat till 2018. 11 years, went 96-67 for Baltimore, 6 playoff appearances, 212 TD passes against 136 interceptions. Flacco never made a single Pro Bowl, never won an MVP. Dude he would hand the purple torch to would, though.
We're the 32nd pick in the 2018 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select.
Baltimore used another first-round draft pick on a quarterback in 2018. Flacco would end up getting hurt, and when he did, it opened the door for the human highlight machine. Lamar Jackson took the handoff and never looked back. Went 6-1 as a starter in 2018 after taking over. Baltimore was back in the playoffs after a 3-year dry spell. 2019, a year like we've never seen from a quarterback ever. Jackson throwing 36 touchdown passes while setting an NFL record for rushing yards by a quarterback with over 1,200.
Good job, Lamar!
Jackson was named first-team All-Pro and MVP, a feat he repeated in 2023.
I want to thank my organization, Baltimore Ravens, for finally getting this deal done.
Through the 2024 season, the only thing lacking from his resume as an all-time great is a run that ends with a silver football being hoisted. Saints joined the NFL in 1967. Billy Kilmer was the man. Sort of. Gary Quazzo actually won the first game in Saints franchise history.
Saints 31, Eagles 24.
But back to Kilmer. He held down the job through 1970, never sniffed a winning record.
On the ball! Pick it up! No!
Up next, the OG Manning age. Archie made the Saints fun, if nothing else. He represents their first QB era, 1971 to 1981, save 1 year when he was hurt, Pro Bowler in 78 and 79.
Saints win!
Not a single winning record, though, for Arch. They tried the snake for a couple years. Kenny Stabler won as many as he lost in 82 and 83. How about some Richard Todd duct tape in 84?
And dealt the Saints another frustrating loss.
1985 and 86, Dave Wilson time. Not really the time of their lives, though. Wilson gave way to Air Bear, Bobby Hebert, the first quarterback to lead the Saints to the playoffs in 1987. He took them back to the postseason a couple more times, no wins, stuck through 1992, led them to a 12-4 record his last year with the team.
2nd and 10, Bobby looks to throw again into the end zone for Martin, touchdown!
The dude in his prime sat out a year in 1990. Steve Walsh subbed in and wasn't terrible.
We had a new guy at quarterback in Steve Walsh.
1993 was another transition year. Wade Wilson 7-7 at least.
Wilson throwing the bomb down the field for early at the 5. He catches it. Touchdown. Touchdown Saints. Outstanding.
Jim Everett's turn next. 1994 to 1996, sub-500 record in each campaign.
Into the end zone for the touchdown.
Buckle up. Next 4 years get crazy. 1997, Keith Schuler, Danny Warfel, Doug Newsemeyer, Billy Joe Hobert.
Hobert still is on the turf and is going to require medical attention.
98, Warfel and Billy Joe were joined by Kerry Collins. And nope, he didn't marry and change his last name, Billy Joe Tolliver.
Going to throw it deep for Kennison, in trouble, and it's going to be intercepted.
1999, how could they not? The greatest kind of history. 2 Billy Joes running the show. They just didn't run it very well.
The time had come to make a change.
So the BJs had to go. 2000. Remember Jeff Blake? He went 7-4 for him that season.
He guns it in the end zone. It's caught by Horn for the touchdown.
But Aaron Brooks went 3-2 that year in fill-in work. He stays. Brooks, the first ever quarterback to win a playoff game in Saints franchise history. 2000 wild card, he throws 4 touchdowns in a win over the Rams. AB was behind the wheel from 2001 to 2005, never took off his shirt and ran off, but after a 3-10 record in 2005, the Saints ran him off. Who's that over there in San Diego, they wondered. The golden age had finally arrived in 2006. They signed Drew Brees and didn't have to worry about the QB position until 2021. First year in NOLA, leads the NFL in passing yards, leads them to a playoff win. Brees just starts piling up 4,000-yard seasons. 2006 to 2017, never finished with less. That's absurd. 2008, led the league in touchdowns. 2009, the most unforgettable season in franchise history.
Here's the throw to Shockey, and it's a touchdown.
Brees leads the league in touchdowns, completion percentage, and rating. 247 yards, 3 touchdowns in the divisional, 3 touchdowns against the Vikings in the conference championship, 288 yards, 2 touchdowns against the Peyton Manning Colts in the biggest win of his illustrious career.
Makes him, he's gonna score!
That was the peak, but Brees was far from done. 2011, 46 TD passes. 2012, 43, led the league both times.
Drew Brees passes Johnny Unitas, throwing a touchdown in his 48th straight game.
15 years he guided Who Dat, 142-86 record, 491 touchdowns, franchise icon, enshrinement in the Hall a given when he hung him up.
Hey, remember how we got here today? Because we smelled greatness, because we wanted to be special.
Brees' last 2 years, the only ones he missed significant time in. Teddy Bridgewater went 5-0 for them in 2019. Taysom Hill 3-1 in 2020. Hill went 4-1 as a starter the next year. They tried Jameis Winston out. Trevor Siemian made 4 starts. Ian Book with 1. 2022, their Andy Dalton year. 23 and 24, Derek Carr, who didn't stay healthy in 24, so fans were treated to Jake Hayner and Spencer Rattler. Needless to say, they are still waiting for their next golden quarterback age to arrive.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a city of steel, molten steel that is the city's economic lifeblood. And what better way to escape the week's labor than at Three Rivers Stadium, where every autumn Sunday some unique and wonderful events take place.
Steel Town, USA. Pittsburgh Steelers, they began play in 1933, but their first real QB era didn't arrive until 1952. Jim Finks made the Pro Bowl in 52 and led the league in TD passes.
Moments later, Finks strikes it rich as he fires a touchdown pass to Notre Dame's Johnny Latner, and it's the Steelers 7, Packers 7 at the end of the first quarter.
Finks ran the show for 4 seasons. Hall of Famer Bobby Lane time, back end of his career, still made the Pro Bowl in his second year as a Steeler.
Lane pinpoints Preston Carpenter on the dead run. Preston says goodbye to everyone as he galloped 48 yards to pay dirt.
Lane held down the gig from 1958 to 1962.
The old master, Bobby Lane, waits until Tom Tracy gets loose and fires on target to his stocky hand.
Ed Brown got a couple years in after that. Didn't do enough to impress. 1966 and 67, patchwork. Bill Nelson back there most of the time.
View from the bench records Nelson coupling with Clendon Thomas for 31 yards.
Didn't produce enough to last, so the Steelers turned to Dick Shiner. 1968, Shiner went 2-8-1. 1969, 1-8.
The inevitable miscue can often make a team its own worst enemy.
Kinda sucked to be a Pittsburgh fan at the time, but they owe Shiner this. He set up their dynasty.
The year before, Pittsburgh had won only 2 things: a football game and the right to the #1 draft choice.
1970, they had the first pick in the draft, bring on the blonde bomber.
It's not like the old Steelers, believe me. The public, the football world might as well wake up and just take what I'm saying and heed it, because we're going to be a winner.
Terry Bradshaw, the face of Pittsburgh from 1970 to 1982.
Starting for the first time at quarterback, number 12, Terry Bradshaw.
Hall of Famer, 70 and 71 warm-up years.
Here comes Terry Bradshaw now.
Where's this?
Terry. Good luck today, man.
Hey, Franco.
Watch your stuff.
See you later.
Okay.
72, first conference championship appearance. Bradshaw beating Oakland in the divisional round on a 60-yard pass to Franco Harris. It was immaculate.
Looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield. And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris.
73, Oakland knocked Terry and company out in the first round. And then a 6-year run like no other. But it started out with Bradshaw on the bench.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. So I decided, well, I don't like it up here anyway. And in a way, this is good, because now I can get out of here. So I went into his office and said, I want to be traded.
That's right, Bradshaw lost the starting gig to Joe Gilliam, who was behind center for their first 6 games that year.
He proceeded to tell me how great I was, which was...
Bradshaw reclaimed the job and proceeded to guide Pittsburgh to Super Bowl number 1.
Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. We got a feeling. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl.
Bradshaw sealing the win with a TD pass to Larry Brown.
Here is Bradshaw rolling right and fires it in the end zone. Complete for the touchdown. Getting Larry Brown in the end zone.
Pittsburgh, the Super Bowl champ.
75, ring number 2.
Third down and 5.
Here's Bradshaw. Lynn Swan is open. Got it. Steeler touchdown.
That's got to be one of the great passes in Super Bowl history or even pro football history.
76, they make it back to the conference championship behind 3 Bradshaw TDs against the Colts, 264 yards and a perfect 158.3 rating.
Terry Bradshaw waited 3 plays before breaking the game open.
They fell short of the three-peat, of course. 2 years later, though, back in the final dance, take down Dallas again. Bradshaw, 318 yards, 4 TDs.
Bradshaw throws deep for Stallworth in the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh!
And one last time in 79, Lombardi number 4, the original TB12, 309 yards, 2 TDs.
Now Bradshaw pumping, firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. He pulls it in at the 30.
The blonde bomber only threw 2 more regular season touchdowns than interceptions, but it was a different era, and he had all those huge playoff showings.
We would not have won those 4 Super Bowls if it wasn't for Bradshaw. He was the one key factor in our success. I don't believe any other quarterback could have done it.
14 years a Steeler, 107 wins, 51 losses, a legend.
Going deep. Anybody can throw wide. Let's go deep. You got him playing the huddle swine. Let's throw a hook. John said, Fred, I got him on a deep. Earl, 50 yard. Going deep. Let's go deep.
Bradshaw played in 1 game in 1983, and he won it. His final pass in the NFL, a touchdown.
Bradshaw dropping back. Here comes the rush. Fires it down right near the goal line and is pulled in by Calvin Sweeney for the touchdown.
Cliff Stout was the man that year. He went 9-6. Impressive when you notice he threw 21 picks and only 12 touchdowns.
Here they come after him, and he fires, and it is caught for a touchdown by Calvin Sweeney.
1984 and 85 saw plenty of David Woodley and Mark Malone, mostly Malone in 86, only 1 winning season in that time.
A season of promise became very painful.
Give him some Bubby next. Brister was around for about 4 years.
Anytime you have something new, it takes a while to get it down. We had a new coach, he has new players.
3 of the 4, he had a winning record, too. He has the most wins by a quarterback named Bubby in NFL history.
Brister's back into the end zone. Green pulls it in with a sure hand.
He gave way to Neil O'Donnell eventually. O'Donnell went 2-6 in 91. Got better from there, though. Pro Bowler in 92.
Let's go, that's it! That's the way to move it!
A 37-16 record from 92 to 95.
And O'Donnell with a play fake to the left. This direction fires into the end zone. And a touchdown as he hits Green down at the end line.
Led them back to the Super Bowl, too.
4-man rush. He's going to throw it deep. And there's a man open down there. And it is caught at the 3-yard line and out of bounds at the 1.
Didn't go well for him. He hooked up with Larry Brown twice.
Pass is picked up and open field. Here comes Larry Brown to the 15.
1996, Mike Tomczak's year, 8-5. The team went 10-6.
Play action fake on first down, and he airs it out down the field. But there's no receiver. Oh, what a play by Charles Johnson for the touchdown.
So let's sit back and enjoy some more Zach attack, right? Problem was, his passes in 96 were thrown to a dude named Slash.
In the shotgun again is Tomczak. Here comes a long pass. And into the end zone for the touchdown. That is Cordell Stewart.
And I do believe Slash caught that ball with one hand.
He knew how to handle the axe, and he could play a little quarterback too, so they handed the keys to Cordell Stewart.
That kid is some kind of athlete. They ought to bottle him. Cordell is too much to describe.
1997 to 2001, Steelers were must-watch TV with Stewart behind the wheel.
Whoa, 25, 15, 10, cuts it right at the 5, and Cordell Stewart
made the Pro Bowl in his final full year and guided Pittsburgh to a 13-3 record.
First down, 35-30, 25-20, 15-10. Cordell Stewart goes into the end zone.
Despite his success, there was a growing feeling Tommy Maddox might be better.
Tommy Maddox, Tommy Gunn is back.
All right, touchdown, Tommy, go to work.
He replaced Slash in 2002 and went 7-3-1. Slipper fell off the next year, just 6-10.
Let's go again, huh?
Steelers would go in search of a new quarterback in the draft. Wouldn't have to do that again until 2022.
With the 11th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Ben Roethlisberger, quarterback, University of Miami, Ohio.
The big clock struck 7.
I hear everything from Rosenberger to Rosenbagger to Roethlisberger. It's really not as hard as people make it seem.
Big Ben Roethlisberger arrived
in a lopsided loss to the Ravens. Starter Tommy Maddox suffered an elbow injury. A team that won just 6 games the previous season would now be guided by a 22-year-old rookie quarterback.
He restored order. What a start. He goes 13-0 as a rookie.
Flushed down to the pocket. Is running right. Throws the ball to the pylon, and the pass is caught for the touchdown. A diving grab by Hines Ward.
Wins a playoff game. Then, boom. A year later, 7 brings them back to Lombardi. 3 touchdowns in the wild card versus Cincinnati.
They snap it to Antoine Randall L. He's going to throw it back to Ben. Ben on the left side. Going to throw it downfield, a man wide open. And we've got a Pittsburgh Steelers touchdown.
2 touchdowns versus the Colts in the divisional round.
Fires the pass in the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown.
2 more and 275 yards versus Denver in the conference championship.
For the 3rd straight playoff game, Roethlisberger was nearly flawless.
Big man. I mean, he's playing it like a virtuoso.
Not the greatest showing in their Super Bowl win over Seattle, but who cares? They were back on top.
You promised, man. You came through, man. You're a champion, baby. Thank you for everything, Buster. You hear me? I love you, Buster. Thank you for everything you've done for me. No problem, man. I love you.
2007, 32 touchdowns for Ben, made his first Pro Bowl.
He airs it out down the field, the pass, end zone touchdown.
2008, not much during the regular season, but they go 12-4, make their way back to the title match.
And it's caught by Santonio. Defender down.
Roethlisberger with one of the greatest throws in Super Bowl history.
43 seconds to go. Ben gets the snap. He's back. He pumps. Scrambles around. Throws it back corner of the end zone. Santonio with a touchdown. Santonio Holmes. I don't know how he did it.
What a throw. What a catch. What a game.
Wasn't done. Another Super Bowl appearance just 2 years later.
A 3rd and 6 at the Jets 40. 2 minutes remaining. The Jets out of timeouts, trailing by 5.
We're going to be fine. Quarterback draw. Quarterback draw. No way in hell they're going to throw this ball.
He's scrambling right. He's going to throw it. And a diving grab at the 31-yard line. And that'll be a first down.
Came up short versus Green Bay. Made one more conference championship in 2016. Built a Hall of Fame-worthy resume.
It's like watching a movie because these guys always putting out highlight reels.
18 years, all in the black and gold. 165, 81-1 record, 418 touchdowns, only 8 guys in the 400 club as of 2024.
The number of clutch plays, the number of game-winning plays
that he's made is incredible.
Okay, shout out to the guys who filled in for him when he was dinged up. 2005, Maddox and Batch. 2010 saw a couple Dennis Dixon games. 2012, Byron Leftwich was out there. 2015, remember Landry Jones? And some fellow by the name of Michael Vick for 3 games.
And Michael's going to throw it after a roll-on. He throws it long down the field.
2019, Mason Rudolph. Devlin Hodges. Post-Roethlisberger has been messy. Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett in 2022, Trubisky, Rudolph, and Pickett in 2023, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson in 2024.
Lob to the back of the end zone, intercepted!
And now they're trying out some Aaron Rodgers in 2025.
Well, this was a decision that was best for my soul.
Still waiting for the next era to begin. Seattle Seahawks football started in 1976, started with the Jim Zorn era.
Setbacks to Zorn on a quick count, drops back to pass, scampers out to his right, throws upfield, complete to Smith at the 10 to 5. He is in, touchdown Seahawks!
Zorn years were solid. I mean, he went 40 and 60 overall.
Out of the shotgun, Zorn throwing, intercepted, down the sideline.
But he's a Hawks fave, helped put Steve Largent on the map.
Zorn runs out on a sprint draw toward his right side, being pursued by Kenny Kennard. He throws the bomb deep down the right side. Largent wide open at the 10. He's got it. Touchdown Seahawks!
Zorn's run, 1976 to mid-1983.
Zorn on a scramble, 20, 10. He's going to score untouched. A quarterback draw.
Then Dave Craig took over. Took them all the way to the doorstep of the Super Bowl.
Here's Dave Craig stepping up and throwing for Largent. He's got it!
But threw 3 INTs to the Raiders in the AFC Championship game.
Intercepted, Matt Millen, and Craig's miseries continue.
Finished the game on the bench. Craig years went from mid-1983 to 1991. Team made the dance a few times, but 83 was the peak. Craig made a few Pro Bowls, went 70 and 49, second best in franchise history. 1992 was a duct tape year. Remember Stan Gelbaugh? 0-8.
Gelbaugh, line drives it, and it's picked off. Ray Hort for the touchdown.
Got a taste of Kelly Stauffer, too.
Stauffer picked off at the 47-yard line. That's Wyman Henderson.
That's why they drafted Rick Meyer, number 2 overall in 1993.
Seattle Seahawks select Rick Meyer, quarterback, Notre Dame.
His run didn't last long, 93 to 96. Went 20 and 31.
First and 10 from the 47 for Seattle. Meyer pumps once and twice, this time going down for Martin again, who makes the reception. Touchdown for Kelvin Martin.
Next up, Warren Moon in 97. Made the Pro Bowl.
3rd and 10. He's got time, and he's got a receiver. There goes McKnight. He could go the distance, and he will. Seattle has the lead once again.
Tail end of his career, though, went 4 and 6 in 98.
Room deep left side for Callaway. Man coverage, picked off.
Handed the reins off to John Kitna midway. Kitna didn't stick too long, from mid-1998 to 2000.
Play clock winding down. They got it off. Quick strike. Joey Callaway smelling the end zone. Touchdown.
Made a playoff game at least in 99, but that was it.
The Miami Dolphins and the Seattle Seahawks, 20-17 Miami. Kitna with time, throws, near side, picked off. The Miami Dolphins qualify to move on to Jacksonville.
And then began the Matt Hasselbeck decade. 2001 to 2010, these were good years for the 12s. Went to the Bowl in 2005.
Hasselbeck, Jackson, touchdown. How about the game Matt Hasselbeck has had here tonight?
Lost to the Steelers, but at least the run left Hasselbeck with a legacy not built on that coin flip call.
Seattle has won the toss. We won the ball, we're going to score. Turn around.
Oh, boy. They're coming. The pass is picked off. Intercepted. Back the other way. The Green Bay Packers advance. Many of the headlines will talk about what he said at the coin flip. We want the ball, and we're going to win. And he throws an interception to Al Harris for a touchdown.
2011, fill-in year, Tavares Jackson. Not bad, though, 7 and 7.
Tavares Jackson with time. Puts it up deep. Way downfield, and it is caught for a touchdown!
But the Seahawks QB apex would start the next year. It was Russell Wilson time. First postseason appearance for Wilson, the rookie beats the Redskins.
Play fake. Wilson looking to the end zone. Got his man out there. It's Robinson all by himself.
A year later, Wilson was hoisting the Lombardi.
Remember we talked about Atlanta last year? At the bus? That's exactly right. Remember? I remember, yeah.
Back the next year, too, his game-ending pass living in infamy, of course.
Lynch in the backfield. Russell look, throw inside. Oh my God, it's up.
From 2012 to 2020, no losing seasons, playoffs in every year but one, threw 40 TD passes in 2020.
Russell Wilson is absolutely unflappable.
In his 10 years in Seattle, 104 53-1 record, 292 TDs, no other Hawk with 200, rate over 100, highlights that take your breath away.
We gotta watch that quarterback now. He gonna start playing backyard football now, you know what I mean? Trying to make it happen.
Seattle traded him after a down year in 2021, let Geno Smith give it another shot for a couple seasons, made the most of it, throwing 30 TDs against just 11 INTs. Seattle back in the playoff picture.
Let's go! Let's go!
Smith, though, traded away after 2024, Seattle taking a chance on another high-profile Jets draft pick from years past. Houston Texans, babies of the NFL, born in 2002, used the #1 pick in the draft on their first ever quarterback.
With the first choice in the 2002 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select David Carr, quarterback from Fresno State.
David Carr, what a rookie year. Sack.
Carr drops him.
After sack.
Loose ball, Carr picks it up and hits the deck.
After sack.
Fourth down try, and it results in a sack. Number 73, so David Carr broke the record of dubious distinction.
Bagged an NFL record 76 times in one season, 4-12 that year, 3-8 year two. Saw some Tony Banks and Dave Rigoni that season too. All Carr in 2004, still the easiest QB to sack, but the team improved to 7-9 at least.
Carr stays in the pocket, goes up for Johnson. Andre Johnson made the catch. Touchdown, Houston Texans. Holy cow. Wow. Maybe the future is now in Houston. Wow.
2005, Carr still being planted on a regular basis. Took 68 that year. He and the team went 2-14.
Carr in trouble. Carr sacked at the 24.
Carr led the NFL in completion percentage in 06, went 6-10 doing it, still more INTs than TDs, that was that. Carr's 5 years in Houston, 22-53, 59 TDs, 65 INTs, led the NFL in sacks taken 3 of the 5 years.
And he steamrolls Carr back at the 2.
Texans moved on to Matt Schaub in 2007. He went 4-7 that year, got hurt. Sage Rosenfels came in, went 4-1 down the stretch to help the team finish 500.
Hey, listen, we're going to win this game because you're going to make plays. You hear me? Yep. Let's go make some plays, make good decisions. Let's go.
Rosenfels flips it out to Johnson for the touchdown.
Same two guys in 08, Schaub the starter, missed time again. But 6-5, 15 touchdowns against 10 INTs, and then boom, leads the NFL in passing yards in 2009, Texans a 9-7 record.
Let's go for the dagger right here, man. The dagger in the heart. What do you say, fellas? Let's go get another touchdown.
Schaub over the 100-yard mark, and he'll add on to it, and the Texans will add another touchdown.
Still effective in 2010, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, over 270 yards per game. Team dropped to 6-10 though. Rebounded the next year, made the playoffs even. Schaub hurt again though, 7-3, good numbers, but it was TJ Yates who won their playoff game versus the Bengals.
We did a good job moving the ball up and down the field the entire game. The crowd here is amazing.
Schaub led them back to the postseason in 2012 though, healthy season too, 12-4, 22 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Texans beat Cincinnati again, this time Schaub behind center.
It's excitement, I'm excited, first time having a chance to be on the field, my guys in the playoffs after last season, it's just a great feeling to come away with a win.
Yet another injury for Schaub in 2013. Case Keenum filled in, went 0-8, team only won 2 games.
This is the 5th sack of the second half. 4 of them coming in this quarter. and on almost every occasion, Keenum never even had a chance.
They cut bait on Schaub. 2014, the year of Keenum, Ryan Mallett, and Fitzmagic. Ryan Fitzpatrick was fun to watch, at least.
Eyes looking for Hopkins. Got him! Touchdown! Ryan Fitzpatrick threw 6 touchdown passes today.
2015, Yates, Mallett, Brandon Weeden. Brian Hoyer, the most starts, wasn't bad. 5-4, 19 touchdowns against 7 INTs.
Hoyer off play action, well protected. Time to take a shot. Nate Washington, first down.
Wasn't bad, wasn't the answer. They thought Denver's backup was. Signed Brock Osweiler to a big contract. He was part-time starter for the Broncos Super Bowl winning Peyton Manning team, remember that? The team went 8-6 in his first year with them. Beat the Raiders in the wild card round, too.
Brock Osweiler throwing a deep ball, and it is caught! That time, with the blitz on, Osweiler makes one of the throws of his Houston Texan career.
Osweiler, more tractor than trailer, as they say, cut the cord after 1 year, hit the draft.
With the 12th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Deshaun Watson, quarterback, Clemson.
Deshaun Watson in the first round. Let him watch a little behind Yates and Savage's first year, but when he took over, dazzled. 19 touchdowns against 8 interceptions, right over 100.
So keep your eyes over there and go the other way. I'm gonna beat him. I don't care. I'm gonna beat him. I'm just letting it go. Okay, roll up to the end zone.
2nd and 6. Watson throwing deep downfield, and it is caught. Will Fuller, touchdown.
That was all Watson as we have seen him do.
2018, Watson's first as the man, takes the team to the playoffs. 26 touchdowns, 9 INTs, 260 yards per game. Highlight reel stuff.
Deep over the middle of the field. Hopkins in the end zone. Touchdown, Texans.
Team went even deeper the next season, momentum building. D. Watts gets his first postseason win, beats the Bills.
Watson throws over the middle. He's got Nuke for 2. What a comeback! 2nd and 6 at the Bills 44. Here's the snap. Here's a blitz. Watson in trouble. Watson escapes to the right side, and Watson throws it to Jones. The magician does it again. Another amazing play. We just saw one of the greatest plays in the history of this franchise.
That's how you beat. Great, brother. Great job.
2020, they fell off a cliff, went 4-12, even though Watson's play didn't drop off. 33 TD passes, led the NFL in passing yards and yards per completion.
Firing deep and got a man. Cooks inside the 10. He's got it. The deep ball to Brandon.
Then out of nowhere, his time in Houston was over. Off-field troubles. Team eventually trades him.
This is the most complicated trade in NFL history. I think that's fair to say. This trade is now agreed to and final.
Davis Mills, Tyrod Taylor in 2021, 2022. Mills, he led the league in INTs. Team lands the 2nd pick in the draft. Fans believe it marked the birth of the first great quarterback era in Texans history.
With the 2nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
C.J. Stroud's rookie year, one of the best anyone has ever seen, led the league in passing yards per game, lowest interception rate in the NFL as a rookie, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, rating over 100, wins a playoff game. The future is now in Houston.
A franchise record 3 touchdown passes in a playoff game for the Houston Texans.
Tennessee Titans, born in Houston in 1960 as the Oilers, one of 8 AFL franchises to hit the scene. What a way to start. Their first QB era, helmed by a Hall of Famer, talked George Blanda out of retirement. He leads them to back-to-back AFL championships right out of the gate.
Blanda faces 3rd and 9 with his back to the wall, but the old pro comes up with a play nobody was looking for. Billy Cannon takes the ball on the dead run over his shoulder and wins the foot race to pay dirt. And happy Houston fans pour onto the field to personally congratulate their champion Oilers. winners in the first big year of the American Football League.
And how about this? Blanda made the Pro Bowl in '62 even though he threw a league-high 42 interceptions. Blanda was in Houston for 7 years. He gave way to Don Troll in 1966, then Pete Beathard in '67, who went 7-2, took him back to the playoffs, no playoff wins though. Beathard, Troll, and Bob Davis in '68, Beathard in '69, saw Jerry Rome and Charlie Johnson in '70, Johnson, Lynn Dickey, and Dan Pastorini in '71. Pastorini, Houston's second QB age, 1971 to 1979. Early '70s were rough. Then he makes the Pro Bowl in '75, 10-4 record.
The offense stabilized under the command of Dante Pastorini, who matured as a pro quarterback while exhibiting poise and confidence to match his pure athletic talent.
1978 and '79, Pastorini, with the help of Earl Campbell, knock on the door of the Super Bowl back-to-back years. '78 wild card, Pastorini 300-plus yards and a TD in a win over Miami.
Everybody in this room deserves a game ball, but don't believe anybody deserves one more than number 7.
Yeah! 3 TD passes to beat the Pats in the divisional round.
Got 9 men within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. Here they come. Dan delivers the pass, and he's going for Burrow, and it is caught at the 40-yard line. Kenny stays in bounds, and he's going to score. Oh, great play by Kenny Burrow to stay in bounds. Great job by Dan Pastorini reading the blitz.
Oilers just couldn't get past Pittsburgh, who they lost to in the conference championship both years. Pastorini put in 9 seasons wearing baby blue in their Hall of Good nonetheless.
We have to feel that we're the best team, we're the best group of players in the league, and we've got to go out and we've got to prove it.
They tried some Kenny Stabler for 2 years after that, made the playoffs in '80 with Stabler throwing 13 TDs against 28 picks. '82 and '83, bridge years to their next big thing. Gifford Nielsen, Archie Manning, Oliver Luck, and finally in 1984, Warren Moon.
Warren's more particular about his fingernails than a woman.
My fingernails had to be the right length for me to throw the football the way I wanted to, that way I felt comfortable. And when my length was right, my ball spun as well as anybody who's ever played the game.
If he was playing right now today, he still can throw the best spiral of all time.
The Oilers' Moon era, 1984 to 1993. Moon a Pro Bowler for them, 88 to 93. 1987 wins his first playoff game for them in OT, no less.
Snap back, ball down, kick up, on its way, and it is gone! It is gone! The Oilers win in overtime, defeating Seattle 23-20, advancing to Denver in the next round of the playoffs.
88 beats the Browns in the wild card, playoff team again in 89. Moon then led the NFL in TD passes and yards in 90.
That's what it's all about. That's what you work all those weeks for.
Led the league in passing yards in 91. A couple of TD passes in their playoff win over the Jets.
Back in the pocket, the pass, setting up down the middle, giving touchdown.
Oh, yeah. There's the electric slide.
Ernest Gibbons with his second touchdown catch of the game. And the Oilers...
Playoffs again in 92 and 93. Just never a deep run for Moon and the team. Played 10 years in Houston, 70 and 69 record, franchise leader in touchdowns and yards.
The names of the class of 2006 are as follows, in alphabetical order. Troy Aikman, Harry Carson, John Madden, Warren Moon, Reggie White, and Rayfield Wright.
I mean, I broke down and cried. It just seemed like everything that I had been through from the time I started playing the game just kind of came out of me. I also thought of Bill Gilliam, I thought of James Harris, I thought of Marlon Briscoe, and reasons why maybe they could have been in that same position if they were given the opportunity. So I'm not a real emotional guy all the time, but I tell you what, it came pouring out of me.
Props to Cody Carlson, by the way, Moon's backup many of those years. He got 5 in '94 when Moon left. Bucky Richardson started 4 games himself. And Billy Joe Tolliver won 2 games between them, good enough for the 3rd pick in the draft.
With the 3rd choice, the Houston Oilers select quarterback from Alcorn State, Steve McNair.
Steve McNair. Not a lot of action his 2 years in Houston. Rolled with Chris Chandler his first 2 seasons. Then they moved to Tennessee in 1997. Nothing notable in 97 or 98. And then the 99 season. He goes 9-2 in his starts. Neil O'Donnell filling in some when he was injured. Team goes 13-3, takes out Buffalo in the wild card, Indianapolis in the divisional, and Jacksonville in the conference championship. McNair throwing a TD pass and running 2 in along the ground with 91 rush yards.
25-20, 15, 10, 5, dive to the 1-yard line. McNair sneaking. He's pushed by Lorenzo Neal into the end zone. Touchdown, Titans.
Hey, honorary running back. Way to go, baby. Way to go.
His pass in the Super Bowl with time expiring versus the Rams etched in NFL lore.
He came up 1 yard short.
2000, the dual threat QB makes his first Pro Bowl, 12-3 record. Team regressed in 2001, though McNair was still playing good ball, which carried over to the 2002 season. McNair 22 TD passes, 400-plus rush yards, third in MVP voting. McNair led the Titans past Pittsburgh in the divisional round. McNair throwing for 300-plus yards, 2 TDs, along with a rushing touchdown.
Right here, he'd already done his job, but no, I can make that throw on the run. Unbelievable work by Steve McNair.
2003, McNair's peak individual season, co-MVP with Peyton Manning, 24 TDs, only 7 INTs, a 100 rate.
When Jeff announced that he was the MVP of the league, everybody stood up and there was a standing O for about a good 10-15 minutes.
2004, another injury-shortened campaign, so Titans fans were treated to some Billy Volek. 2005, McNair's final year as a Titan, 11 years as an Oiler Titan, 156 TDs, 103 interceptions, a 76-55 record.
McNair's size, strength, and never-say-die attitude make him a fearless leader of the Titans.
2006 draft, Tennessee takes Vince Young with the 3rd overall pick. He was named Rookie of the Year, made the Pro Bowl. His dual threat abilities, McNair-like, 500-plus rush yards as a rookie, 7 rushing TDs.
Stop the Vinsanity! That guy is an absolute phenom.
Titans were a playoff team in his sophomore year. He hurt his knee in the first game of 2008, though. Kerry Collins goes 12-3, postseason ticket. Collins made the Pro Bowl.
That's Woodley who jumped early. Replay here for the Titans. Open is Gage. He holds on for the touchdown.
That was a tremendous throw.
Collins goes 0-6 in 2009, though, back to the bench. Young goes back in, goes 8-2, makes his 2nd Pro Bowl.
Here it is, with the game on the line. Vince Young looks. Don't hold. Runs, throws, caught. It's caught for a touchdown. Vince Young leads a 99-yard drive for a game-winning touchdown. He has been so good today.
Young was having a good year in 2010 when he gets hurt again. Collins was reinserted. Young's 5-year Tennessee career was over with 42 TDs against 42 INTs, but a 30-17 record at least.
When we win, it's going to be good. If we lose, it's going to be all Vince Young's fault. So I just want to go out there and just play, man, and just have a good time and get my rhythm back and put smiles on my coach's faces and teammate faces and definitely fans' faces. That's basically it.
2011, Tennessee's Matt Hasselbeck season. Then 2012, they tried Jake Locker, who was drafted out of Washington. Locker and Ryan Fitzpatrick in 2013. Locker, Charlie Whitehurst, and Zach Mettenberger in 2014. They ended up with the number 2 pick in the draft after they only won 2 games.
With the 2nd pick in the 2015 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Marcus Mariota, quarterback, Oregon.
Marcus Mariota, 5 years in Tennessee. Team never really took off with him. He had a nice 2016, throwing 26 touchdowns against only 9 INTs. He threw a TD pass to himself in a playoff win over the Chiefs in the 2017 wild card round.
Mariota to the line of scrimmage, maybe across the line. It deflects back to him for a touchdown for the moment. It's
Mariota to Mariota for a touchdown pass. He's had a hard time throwing touchdown passes this year. He'll take it any way he can get it.
Hit the bench in 2019, Ryan Tannehill takes over, goes 7-3 and gets the team to the playoffs. Tannehill, the last quarterback to beat Tom Brady as a Patriot when they beat New England in the wild card round. Tannehill threw 2 touchdowns the next week to help them beat Baltimore, too.
Tannehill looks for the home run ball. Separation! Khalif Raymond hauls it in! Touchdown, Titans!
2020 and 21, playoff showings, no playoff wins. 2022, Tannehill goes 6-6. Joshua Dobbs made a cameo. Malik Willis did too. Tannehill split time with Will Levis in 2023. Levis and Mason Rudolph handling duties in 2024, which set them up with the #1 pick in the 2025 draft.
The Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Vikings football first appeared in Minnesota and the NFL in 1961. First guy to sling it for him, a Hall of Famer, a game-changing Hall of Famer, the Minnesota GOAT QB, Fran Tarkenton, throws 4 touchdowns against the Bears in their very first game, 37-13 winners. Nice way to break into the league.
Of course, it was a historic game. We beat the Bears 37 or 38-13, and I had a big day. And, you know, I did my thing. I scrambled around. And the Bears, this is 1961 now. They're the most famous team in the National Football League.
Scramble and Fran changing the way the QB position would be played forever on. No signal caller had ever used his legs the way Tark did.
They beat me to death. I mean, they bloodied me. And I said, you know, I got to do something. I've got to change how this position is played, or we're not going to win a game. I had athletic ability, I had some quickness, I had good sense of where I was on the field, and I just didn't accept the sack. I started using my athletic ability and my scrambling to buy me time to be able to throw the football, and it became my trademark.
Tarkenton Chapter 1 in purple ran from 61 to 66. 64, he guides them to their first winning record. He made the Pro Bowl that year and again in 65.
Tarkenton was a pain in the... He'd gamble, he'd run anywhere. I mean, he'd run up in the stands if he had to. He's one man that we tried desperately to end his career. We tried, and I must say that in this day and age, we tried desperately to get rid of him. Because on a hot day in the Coliseum, chasing Fran Tarkenton is not what you wanted to do.
I always hated Tarkenton. I really did. I mean, that little wimp would run around out there for hours and hours and hours, and we had to chase him.
Never got the Vikings to the playoffs, though, on try number 1. They trade him, hand the reins to Joe Kapp, who was tearing up the CFL prior. 3-year stint with Minnesota, winning records in 68 and 69. He makes the Pro Bowl in 69, threw 7 touchdown passes in a game that year.
He was out for revenge, and he was going to do everything necessary that he could to win this game.
Vikings make the playoffs for the first time, beat the Rams and Browns in the postseason to make the Super Bowl.
There's this obstacle. His name is Jim Houston. The knee got him, pure accident, right on the jaw. So he's knocked out. Well, I got up and, you know, and he didn't.
Lost to KC in the big game, and then lose Cap in the offseason. Didn't re-sign him. Plugged in Gary Cuozzo for the 1970 season. Good enough to get them back in the playoffs in 70 and 71.
Come on, Gary! We gotta score now! We gotta score!
So bring Fran back. They trade for Tarkenton, whose second stay ran from 72 to 78. He leads them back to the Super Bowl in 73.
Tarkenton retreated and threw the ball just as far as he could. As he had done so often, John Gilliam scored the touchdown which broke the game open.
Does it again in 74.
Against the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC Championship game, Fran Tarkenton and the Vikings drew first blood with a touchdown pass to Jim Lash, and it was then just a matter of time for the Vikings.
And one more visit in 76.
You want to play in the big game, and we played in the big game, and we lost all 3 times that I quarterbacked. I have never gotten over that.
Tarkenton's Vikings went to the playoffs every year from 73 to 78. He made the Pro Bowl in 74, 75, and 76. 13 years as a Viking, 91, 73, and 6 record, most career wins by a Viking, most TD passes in franchise history with 239, only Viking quarterback with more than 200.
And when he retired, you might have to check this out, but he threw 20-some touchdown passes his last year. He had some life left in him, even when he retired. But he picked a good time, and he went out on top, and from my evaluation standpoint, as a quarterback, he was the greatest.
Minnesota drafted Tommy Kramer in 1977 to prep for Fran's retirement. Kramer was a Viking for 13 of his 14 years in the league, and he took them to the playoffs in 1980, his second year as starter.
23 to 22 in favor of Cleveland. 3 wide receivers right, Kramer back to pass. He's going deep, down the right side, and it is fought for, and it's touchdown! Touchdown! Rashawn! I don't believe it! I don't believe it! The Vikings are in the playoffs! Absolutely one of the great dramatic finishes of any football game!
They went back in 82 as well, beating the Falcons in the wild card.
Kramer back to pass, pumps once, goes over the middle, wide open! 10-yard line, 5, Samuel, touchdown!
83, Kramer gets hurt, just 3 games. Steve Dills filled in. Remember Dills? Probably not. 84, Kramer 9 games, 2-7 record. Saw Wade Wilson for 5 games that year, 1-4 record.
So young Wade Wilson is another. You can just kind of envision the question marks around this young man right now.
Kramer, another down year in 85, but he went 7-6 in 86. Probably his best statistical year, 24 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, led the league in rating, made the Pro Bowl.
Tommy was awesome. I mean, when he was on, I don't know if there was very many that were better in the game. When game time came, he just wanted it to be perfection, and that's the type of competitor he was.
That was his last year as primary starter, though. 87, he gives way to Wilson, sort of. Vikings go 8-7, make the playoffs. Kramer starts in the wild card round, but gets hurt. Wilson leads the team to wins over New Orleans and San Francisco.
I think that was one of the biggest victories for us in the 80s.
To win that game, I mean, even years later today, I mean, that's probably one of the best games and memorable wins I've ever had.
Lost to Washington 17-10 in the conference championship. 1988, Kramer went 4-2 in his 6 starts. Wilson 7-3, led the league in completion percentage. Playoffs again, playoff win again.
Here he comes, and so do the Rams on the blitz. Got a ball, Anthony Carter at the 10 to the 5, and Wade Wilson hooks up with a deep ball.
89, Kramer 3-1, Wilson 7-5, made the playoffs, but destroyed by Joe Montana and company for a second year in a row.
Down the right side is picked by Ronnie Lott, and he's got a lane. He's to the 40.
Kramer era, he went 54-56 for Minnesota, 159 touchdowns, 157 interceptions. He's in their Hall of Good.
I don't care if we were playing for the Super Bowl or we're playing the first game of the year. He goes in the same attitude. He goes in to win the game, and he plays for a full 60 minutes.
1990, Wilson 4 games, Rich Gannon 12, Wilson for 5 games in 91, Gannon for 11, team not very good, and that was that for Wilson, who clocked out with 11 years of QB work in purple, 27-21 record.
Wade Wilson throughout his entire career has been a hot and cold passer. When he is in rhythm, he can be as good as anybody.
Gannon, his Vikings years, 87 to 1992, took them to the playoffs that last year, but got hurt before the season ended. Sean Salisbury went 3-1 that year, was the starter in their playoff game.
48, Johnson in motion, Salisbury to throw, looking, throws downfield, wants Jake Reed, the big wide receiver, it is caught!
Dennis Green and the Vikings finished the 1992 season champions of the NFC Central Division.
Gannon's last year in Minnesota, 12 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, wasn't cutting it. Tried a little Jimmy Mack in 93. McMahon led them to the playoffs on a 9-7 record.
Fires the ball, it is caught! All right, Anthony Carter!
To the playoffs we go! Woo-hoo-hoo.
Then they went to Warren Moon in 94. They went 10-6, another postseason trip.
Warren was smart. He was a student of the game. He made sure that the receivers and quarterback got together on Fridays and go over what we're going to do on Sundays.
Moon was the man for 2 years in Minnesota, made the Pro Bowl in 94 and 95. In 95, throws 33 touchdown passes, just 14 interceptions.
Well, Warren Moon's always been a second half of the season player throughout his history.
big plays are starting to come, and when they come with Warren Moon, they come in bunches. Let's just say he got hot.
Team was average, though. His last year in '96 split with Brad Johnson, who goes 5-3, just good enough to get them into the dance hall.
Back goes Johnson, rolling right, 1st and 10 from the 48. Bomb downfield to Moss. Down there, juggles it. Touchdown!
97, Johnson goes 8-5, Vikings a playoff ticket once again. But it's Randall Cunningham who starts that game, wins a playoff game against the Giants.
When Randall came in, it offered us that full cachet. That vertical threat opened up the running game.
He had come out of retirement. They stick with him in '98 and they go on an amazing run. Cunningham, 13-1 record, 34 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. They take down Arizona in the divisional round.
We knew if we did not make the Super Bowl, it was going to be a disappointing season, and obviously, we all know what happened.
Vikings strong again in '99, but Cunningham doesn't make it far, just 6 games, 2-4 record. Plug in another vet. Jeff George goes 8-2, 23 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, throws 3 TDs versus Dallas to beat them in the wild card.
As the snap backs up, 3-step players, Turner,
1 week down, we got 1 more week to go, one at a time.
That was Minnesota's George season. They had drafted their future that same year. 2000 saw the start of the Dante Culpepper era.
1st down, goal to go. Short drop, Dante calls his own number at the 5, and he's in for the touchdown! Touchdown, Vikings! Culpepper for 7 yards!
What a start. 33 TDs, 16 INTs, 11-5 record, 3 touchdowns in his first playoff start, beats the Saints in the divisional.
Culpepper makes a throw, now does, downfield it is! Got it! Touchdown, Vikings!
That was the best it got for the Culpepper Vikings. Dante, though, had a few more good years before sent packing. 2003 and 4, he made the Pro Bowl. In 04, he threw 39 touchdowns, just 11 INTs. They made the playoffs despite an 8-8 record. He took out Green Bay in the wild card with a 4 TD game.
Dante gets off the play, takes a snap, rolls out to the right. Moss, wide open! He burned out Harris! Touchdown! Oh my, yes!
7 years of Viking, Culpepper just 38-42 as starter, 135 touchdowns against 86 interceptions though. His last year in Minnesota, 2005, saw the return of Brad Johnson. He goes 7-2 as starter.
First thing he brings is he brings a Super Bowl ring that all of us are striving for. And so he knows what it takes to lead a team to be able to get there.
Doesn't make the playoffs, but gets another chance in 2006. Didn't go as well, which led to some Tavares Jackson action. Liked what they saw enough of him to give him the keys in 2007, and he went 8-4.
5-step drop, back to pass, steps up. Now he's in trouble. He rolls out to the left, throws it left, caught Bobby Wade inside the 5. Touchdown! And most importantly, great play by Tavares Jackson.
He got hurt though. Minnesota lost all 4 games with Brooks Bollinger and Kelly Holcomb starting. Jackson started out as starter in 2008, but gets benched in favor of Gus Frerotte.
Frerotte takes the snap. He's back to pass out of the end zone. Fade left, man wide open. It's Berrien, caught.
Gus guides them to the playoffs on an 8-3 record, but he wasn't that good. So it was time to shake up the NFL world with a big free agent signing.
It was kind of just a weird feeling, like, all right, how do I talk to him? We've been, mortal enemies, so to speak, for so long.
He has a way of bringing everybody together just by being himself.
I want to get him too.
Yeah, man. Good job.
To have a proven guy at the quarterback position that's led in every capacity he could lead at, it was only right for us to put it all together, and we went out and did that and had success with him being our quarterback.
We want to be a good team, a great team. We got to kick ass every week. You don't make we play.
Oh, baby. Minnesota landing their former arch rival. Brett Favre in purple making cheesehead stomachs curl. 2009 was a blast. 33 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions.
Shotgun, 2 receivers, right, 1 left. Huge rush. Favre fade left. Sidney. He caught it at the 20. Heads to the right inside the 10.
And then that throw against the Saints the next week. It was a 1-year window. Favre gave it a go in 2010. Results weren't as good. So now we come to the Donovan McNabb Christian Ponder season, followed by a Ponder 2012 season that made fans ponder, is Christian the guy? He went 10-6, Minnesota in the playoffs again.
We got a young guy who's on his way now. He's on his way.
Number 7, Kristen Ponder. Great job.
Vikings pondered it in 2013 for 9 games and realized he wasn't the answer. Matt Castle gave him 6 games that year. 2014, Teddy Bridgewater. Not great at first, but in 2015, takes them to the playoffs on an 11-5 record.
Delayed blitz. He's going to run it. Bridgewater up the gut, and he is in! The playoffs, they're in it right now, but they're looking for more. Last 2 games, if they win them, they win the division.
He wasn't really the reason they were good, so next it was time for some Sam Bradford. 2016 was the extent of it. 2017, they let Case Keenum give it a go. 11-3 as starter, maybe the greatest touchdown pass in Minnesota history.
He'll fire to the right side. Not only in the history of Minnesota Vikings football, it has to be in the history of the National Football League.
Vikings didn't put much stock into a miracle, spent a lot of coin to bring in Captain Kirk. Kirk Cousins gets them back in the postseason picture in year 2, 26 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions, takes out the Saints in the wild card.
Number 8. That's how we've won all year, team, right? Hey, you held them to 20 points, man. You gave us a chance at the end. But I got 3 words for you. You like that?
Cousins, great numbers in 2020. 35 touchdowns, over 260 yards per game, a rating over 100. Team was crummy, though. Finally, in 2022, they go 13-4. Cousins, another great year on paper.
Play action for Cousins. Looking end zone, open, touchdown, Adam Thielen!
Lost in the first round of the playoffs, though. Gets hurt in his last year as a Viking, so they threw Nick Mullins out there, Jaron Hall, Joshua Dobbs. Didn't work.
Dobbs, too hot, and on the deflection and interception by Brisker.
So they draft a new QB.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
And a huge ovation from the Wolverine heavy crowd here in Detroit.
Who misses his first year hurt, so 2024 was the year of Sam Darnold.